I felt it. Obviously, I've spoke to everyone. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people down in London at Wrestling Shop Live, and I got that taste as to what people were thinking, what the conversations were about, what people were excited for. I have spoken about this event probably more than any other pay-per-view in history. I mean, to have 2 full days of just talking to so many people that are going to actually be at this event as well, hearing from them, hearing the excitement. It's been amazing. It has been amazing. I was talking about it last night during the SmackDown stream. The reason why I'm not at Wrestling Shop Live right now is so that I can be here with you. I want to be here. In fact, the reason why I'm not at Money in the Bank is so that I can be here with you guys. This is a big deal for the UK. I know we've spoken about that, but I think it's something that's just worth touching upon. We do not get these shows. We don't get these shows. We had Clash at the Castle last year, and obviously we saw the great reaction from the crowd, very passionate crowds. That's tickets for that selling really, really well. And now we get Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank, one of WWE's biggest shows. I mean, this, really, for a show of this size, you've got to go back to SummerSlam 92. And Clash at the Castle was massive, don't get me wrong. But also, that was the first and currently only Clash at the Castle. It was a bit of a bumped up B show, if you will. Certainly the card didn't feel like a B show. Certainly the stadium didn't feel like a B show. But I don't have many memories of Clash at the Castle throughout the ages. We can't talk about the great Clash at the Castle moments, right? Money in the Bank. Wow, that's a completely different story, isn't it? Money in the Bank is regarded as one of WWE's big 5. So you got the Royal Rumble, you got WrestleMania, you got SummerSlam, you got Survivor Series, you've got Money in the Bank. So for the UK to get this is absolutely huge. So we've started nice and early. The kickoff show doesn't actually start for a good few hours. I want to get to as many comments as possible, hence why we can take our time, we can chill, we can talk. I'm going to get to as many conversations as possible. And as we said, we're going to talk about the speculation. We're going to talk about the big talking points. We can talk about what I thought was an okay SmackDown last night. Certainly worth a watch. And there were certainly some interesting things to talk about coming out of it. But I don't think there was anything massively seismic that went down. I think probably we were hoping for, dare I say, a little more from that SmackDown. I think if you was there, you saw a lot of stars. I think that you would have had a great time. I think the crowd was awesome. I think there was some big moments like the LA Knight reaction, the disco ball, mirror ball for Pretty Deadly. That was really cool. You got to see, as I said, like a couple of championship matches. You got to see Roman. You got to see Logan. I mean, if you was there live, it ticked a lot of boxes. Like, I really don't think you would have left disappointed. And I watched it last night. I wasn't disappointed. But equally, there wasn't like, returns or, even Bianca didn't feel like she really turned. She just got involved in the match. I think we knew she would. But it didn't feel like it was a turn in particular. Does definitely feel like there's more of an edge to her, though, and it's going to be very interesting to see where that goes. I think it looks like triple threat. It feels like triple threat. Charlotte, Asuka, Bianca, triple threat, maybe SummerSlam. We could be looking at that match on the horizon. But, that's SmackDown. As we said, we can dig into it. We can talk about it. But I want to get your thoughts and comments. Ryan Gambler said, good morning, Days. What is the best Money in the Bank moment? Well, to be honest, if I was going to include everything connected with Money in the Bank, I would say Dolph Ziggler cashing in on Alberto Del Rio as my favorite Money in the Bank. I absolutely love that. I just thought it was the best cash in. I know there's a lot of people that would say Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Seth at WrestleMania is one that people always talk about, always rate as being the best cash in, but I will always say Dolph is my favorite. In regards to in an actual match, I would probably go. It's a bit of. I think it's like might even be from the very first one. I love Shelton Benjamin running up the ladder. So there was a ladder that was in another ladder, and I forget who it was that was trying to get the briefcase, and there was seemingly no one around. And the reason why this is so special is because we just weren't seeing these kind of things. Now you see these spots quite regular, so it's one of those where you might go back and watch it, and it just might not hit the same as it did at the same at the time, but at the time we just weren't used to seeing these kinds of spots. And Shelton Benjamin just runs full pelt, and because of the speeds and his momentum, he like runs up this ladder and manages to prevent the briefcase being claimed. And I just always remember that spot like being like everyone was raving about it. It was a proper OMG, did you see that moment type thing. I know it's also featured in WWE's top 10 moments in Money in the Bank history as well. So even WWE themselves regard it as one of the big moments in WWE Money in the Bank history. I believe their number one was Braun and Kevin Owens. They were up a ladder, kind of in the entranceway. I forget what year it was. And Braun, hurls Kevin off the top of the ladder. And it's like, it's a big, big fall, man. It's a big spot. And that was, I believe, their number one. But for me, the Shelton one is the one that I always think back to. But as I said, connected-wise, I would always go with Dolph Ziggler cashing in the Izod Center. I can see there's so many people joining us, and I'm honestly, I genuinely want to get to as many of these comments as possible. I'm not going to bang on about it too much, but if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. We don't tend to ask for them so much on the wrestling streams. We do it more on the UFC streams. But it does make a difference. We see that it makes a difference on the UFC streams. I think the same is probably going to be true here as well. Also, don't forget, if you're in the London area, maybe you're stopping over tonight after Money in the Bank, you can go to Wrestling Shop Live still. Sadly, I won't be there, but I did leave some signed prints. I signed, I don't know, about 30 or so that I gave over to the staff. They've put them behind the counter. So you can get those. They're free. And so you can pop in and get one of those. But also, D-Lo is still around, I believe. Bill is there today. And obviously, all the figures and everything are there as well. So they're open, obviously today and again tomorrow. And honestly, it's worth popping in. It's so much fun. Right, let's try and keep on top of this. James said Seth's Money in the Bank cash-in at Mania 31 was fire. James, shout out to you. Are you watching the show on your TV? I'm watching it on my laptop. So I'm actually going to be watching it on my laptop via the network. I'm not watching it through BT or anything. You have to pay for those. They do still do pay-per-views, but you have to pay for them. I'm not doing that. Not when I've got the network. Doesn't really make much sense, does it? So I've got my laptop in front of me. We're going to be watching it that way. I said last night, and it was true, last night's stream was, I can't say the hardest, but it was one of the hardest I've ever had to do. Not because I was tired or anything like that, but just because I was trying to watch it on catch-up because the show had already aired here. It kept crashing. It kept lagging. Not only that, it seemed like I think the commercial breaks were a bit out, so I was constantly having to check where you lot were compared to where I was. We couldn't really talk about finishes because I never really knew if I was in sync or if I was out of line. It was horrific. It was really bad, and I'm really grateful for people that bared with us on that. We shouldn't have that problem tonight. We're all going to be watching it at the same time on the network, I would imagine. Obviously, there'll be slight differences in network speeds. YouTube always put on a delay as well, so it's going to be what it's going to be, but it is not going to be what it was last night. So, yeah, I appreciate people bearing with me for that. Right, let's get into these comments, shall we? So, Macarai said, Days, there's been reports that Charlotte will be added to Money in the Bank or replace Zelina tonight. Dark Matter 70 said, how is your day going? It's going well, thank you. I'm so excited for the stream. I got asked like, how excited are you for this? And I think I was saying like, I'm just a bit more focused on like the technical stuff, just getting it set up, all that kind of stuff. And that was true. But now we're here. Now we're doing it. Now we're live. Now, like, you know, we're rocking and rolling. I'm at about a 9. I would say I'm at about a 9. This show is a show that I am so excited for, and I think a big part of that obviously is because it's in England, it's in London. Obviously, because I was at Wrestling Shop and I spoke to so many people. I do just love Money in the Bank as well. I mean, like, I think people love the Royal Rumble, right? It's many people's favorites, and this can't quite get to that level, but I think people really love this because this is so important as to who wins that briefcase. And this is why I disagree with you being able to cash it in on a mid-card title. Because all of a sudden, if you can cash it in on a mid-card title, it makes the match feel like a mid-card match. Because, it, like, you know, this is really us watching a mid-carder become a potential world champion. Or even a former world champion become a world champion again, right? Like, for me, the Royal Rumble is amazing. But if the prize to win the Royal Rumble was just a cup, right? And it wasn't main event WrestleMania, it wasn't choose a world champion of your choosing, right? If the prize wasn't as big, if it was like just, you know, greatest Royal Rumble where Braun got that belt, right? It would still be good because of the surprises, but it would definitely be missing something pretty massive. Right? It definitely wouldn't feel quite as important. And that's my problem with Money in the Bank. They've made it clear that you can now cash in on a mid-card title. And I'm just a bit like, don't really like that because it all of a sudden it does make you wonder, like, you know, if someone wins tonight, if LA Knight wins, you know, if LA Knight wins, we can't say, oh my God, he's going to cash in and become a world champion. Because they might make him cash in on the US title and he might become the United States champion. And I think, like, you know, that's going to have a lot of people very, very upset because they want the winner of this to potentially, as long as it's someone people like, you know, potentially go on to become, or at least try to become, a world champion. So I would say that's a concern that I've got about this. But even so, I still love Money in the Bank. We haven't seen loads of examples of them cashing in on mid-card titles yet. The concern would be if this is what they're going to start doing in a few years' time, it maybe won't feel quite as big. It maybe won't feel quite as special because all of a sudden, you know, it's a mid-card match. It's to cash in on a mid-card title, but it doesn't feel like that yet, right? I know Austin Theory cashed in on the US title. And I know that they've made it clear that this is a direction that they could be going in. But at the moment, for me, it doesn't feel like that yet. This still feels like Money in the Bank. It's still got that big buzz. The excitement was very real in London. You heard the crowd last night. I thought they were great during SmackDown. The Bailey chants, the LA Knight pop. Great reaction for Sammy and Kevin. I mean, this crowd is ready. A lot of people bought the combo tickets that get you SmackDown and Money in the Bank. So a lot of people that were at SmackDown last night will be there again tonight. So I'm expecting the crowd to be just as good. And because it's Money in the Bank, they might just even turn it up that little bit more. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. But I have to be very honest. There is that just twinge of concern that if we go down that road of making this a mid-card thing, the match then starts to feel a bit like a mid-card match. So I'm just a little worried on that front. But it's not affecting my enjoyment tonight. LA Dark Knight says, Days, your clock in the background isn't accurate. I'm worried people will think this is an old stream and you need to put a battery in, says LA Dark Knight. Well, actually, I really appreciate you pointing that out. This is, to be honest, it's a really old clock. You probably won't have heard of it, right? It's in London. It's actually like part of that, like Houses of Parliament and everything. But people don't tend to pay too much attention to it. And so as a result, I think it's just been allowed to kind of lose its way a little bit. And so the mechanism inside has actually stopped now. But to be honest, no one ever pays it attention. No one, I don't even know if people have even noticed. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, right? as I said, no one really looks. But yeah, I appreciate you pointing it out. But I think it's the mechanism inside. They probably should just knock it down, build some flats, build something useful. So maybe, I don't know if Houses of Parliament have got like a suggestion box, but, we could certainly send an email or something. Days, there's been report Charlotte will be added, says Macca. I saw that, buds. Harry said, Days, hope you're well. I'm pumped for Money in the Bank tonight. Who do you see being the one standout male or female from tonight's show? For me, I think it'll be LA Knight. Yeah, says Harry. Who will be the standouts for tonight, men and women? Well, maybe Logan. The reason why I say that is because the way that they seem to use Logan is they only use him for certain shows, and they tend to be bigger shows. They'll put him around the go home episodes. But by and large, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, that's where you're finding Logan, and obviously he's involved here at Money in the Bank. But whenever they use him, I think they really spend time with him to go, okay, what do you want to do? Like, whatever spots he's doing tonight have been planned, rehearsed, right? They know what they're doing. They know the spots that they want Logan to do. There is no way that he is going into these matches and doing these things just on the fly. I know it might feel like they're on the fly, but they're not on the fly. Yeah, they're well planned in advance. And I've got to think that, you think about the Royal Rumble, one of the big talking points was Logan and Ricochet, and that spot that they did with the mid-air collision. Well, both of those guys are in this match. Both of those guys saw the reaction that social media had to their Rumble spot. They are definitely, and you already know this, they are definitely giving Logan, and potentially Logan and Ricochet, something to get their teeth into that is going to get everyone talking. So I feel like it's going to be hard for LA Knight, certainly if he doesn't win it. I think the crowd reaction is going to be massive. The crowd are going to be right behind him. He's going to have the crowd reaction, but I think it's going to be hard for him to do anything that's going to be more eye-catching than what they've got planned for Ricochet and potentially what they've got planned for Logan. I think it'll be difficult for LA Knight to do that. If he wins it, the fact he's won it will, obviously get everywhere, and everyone will be talking about that. The crowd reaction, everyone will be talking and, be going on about that. But I do just worry that if he's not going to be winning it, what can he do other than the crowd reaction he gets? What can he do that's going to be more impressive than I think Ricochet or Logan? So LA Knight's definitely going to be one to watch. The crowd are going to be with him. He is the fan favorite. He is actually the favorite as well. I was looking at the odds on Fightful Select, and he is actually like minus 300 favorite. And I think Logan was second at like plus 150 or something. So very, very much he is the one to beat. Very much he is the one that everyone thinks it's going to go that way. Not like 100%. I don't even know what the percentage would be, but he is the odds-on favorite to do it. So I'll go with Logan being like eye-catching. I also think as well, though, whenever Gunther's on the cards, it's always hard to bet against Gunther. If you think about WrestleMania, everyone was buzzing about Gunther, Drew, and Sheamus. And then you think about Clash at the Castle, everyone was buzzing about Gunther and Sheamus. You think about the Royal Rumble, Gunther breaks the record for the longest time being in a Rumble. Like, they always seem to, and I think he does this himself as well, it always seems to be that we talk about Gunther after a pay-per-view. He's in the ring with Riddle. It could be an absolute banging match. Could be an absolute bang. It's a proper sleeper, that one. Everyone's focused on Money in the Bank. Everyone's focused on the Bloodline Civil War, but it just so happens that potentially the best professional wrestler in the world right now, Gunther, is also on the cards. And, he just keeps delivering 5-star matches. So I'm looking at Logan. I'm looking at the crowd reactions at LA. I'm looking at Gunther. Those are the names I'm looking at. In regards to the women, I don't think there's many women's matches here. Rhea isn't defending. Obviously, we got the Asuka Charlotte match last night. So I think we've got the women's tag match. I don't think there'll be much that comes out of that. I expect Ronda and Raquel to retain. So really, we've got to look in the Money in the Bank match. And if I'm looking in there, I'm thinking Io Sky stands a good chance of getting the win. And the thing with Io, if she wins, they'll talk about her. But even if she doesn't win, you'll talk about her because she is the genius of the Sky. You know, she does like the big moonsaults and big aerial attacks. So she, in a way, is like the female Ricochet to some degree. So the thing with Io is if she wins, everyone will talk about her. But even if she doesn't win, she's going to be doing some spots. And you've got the potential of Io and Bayley splitting up. So I'm going to go Io, right? Which is just the boring pick. Hence why I didn't spend too long talking about it. But I'll say everyone's going to talk about Io. And she'll really stand out. And I'll go with, I don't disagree with the Logan thing. I think the crowd reaction will mean that people talk about him, but Logan and Gunther as well. And then, of course, we've got Brock potentially coming in. That could be a talking point. Drew could come back. That could be a talking point. And if Roman gets pinned, which could happen tonight, that's going to be a big talking point as well. So this is what's so exciting. There is so many things that could go down. It's very exciting. Omeron said, Randy Orton's new theme has dropped. He can return tonight, says Omeron. John Elite said, Days, can Randy still do the RKO after all the injuries? Well, he's been given the all clear. I would imagine he's probably been told that he is going to have to amend his fighting style. So RKO, there's maybe a chance that you do see it again. Whether he's going to be able to do it on the regular, I would think probably not. I would be surprised if he came back and he was still able to do it as his main finisher, and we got it pretty much at the end of all the Randy matches. You know, you pretty much see it at some point during all of his matches. I don't know that you're going to be able to do that. You know, you might have to start seeing him kind of adjusting his wrestling technique, his wrestling style. And there's been lots of wrestlers that have had to do that. You know, I believe Will Ospreay has been told the same, that he has got to adjust his wrestling style as well. I mean, look at the age of Randy. Look how serious that injury was. The fact that he's now going to have to be bumping on his back to do that RKO means it's probably one that he's going to have to use a bit more sparingly going forward. But equally, I would be surprised if we never saw it, you know, again. That would surprise me as well. Do you see Randy returning tonight, says Asib? No. I really don't. I don't see him returning tonight because I know that there's word that he's been given the all clear, but I think that Drew coming back tonight makes a lot of sense because we're in London and we're in the UK. And even though it's not Scotland, it's as close as we're going to get for a while. And so him coming back, seemingly he's ready to come back. They've just been waiting for the right creative. We've got this new championship belt around the waist of Seth. I think Drew against Seth potentially at, Drew against Seth, or maybe even we do Drew against Finn, if Finn is victorious. But I think it'll likely be Seth. But we could do that match at SummerSlam. Because it's not a million miles away, SummerSlam. It's not that far away at all. So, you know, we could be doing that. I am thinking that Drew is the one. And I've said this before, you really don't want to be doing too many returns. I think as wrestling fans, we can get a little overexcited with going, oh my God, we could get Bray, we could get Randy, we could get Drew, we could have this happen, we could have that happen, we could have this happen. History kind of tells us that you certainly can get moments like that, of course, but they're not going to want to do loads. I mean, look at the Royal Rumble. At the Royal Rumble, they could fill that with at least 10 surprises if they wanted to. If they really wanted to, they could do half the Rumble as surprises, half as the big names on the current roster, but they don't do it. They only do like a handful, like 3 surprises or so, Because if you get like surprise, 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 it kind of lessens the impact of each surprise. And also, if Randy came back, they want everyone on Twitter to be talking about Randy. Once the show ends, they will want you to be talking about Randy. They're not going to want you to be talking about Randy and Drew and potentially Roman being pinned and Bray Wyatt and, you know, Bailey and Iota and they don't want all those ands. They don't want you to be, they don't want like wrestling fans having a million different conversations. They're going to want wrestling fans having largely the same type of conversation. That's how it helps things trend. If we're all talking about the same topics, that's how it helps things trend on Twitter. So they're going to want us to be focused on just a handful of things tonight. There'll be a handful of things that they want us talking about. There'll be a handful of moments that they want us to react to and put reaction videos out to and do review videos on and all that kind of stuff. So this is why I'm thinking I quite fancy Drew tonight. I quite fancy Drew coming back. There's a few little moments that I quite fancy. I'm not sold on Randy. I think it's too soon. I think like you could do Randy at SummerSlam, you know? He might have been given the all clear, but has he started like getting the ring rust off? Is he doing the stuff in the ring? Is he like, you know, shaking the cobwebs off? Just because there's a report saying he's now being given the all clear might not mean that he's anywhere close to actually returning in ring. So if we give him that little bit longer, we know that SummerSlam tends to have a few big surprises and a few big returns. So for me, it just makes a lot of sense to potentially look at him coming back there. Again, you know, I can be wrong. But that's just where my head's at the moment. I'm personally not expecting it. I'm thinking Drew is the one that I'm fancying. Did you see Butch do the Bruiserweight pose on SmackDown last night, says James. I think he's done that before, to be honest. I've seen him do that. I don't know where he did it. I think it was when Triple H first took over. Because when Triple H took over last year, we was expecting him to change Butch to Pete Dunne. And actually, you might remember Butch used to wrestle in like a vest and he used to wrestle in like trouser type things, right? He didn't used to wrestle in the singlet. And when Triple H took over, we started seeing him wrestle in the singlet. And we also started to see him doing the bruiserweight kind of gesture as well. But so there was a lot of excitement. I remember talking about it. This is why it's in my head. I remember talking about it going, oh, it's coming. We're going to be changing it. Nothing ever changed. Nothing ever evolved. And we never took those next steps to forwards. So now that he's back in England, it doesn't really surprise me that he's doing that. I'm not surprised that he's like, doing it again and teasing it. The bigger surprise for me was that he didn't come out last night as Pete Dunne and he came out as Butch. Like that was the bigger surprise because I'd been talking to a lot of people in London and the thought was, yeah, they could do it. They could do it. And who knows, maybe they're still going to do it, but they're just going to do it tonight. And we were saying, like, could you imagine, like, the kind of lights go down, it's quiet for a second, and then the Bruiserweight music hits, and then the graphics come on, and it just says Pete Dunne, the Bruiserweight or something, and out he walks, doing the pose with his singlet. That place will go banana. It will go banana. It is something that people really, really want here. Like, he was so cool and credible. He was just himself. It just felt quite genuine. Whereas, like, having got so used to him as the Bruiserweight, as Pete Dunne, seeing how great he was in NXT UK, seeing him in NXT, now having to see him, like, really change his character and become Butch. I mean, what you would compare it to is LA Knight becoming Max Dupree, right? It's different, right? It might still be the same person, but it's not hitting the same. Now, he managed to go back to being LA Knight. Well, everyone seems to be waiting for Butch to go back to being Pete Dunne. Certainly here in London. It was a very popular conversation that was being had. So we're going to have to wait and see if that's how it goes down tonight. We're going to have to wait and see if that's how it goes down tonight. But as I said, for me, the biggest surprise was that we didn't see it change last night. But fingers crossed it still goes down that way tonight. What are your thoughts and predictions on tonight's Money in the Bank? Yeah, as well, I've got a prediction video that's actually up on the channel. So you can see there's only a little short thing as well. It's only a minute long. My predictions on that, I love doing the shorts that way, by the way. So when it comes to predictions, that's definitely the way forward that I'm going to keep doing them. I'm going to keep doing them that way. I've had such great feedback of people saying it's so convenient to watch them that way. In regards to the little shorts that I do as the reviews for the shows, just changing those a little bit. I'm just putting them out as like videos. They're still short, but they're just a little more video-esque because you can't actually change the thumbnails on shorts. It just selects what your thumbnail is going to be, and you cannot change them. And I think that that's what's kind of missing from them. So if I do them more as like little videos rather than as shorts, I can do thumbnails and things. So that's why I'm just having a little play around with that. But they've not gone or anything. They've just sort of changed how they're being presented. They'll still be exactly the same over on TikTok, for example, where I've got like a TikTok channel. I upload them all over there as well. So yeah, I've got that little short. I don't believe my predictions have actually changed from what I said in that short. I think I said that I thought it would be Logan, because I do worry that we're going to go that way. The reason why I'm not totally on board with LA is because he didn't get onto the WrestleMania cards. He wasn't at Backlash. He wasn't at Night of Champions apart from sitting in the crowd. This is a guy that's had no meaningful storylines. He's not been on pay-per-views. He's just been an afterthought. He has just been an afterthought. And so now he's managed to get into the Money in the Bank ladder match. And he's getting like incredible reactions. Are WWE going to change their plans? Because I don't think LA Knight was the plan. I don't think he was the plan. Well, are WWE going to change their plans because of these crowd reactions? I think what might happen is the LA Knight now is going to be on pay-per-view shows, right? It's going to be on premium live events where he wasn't. He wasn't at WrestleMania. We did a 2-day WrestleMania and LA Knight was not a part of it, right? So that should tell you as to how WWE were viewing him just a couple of months ago. Okay, now I know that this has been an incredible rise, right? And the fans have just absolutely grabbed him and took him to their hearts, right? And fully aware of that. But are WWE going to pull the trigger tonight? Are they going to pull the trigger tonight? I still have a sense of doubt because I think they've got a plan for Money in the Bank. And I don't think that plan is LA Knight. And I think what we could be looking at is that something happens in this match that prevents LA Knight from winning, but it sets up his match for SummerSlam. So he will be on the SummerSlam card. I don't see how you can't have LA Knight at SummerSlam now. He's too over. But to be honest, judging by WrestleMania, judging by Backlash, judging by Night of Champions, I really don't know if he was going to be on the SummerSlam card. I don't even know if he was going to be in Money in the Bank. So I think the crowd reactions are working. I think that we're seeing movements, but I don't know if that movement is going to be quick enough to give him the actual briefcase tonight. So I went with Logan. I think I can just see why they would do it. I can just see why they would want to go in that direction, and they would want to have Logan showing off the briefcase. The thing with Logan winning is he can then go on his podcast. He can show off the briefcase. He can educate non-wrestling fans as to what the briefcase means. Whenever there's a pay-per-view or even a big show like, I don't know, Madison Square Garden or whatever, he can say on his podcast, do you know what? I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to cash in. I quite fancy it. And then not do it, right? Him saying that might get his fans to tune into that show because they want to see him, become the champion. He can tease that for 12 months. That's 12 months of Logan going, I'm going to cash it in, and then he doesn't, or I'm going to cash it in and he tries, but he doesn't succeed. He gets foiled, like Austin Theory kept getting foiled. And so you can tease it and tease it. Eventually, he'll cash it in. Now, he might be successful. He might not be successful. But I can see why that would be something that would be appealing to WWE. And WWE have shown themselves, man, to not give a flip about upsetting the fans. I mean, Logan did nothing to warrant main eventing Crown Jewel against Roman Reigns. The only way that he got into that match was by insulting Roman on his podcast. That was it. That was it. That was all he did. And that was enough for him to get a match. I believe by the time we had that match, he had one win as a singles competitor in WWE, right? One win. He beat The Miz at SummerSlam. And then, Roman comes on his podcast. He insults him. He gets to main event Crown Jewel. He gets to compete for the championship after winning one singles match. And so WWE, it's not going to be an issue for them. It's not going to be something that they're going to worry about putting the belt on Logan, because they put him in the main event of Crown Jewel, and for seemingly this kind of business reasons. More than like the creative reasons. So I just think Logan's the pick for me. I'll take LA Knight, though. If it's going to be LA Knight, I'll take it. Zelina Vega, Becky, Zoe, Bailey, Io. I've gone with Io. I think she's the favorite as well. Cody against Dominic. I've gone Dominic. I think that's Brock or Rhea. To be honest, like Cody doesn't benefit by beating Dominic. Cody doesn't get anything from it. It's just a win for Cody. Right? He's meant to beat Dominic. But if Dominic beats Cody, wow. Do you remember when Dominic beat AJ because of outside interference? And he was gloating about that for ages. Like, imagine if he beats Cody. And he will not shut up about that. And he'll let Cody know about it as well. But obviously, Cody would never lose that clean. But if Cody was to lose because of, say, Brock, that'd be an embarrassing loss to Dominic. It obviously sets up the Brock match. I really quite fancy them going Dominic with that. Seth against Finn. I'm leaning Seth, to be honest. I think that he's not had the title that long. I think that he's been defending it quite a lot, quite often. I think that he lost to Finn back in 2016. If anything, this could be revenge for Seth to actually get a victory. He wants that version of Finn from 2016. And the reason is because he wants to beat that version. The version he didn't beat in 2016. So I think that Seth could get his revenge, could retain, and then we could get Drew coming out, and that'll set us up with Seth versus Drew. I think Finn and Damian, their tensions are still going to boil away. Maybe Damian comes down to try and help and ends up like being a bit more of a hindrance or something. I feel like what we're doing with Bailey and Io might be what we're seeing with Damian and Finn, and we're seeing a bit of division there. So I'm going to go with Seth. I think the Usos are going to beat Roman and Solo. I don't see why Roman and Solo need to get the win here. Feels like the Usos are the best tag team in WWE history. I know that Roman and Solo are both killers, but they're not a tag team. I don't even know if they've ever teamed together. So I've got to go with the Usos because that'll set up whatever comes next. And maybe Roman gets pinned. Maybe. Then we've got Ronda and Shayna against Liv and Raquel. I'm going to go with Ronda and Shayna just because I don't know what you would do with them if they didn't win. Because if you can't separate them, because individually they're quite weak. Together, I think they make a decent little team. Liv and Raquel, I mean, both have got great singles futures. So it makes sense for them to be single stars rather than a women's tag team. So I think that Ronda, Shayna retain. And then Gunther against Riddle. Easiest one on the card. Gunther's going to win. No disrespect to Riddle, but I think Gunter's going on to break that record, the Honky Tonk Man record. I think he's going to go on and march his way onto that. So, yeah, it's a good card. It's a juicy card. There's a lot of stuff out there for everybody to get excited about. And as I said, I was just absolutely overwhelmed with so many different thoughts and feelings, predictions. There's so many twists and turns that can go down. I have just seen one that I didn't mention on screen. One of those twists and turns. We'll get to it in a second. Jordan said Damian Priest is another favorite to win Money in the Bank. I've actually got the odds from Fightful. So these are the actual betting odds. So it is, let's go down. Main event. Don't know if here it is. Okay, so these are the odds for men's Money in the Bank, right? So LA Knight minus 300. Okay, the bigger the minus number, the more you are a favorite. So if he was minus 1,000, that would be massive, right? If you're plus, then you're a bit more of a unlikely, right? So minus 300 for LA Knight is very good, right? Then Logan Paul is plus 120. Then Damian Priest is plus 200. Then Santos is plus 2,000. Then you've got Shinsuke plus 2,000. Then you got Butch plus 2,500. And then Ricochet is the absolute outsider. He is plus 3,300. So what that actually means is if you bet $100 on Ricochet and Ricochet wins, you would get $3,300 back. That's how big of an underdog he is, right? If you put $100 on Ricochet and he wins, you'd get $3,300 back. In regards to LA Knight, you would have to bet $300 to win 100, right? That's how big of a favorite he is. You'd have to bet 300 to get 100 back. You'd obviously get you 300 back as well, but you'd only make 100 if LA Knight wins. So you'd have to gamble. You'd have to gamble $300 just to get potentially make 100, right? So that's how it looks in the men's. In the women's, Io Sky minus 600. That means you'd have to bet $600 to make 100, right? So she's an even bigger favorite than LA Knight. Becky Lynch is plus 400. So that means bet 100, you'd get 400 back. Bailey is plus 800. Zoe Stark is plus 800. Trish is plus 1,200. And Zelina Vega is plus 2,000. Intercontinental match. This is the only other one we've got by the looks of it. Intercontinental match. Gunter minus 2,000. Matt Riddle plus 700. So that means that you would have to bet $2,000 to make $100 on Gunter. That's how big of a favorite he is. Gamble $200 to make 100. Right, let's scroll back up. What's your favorite scary film? Said, what's the odds for KSI helping Logan tonight? Well, I think there's a very good chance of that. KSI was involved at WrestleMania. Obviously, we're in London. Obviously, it's no problem for him to get there, in all fairness. Someone of his star power, it's not really a problem for him to get anywhere in the world. So, but London obviously is very accessible. This is a place that KSI knows very well. He's done lots of events at the O2. I think there's definitely a chance. WWE, they are fully aware as to how big of a deal KSI, Logan, Prime, all that stuff. I spoke to so many kids that had Prime bottles and were telling me about the different flavors and all that kind of stuff. And it's over. It's what everyone's into. It's what the kids are into. So it could absolutely happen. I don't know if there's actual odds, but it could actually definitely go that way. United We Love said, do you think tonight is worth Roman getting pins? And will it take away from the value of Roman getting pinned when he loses the titles, as it won't be the first time? That's a great question. It's a great question. I actually think that Roman getting pinned tonight, there is a really good chance of it. Because, and I think a lot of people would agree that if Roman is going to be pinned, but not lose the title, an Uso, probably Jay, is the person to do it, right? It's the person to do it. You can maybe make the argument of Sammy could be the person to do it as well, but Sammy is, this isn't really the place for that. There was some thoughts at Night of Champions, of course, because we had Roman and Solo against Sammy and Kevin. So there was a thought that we could see Sammy pin Roman, right? But it didn't go down that way. And in all fairness, in retrospect, it would have been a nice moment, but it wouldn't have led to anything because seemingly there's no plans to do Sammy and Roman again. Like there's no plans for that. So this one might be different because if Jay pins Roman, does that set up Jay, Roman, SummerSlam? Does it set it up for that? Brock versus Cody, Jay versus Roman. You could go in those directions. Maybe it could be Jimmy that pins Roman. I feel like we've done a lot more work with Jay, though, than we have with Jimmy. If I'm being honest, Jay is the right-hand man. Jay is, being presented as you was next to be, the tribal chief. Because of Jimmy's injury, Jay has just been involved in this story longer. So I feel like Jay, for me, would be the one of the two that I would have do it. This show, because Collision runs on a Saturday, because AEW is a thing, there is no B shows for WWE now. Every pay-per-view has got to deliver. Every pay-per, you can't have those kind of sleeper pay-per-views where there's no Roman, there's no, the matches are okay. But, back in the day, we would get, Baron Corbin against Dolph Ziggler because they were having a little feud or something. And, it'd be a match you wouldn't really be looking forward to. It'd be like, it might be okay, but I'm not really into it. There was a lot of that back in the day. You don't see that so much now. Now the matches are really built. Everything's got a purpose. Be it it's for a championship or it's part of a big story or whatever it might be. And so, you just can't afford to have matches that are just there to make up the numbers, to kill a bit of time, to fill a bit of time, whatever it might be. These pay-per-views, these premium live events, they've got to deliver each and every time. So I think, to me, I'm not looking at this, and I don't think anyone would look at Money in the Bank as being just a B show anyway, but I'm not looking at this as being like, oh, is this not big enough for that to happen? I think the premium live events are big enough for anything to happen because gone are the days where we can afford to just, put something out. There is serious competition for WWE now. And I do think, that is making them raise their game. I mean, don't forget, tonight you have got an option of just skipping this and watching Collision, if you so desire, right? If you so want to watch Collision, you can watch Collision. But WWE are going to want you to be tuned in into this instead. So they're going to need to give you reasons to tune in. So, I think there is a chance this could happen. And the other part of the question, I really like that. The other part of the question was, do you think it will diminish if someone pins Roman that moment? And my answer to that would be no. I actually don't think it takes away because, for example, if Cody is the one to beat Roman, right? I don't know that anyone in that moment, if it's, say, WrestleMania 40, Cody pins and beats Roman and he's got those titles or that title, and tears are running down his face. And he's looking up at the heavens to his dad saying, this is for you, or whatever that moment is, could be, will be. And he's just, this is boyhood dream coming true. This is story being finished. This is hitting you in the feels. This is Dusty Rhodes. This is all of that. The Rhodes family. You think of Dusty, you think of Goldust, you think of Dashing Cody Rhodes, you think of Stardust, you think of AEW, you think of the journey, you think of the story, you think of all of those things. In that moment, I think you would have to be quite disconnected from what was going on to be, this doesn't really feel as big because we've already seen Roman be pinned. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to be pretty disconnected from the story, and Cody's done it. Like, I think in that moment when Roman loses, if he loses to Cody, there won't be a dry eye in the house, man, because it's the story being completed. I think in that moment, I genuinely don't think people are going to be saying, I just wish Roman hadn't been pinned before, because then I'd be a bit more excited about this. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's going to be a focus. So it's something that I would be absolutely fine with them doing, to be honest. Brenton, shout out to you. I get there are other storylines, but I think including an Uso in Money in the Bank pre-Bloodline breakup would have been an interesting wrinkle. Thoughts? Including an Uso in Money in the Bank pre-Bloodline breakup would have been an interesting wrinkle. Don't know quite what you mean. So are you saying like that one of them should qualify for Money in the Bank before they broke up? I mean, timeline-wise, I think they were sort of breaking up around the time those qualifying matches were happening anyway, so I don't think I suppose you could have like pushed it forward a bit and done it, but I don't know. I think that would have got a bit confusing, a bit too. An Uso will get a title shot. If they pin Roman. If WWE want to do Jey Uso against Roman, you can do it. The other thing as well is that I actually would be horrified if someone cashed in on Roman and won the title that way. Like, for me, that's horrific. So I don't think it wouldn't bother me. I understand what you're saying. It would be an interesting, I'm going to cash this in type thing. And it would be, as you rightfully put it, a wrinkle, right? So I'm not saying what you've said is like wrong, or the way you've worded it is wrong. But what I'm saying is that wouldn't really float my boat, because I don't want to see this title reign by Roman come to an end by a cash-in, right? I feel like you don't really benefit then, because it's not so much about who, it's not so much about like this person is fine. It's that in it. They finally beat Roman, right? He has finally been defeated, but it's going to take something away if the way you did it was by running down to the ring and cashing in after Roman had just been victorious and he was shattered and he was like flat out. All right, his reign will have come to an end, and Jey Uso would have been the one to have done it. But for it to have gone that way and ended that way, I don't know how much Jey then benefit. It doesn't fully pass the torch, if that makes sense. It would be a little bit like someone beating Undertaker's streak by count out. Do you know what I mean? So like they're in the ring, Undertaker's down, he can't get back in. Referee is counting, gets to 10, streak's over, but that person has not pinned or submitted Undertaker. Or even worse, how about if it was Undertaker versus Brock, right? And Finn Balor came down to the ring and started beating up Brock Lesnar. Referee calls the bell and it's a DQ. Brock wins by DQ, and that's how the Undertaker's streak ends. Is a disqualification loss. That would be horrific. That would be so underwhelming. That wouldn't feel like the ending of the streak. It wouldn't have been that epic moment. The crowd would have been so annoyed with that. I sort of feel like it's a bit comparable to that you've got Roman, who's had epic battles, and people have come super close. Cody's come close, Sammy's come close, Drew's come close. There's been a lot of people that have come close to ending this. So for someone to just come running down with the briefcase, I do wonder a little bit if that's why they're kind of talking about the winner's going to cash in or can cash in on the mid-card belts. I actually think the winner of the men's Money in the Bank cashes in on Seth's belt. I really don't want them to cash in on a mid-card belt. I think there's a chance they do cash in on a mid-card belt. I don't want them to cash in on a mid-card belt. But, I think Seth's belt is going to be right there for the taking. So, I suppose in a way, I mean, I do not expect in any realm LA Knight to win and then cash in on Roman. There's not a single fiber in my body that is expecting that. LA Knight could absolutely win, but if he wins, then I think best case scenario will be he cashes in on Seth's belt and he cashes in on that world championship. So I'm all right with it not having an Uso in Money in the Bank, because as I said, like, you could tease it and it would be like it'd provide a wrinkle, but I'd be horrified if it actually went that way and they actually had like the Money in the Bank winner end Roman's like historic title reign that way. Bang. Just as Brock got squashed by Goldberg and it was shock factor, it did not mean Brock getting pinned the next time wasn't a massive deal. I think it will be a similar case with Roman, said United We Love. They can wait to the Uso beats them and then cash in after. Khalil said about last night's SmackDown, I'm sure that the WWE Championship had Brock Lesnar's side plates and not Roman's. Yeah, I did see that on Twitter. So I haven't actually gone back to look for it myself, but it is doing the rounds on Twitter that Paul Heyman had a championship and it had apparently Brock's side plates. Now, I really don't know how that happens, to be honest. I mean, Brock's not involved with Roman. I don't see that as a tease of anything. I don't think they've put the side plates on early. You know, it's not like Brock's facing Roman tomorrow, or even there's any plans to do Brock Roman in the foreseeable future. And even if they were going to have a match at, say, SummerSlam, which apparently they're not, because apparently it's going to be Cody against Brock, why would you change the side plates now? So it feels more like for some reason they couldn't find Roman side plates, and I don't know, perhaps like this belt is one they had at the shop and they only had I don't know. I mean, what I can tell you is Wrestling Shop Live actually was selling some Roman side plates, so someone could have just popped down to Waterloo Station and got some, to be honest. It wouldn't have been a problem. Wrestling Shop Live had them. They had their back, man. And I would imagine that like Euroshop would be selling them as well. So part of me thinks that they just must not have noticed. They just mustn't have noticed. They must somehow, this belt already had Brock Lesnar side plates on. I wonder if they just grabbed it from Euroshop or something. You know, perhaps they just grabbed it from there. And it just happened to be one that already had Brock's and no one noticed, and Paul Heyman goes out with it. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. But I didn't double check. I mean, it was a picture that was doing the rounds on Twitter, and you know it can sometimes be fake news. But I didn't double check it. It's one that I didn't get a chance to do my video, unfortunately, because obviously I'd been at Wrestling Shop Live, jumped on a train, came back, did the SmackDown stream. The last thing I wanted to do was do that short video last night and then get up and be like, super tired today. I prioritized getting good sleep, so I was fresh. I was ready for this. So I will still do that video, but it might actually be a bit out of sync. It might be that I will be straight onto the Money in the Bank video after this. So it might be that it's all a little bit out of whack. It is what it is. Right, let's go down. I think KSI could attack Rollins and Carlito returns, says Andrew. United We Love said, Days, your thoughts on the rumors from some months ago that Roman didn't want to work with Bray, is when he first came back, there was lots of rumors of it happening. Well, I don't know that I don't know that that's a thing. I don't know how true that is. The only thing I can say is that Bray is very difficult to work with, in the sense of you have to. There's a very different strategy and mindset of what wrestling should be, right? So I feel like Bray goes into a very creative storytelling, borderline and not even borderline at times, supernatural presentation, whereas the rest of the show is not that way. We don't have anything else on the show that's supernatural, right? We don't have anything else on the show that kind of resembles what Bray is doing. Certainly you've got Valhalla doing her, kind of ritual stuff, but it's just all Viking ceremonies. There's nothing actually there that's, mysterious or whatever. We've called up Isla and Alba, but we've not seen anything out of them that's been mysterious. I think, Scarlet sometimes can use like some fireballs or whatever. But I mean, I feel like fans know what that is. It's like fire paper kind of stuff. So there's not really anything else there. So I think with Roman, the bloodline story has been so good, but it's also been like set on and based on relationships. It's been based on, how does Jay feel about Sammy? How does Sammy feel about Jay? How does Sammy feel about Jimmy? How does Jimmy feel about Sammy? How does Solo feel about Sammy? How does Solo feel about his brothers, the Usos, compared to how he feels about Roman? How does Roman feel about Sammy? How does Roman feel about the Usos? How does Heyman feel about Sammy? We've explored all of that. And this is where we've been able to just get little looks, little moments, Jay not liking Sammy, but yet still can't help but laugh at Usi and stuff like this. Like this is where, or like, Jay ripping the shirt off Sammy, get out the bloodline, only for Roman to then give him the honorary use one. And so Sammy goes from being dejected to elated. Jay goes from pumped up, yes, he's going, to absolutely deflated. It's all little looks. It's all little subtle things. That just does not vibe with supernatural, Uncle Howdy's, whatever it might be, right? We're talking about very real relationships, little looks, little nuances, compared with, the bonkers world of Bray Wyatt. So if Roman was like, because I don't know that this is what he said. I don't know if this is true, right? But if it is, my guess would be this is the reason why. The reason why is because it's just so out of sync with what we're doing with the bloodline story. It just, this is why Brock turned it down. Brock's a former UFC champion. Brock is someone that just wants to smash people, hurt people, right? He's not interested in the fun house, right? And stuff like those lines. So I think this is where there's a real struggle finding opponents for Bray. Brock has got the ability to say no. Roman has got the ability to say no. I think there's quite a few superstars that don't have that ability to say no, and they end up having to go into that feud. Some of them potentially, and like not wanting to, actually going into it and doing it, but not really wanting to do it. Some of them absolutely loving it, though. I think Randy Orton got it. He has also said in interviews, though, Randy Orton, that it's very difficult. Some of it is really hard to do that stuff and make it work. So there's some real challenges to doing it. But you'd have to say that Randy is probably Bray's great opponent, his greatest foe. And so I think Randy has done a good job of being in that world and kind of understanding the psychology of it all. But it's just not for some people. So, and people like Brock and people like Roman are so high up that ladder, they have that ability to say, we don't want a part of this. Brock can't challenge Roman as long as Roman is champion, says John. Faded said, sorry, I only just got here, but what happened to Bray? Don't know. I don't think there's been any news. Have you seen Roman's recent tweet? I haven't. What has his recent tweet said? Is it doing the rounds? Let's go down. Realistically, do you see anyone in the men's Money in the Bank ZSC winning a world title? They all feel mid-card. They seem incapable of beating Roman or Seth. And I can't see a world where Logan is world champion. Well, I'm going to say that I can see someone becoming a world champion. What I love about Money in the Bank is I love people that are mid-carders winning Money in the Bank so that they can become world champions. I think about Dolph Ziggler, who was not a main event star, who cashed in on Alberto Del Rio and, you know, became a world champion. You know, I think about Daniel Bryan as well. You know, there's quite a few people that you can go back and point to that won Money in the Bank that were then able to use that as a way of winning a world title, having a run with that belt, maybe kicking on and becoming a world champion again. Or maybe that was their one and done, right? Maybe that was it for them. But I love seeing like people that are in that mid card that just haven't been given that opportunity yet. This is their opportunity. This is their time. And what makes it so great is once you've got the belt, I think it's easier to defend it than it is to win it. Like once you've got it, like it's easier to keep it than it is to try and win it. You know, for example, if Cody was champion, it should be easier for him to retain that belt and keep that belt than it is for him to be winning that belt, because getting opportunities sometimes, only sometimes, can be a bit tricky. I mean, look, he won the Rumble. I mean, think about this. Logan insulted Roman on his podcast, got a shot at the title. Cody, right, came back at WrestleMania, had to face Seth multiple times, then got his injury, then had to win the Rumble, then main evented WrestleMania, but lost thanks to outside interference. Now he's involved in a feud with Brock. Whilst Brock's not around, he's got to deal with Dominic. Now he finds himself on a completely different brand to Roman. Like, there's so many barriers and obstacles that are like being put in Cody's way compared to, say, Logan's way, you know? It's really random how like you can get a title shot. Some people it's like super easy. Some people it's super difficult. So I sort of feel like you've got a lot of these mid-carders who it's just never been their time to get their opportunity. Well, the Money in the Bank means it's their time when they want it to be. And it also means odds are in your favor that you will cash in and you will succeed. And I love that. I love that. I love seeing a mid-carder finally go on to become a world champion. So could I see LA Knight winning and then cashing in on Seth to become the new world champion? Yes. Yeah, certainly if these crowd reactions continue, yes. Because LA Knight could win this. He could carry it for 12 months. Keep building those crowd reactions, right? Keep teasing it. Keep having him doing his promos. WWE could keep an eye on those reactions. Are they growing? Are they staying the same? Are they growing? Or are they declining? But I've got to think if he's got the briefcase, you know, every time he's going to come running down, people are going to be losing their mind, man. And I can see them doing it. What do you lose? Because, like, you've got two world champions. The other champ's Roman at the moment. And if it's not Roman, chances are it's Cody at WrestleMania. So, like, you're pretty much guaranteed that the face of the company is kind of dealt with. Like, the face, the Hogan, the Stone Cold, the Roman, the Cena. That's dealt with. That's on the other. That's, you know, Roman, it's Cody, it's whoever. So that means that whoever wins Money in the Bank has got an opportunity to cash in on the Seth belt, the world title belt. They don't need to be the face. They can just, you know, it's a bit like the old world heavyweight championship, you know. Jack Swagger had it, for example. That's the one Dolph Ziggler won, for example. Like, the pressure was kind of off on those guys because you had Cena. Cena was the face. So the pressure was off the other title. It was seen as a secondary title. But I think Seth's is seen as a secondary title. So I think that you could get LA Knight, they could do Logan. They could do Logan. I mean, I would hate it, but it would be realistic because anyone can win a ladder match. He can win this briefcase. And certainly if KSI could help him, Logan could win it. And then if you've got that briefcase, you are odds on favorite. You are odds on favorite to cash it in and succeed. So, yeah, I think that we could be seeing, a new world champion. I would much rather see a new world champion. Shinsuke. Shinsuke's been around for ages, former IWGP champion. He competed for the title against AJ Styles. Could Triple H pull the trigger on Shinsuke? Could we see Damian Priest take that next step forwards and set up a feud between him and Finn for the world title? And could Damian Priest be the one that actually cashes in on Seth? So, yeah, you know, you might look at a Santos, you might look at a Butch, you know, you might look at a few of the names that are in there and think, well, a Ricochet, can't quite see him like doing it. But I don't know, man. A Damian Priest, Shinsuke Nakamura, LA Knight, a Logan Paul. I could see any of those cashing in on. Seth's belt. Brenton said, don't forget, cash-ins don't have to be that way. Remember when Rob Van Dam cashed in on Cena? He gave Cena advance notice and did it at one night stand. Usos could have done that way, in my opinion. I think that's... I agree, but I do also think that's a bit of a waste of the briefcase. Certainly when the Usos have got other ways of getting a title match. So, like, if you are going to have that briefcase, I think people want the moment to be that you're going to come running down. I made this point about Cody because ages ago we were talking about Cody potentially winning Money in the Bank to then have a match with Roman. And I said, fine, but if you're going to do that, he's got to announce it in advance because I don't want to see what I just explained. I don't want to see someone come running down and cash in on Roman because as much as people might not like Roman, this is a historic title reign that will be remembered, that is a marker for this period of wrestling. And so I don't want to see it end with someone come running down and cash in on a weakened Roman Reigns. So if Cody was going to be involved and was going to win this Money in the Bank, he would have to announce it in advance. But it is also a waste of the briefcase because someone like Cody doesn't need to win this to get that title opportunity because he is a main event star. He will get a shot at that title again in the future. I've no doubt about that. You know, WrestleMania was not his one and done. I actually expect him to find a way of maybe winning the Rumble again next year or maybe Elimination Chamber. Right? It could be that the Rumble winner chooses Seth and the winner of the Chamber goes on to face Roman at WrestleMania. And somehow Cody finds his way into that. So I feel like we could see Cody get another opportunity next year. In regards to the Usos, I sort of feel like, well, if one of them pins Roman tonight, there's going to be so much like noise around, oh my God, Roman's been pinned, that easily we can take that and go, okay, there's your SummerSlam match. There's your SummerSlam match. Plus also because it's family and it's also personal. I actually don't think, listen, if Roman got upset and WWE made a match against Logan because of some comments that were made, think about how easy it will be to make a match with this being family, right? You know, if Jay says you're not the tribal chief, you never were, and Roman wants to reinstate his position or reinforce his position as the head of the table, the tribal chief, and in order to do that, he's got to bring down Jay, then I think that Roman wouldn't even think twice of granting Jay a title opportunity, just so in Roman's mind, he can humble him. He can reinforce his position in the family. He can reinstate himself as the undeniable tribal chief of the Anoa'i family. And I just think there's other ways that you can get to it. So it's not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that it's not the direction that I would personally have looked to have gone in, because I think there are other ways you can do Usos against Roman. I don't think you need to sacrifice the excitement of the money in the bank cash-in moments, which I think, as I've just said, I would do on Seth, and I would have someone cash in on Seth. Let's go up to this one. Massive shout out to Delwyn Jones. That is so generous, dude. I really appreciate the support, man. I was talking to people at Wrestling Shop Live, and I was saying, like, the streams, I mean, they're not brilliant when it comes to like the financial side of things, let's put it that way, because the way that you make money on YouTube is actually done through adverts, and you might have noticed that there's not many adverts during a stream. I actually don't even think there are any. I don't think there are any. I think as we're talking, I think the stream for hours and hours, I think I'm right in saying it's uninterrupted. So there are no adverts, right? But that is how you make money on YouTube. So it would be financially much better to do a video where everyone watches an advert at the start of that video before they get to the video than it is actually to do hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of live streaming. It's a bit mental, actually. It's certainly maybe not the direction that a wiser man would go. But I just talk too much, and I love talking to you guys. But this is where, like, Delwyn's generosity is really appreciated. And as we said, it all goes back into the channel, my friend. So I can't quite tell you how or where, but we do have like microphone upgrades. I bought that for my phone so that when I'm actually recording and doing like videos, I actually use this. You might have seen the video I did with Bill where he was talking about the figures. And that was really cool, actually, because as he was talking about the new figures that got shown yesterday, I was able to say to Bill, can we do a video? I'll film you talking about them. And he was like, yeah, we can do that. So I did that, uploaded it. And then I think it was like the major figure brothers, like, Zack Ryder, Kurt Hawkins. They actually took screenshots from that video. And my Twitter notifications was all like, they credited the video, which I thought was so cool of them to do that. So I was really appreciative that they actually did that. But the way that I was able to get like a good sound was by that actually just clips onto your phone. So like it is a microphone. It's got this big wind thing on it, but that's what it looks like. And that clips in your phone. And then that just sits on top. So it takes away some of the harsh noises, some of the harsh sounds like the P's and things along those lines. So yeah, look, it goes straight back into the channel, dude. And that's just an example of something I bought just the other day so I can improve the sound if I am ever recording on my phone, which I actually used for toy hunts and, that Bill video the other day. So, Delwyn, shout out to you. Delwyn said, Days, I hope you are well and excited. I really am, my friend. Money in the Bank pay-per-view in O2 London is going to be epic. LA Knight getting this organic build and pure love from the fans has been amazing to watch. The man is restoring the feeling 1 week at a time, and I am loving it. He is proving why he is money. Well, a lot to unpack there. I think we were talking about LA Knight. We've spoken a lot about LA Knight, and he just continues to keep growing and keep getting over. And honestly, I think it is just the nature of how you get over, right? I think that you do something that grabs a crowd, and I think then the crowd reaction means that everyone else looks at you and goes, oh, okay. They take notice. Like, something about this guy, right? Oh, wow, they like this guy, don't they? So, do you know what I mean? Just that resonates. And I remember around, like, WrestleMania, it was a case that WrestleMania was in LA. And I can remember LA Knight talking, you can't have an LA WrestleMania without LA Knight. And I remember the LA crowds really reacting because he's LA Knight. Like, he is named after them. It would be like having a wrestler called the London Warrior or something, the London Rhino, the London Queen. I don't know. The London King, whatever. The London Bus, the London Taxi, Big Ben, right? It's like having someone named after where you're from. They reacted really well to him. And I do think as well, he's had some segments throughout that has really helped. I remember one that stuck with me was when he dressed up as Bray and he did a Bray impression. I remember there was a lot of love for that. Then it sort of went a bit quiet for a little bit. Then I think we got like him in the LA and all that kind of stuff. There was a segment of him with like Sheamus and Drew where the crowd really reacted to him as well. And I just sort of feel like I think these things have come across so well on TV that it just means that people have gone, wow, yeah, they like this guy. That's a big reaction, man. And so all of a sudden, when you see him next, like, you're a bit more, I don't know, into it. Like, and his catchphrases, of course. And it's just snowballed, doesn't it? I still find it very difficult to pinpoint what it is he's actually done that has got these reactions. I still find it very, very difficult to go, that was the moment it happened. I saw an interview he did the other day where he was talking about coming out, I think it was like March 8th, something like that. Drew and Sheamus were arguing in the ring. His music hit and there was a big pop. And even he came out and went, this is different. This is different. And then we go to LA, and I think the LA thing happened, and that was good for him. Then he didn't get on WrestleMania. And in retrospect, I think that's one of the best things that happened to him, because a lot of people wanted him on that show. And I remember we were talking during WrestleMania saying they'll have him come out at some point. They'll have him come out at some point. There'll be a moment where he comes out and something will happen like. And they didn't. I mean, there was no LA Knight. I remember it being Miz and Snoop. And we thought that LA was going to come out and do something there. And he didn't. He doesn't. Again, you know, there was like people. But that disappointment that people felt only meant that when you saw him next time, the pop was even bigger. Because the crowd felt that he was being done dirty. The crowd felt that he was not being given the opportunity that he should be getting given. And once the crowds feel that you are being mistreated, you know, game over, man. Game over. Yeah. If the crowd think that you're being treated like a B+ player when you should be a main event star, like a big A star, Daniel Bryan-esque or Kofi Kingston-esque, then, you know, that's where you're really onto something special. And this is something special. The reactions out of LA have been, you know, they've come out of like nowhere. Even LA said, as I said, you know, he came out in March and went, this is different. You go back to December, January, February, these are not the reactions that LA Knight is getting. They're not the reactions that he's getting. This has come out of from like March, April, May. I mean, we're just into July now. March, April, May, June. And not even all of March. It's been like 3.5 months, something along those lines. But I think the fact that he's constantly been overlooked, constantly underutilized, the fact that when he does get like a little backstage interview or whatever, he is charismatic. I would make the argument that I don't know that he necessarily says anything. I just think his catchphrases have got over. I really liked his line where he told Logan, here's the directions to where you can shove each and every bottle of Prime, right? I thought that was a great line. I actually thought that, you know, Logan tried to fire back at LA last night. I thought Logan was a bit flat. He called him a mega manager. So I just didn't think it was a very good line from Logan. But again, LA just didn't need to really say a great deal. He said if you're not hearing, then you're not listening hard enough. Tell them whose game it is. And the crowd went LA Knight, you know. It's a lot of catchphrases. He's getting a lot of comparisons to Stone Cold and The Rock. We spoke about that last night as well. It was Summit that was even asked of LA about how he feels about those comparisons. But the bottom line is there is a need, there is a desire, there is a will and a want and a need for someone of his charisma, his talking ability, his connection with the fans, his kind of engagement. I think when he comes out, you know that you're going to be, you know, seeing a fun segment, basically. He's got these catchphrases as well, and we know how much the crowd love interacting. Look at Seth's song. Seth's song. People just sing it all day, every day, everywhere, right? Fans love being a part of the show, right? So where he's got his catchphrases and the crowd can interact with that, that's played a massive role for him getting over. They've caught on, you know, and you're absolutely right. It has been fascinating. It's been fascinating watching LA go from little to no crowd reaction to where he is now. And because of those crowd reactions, and you heard them last night on SmackDown, he might be on the verge of winning Money in the Bank. And he might be on the verge of going on to become a world champion. It is crazy. It is crazy. But very, very exciting. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Moldy Spoon said his humor is unlike anyone on the roster. It starts with Money in the Bank ladder match, said Captain Chris. I don't think they've released the match card. There was lots of thoughts that Dominic and Cody might main event last night. I don't think we are looking at that. The word on the street from Fightful is that they couldn't get confirmation as to what the actual main event was. WWE are promoting a triple main event with Cody and Dominic being one of those. So it could just be not that it's the main event, it's a main event. We still might not know what the main event is yet. I think the belief is that it's probably Roman and Solo against Usos, just because when is Roman on the card and not closing the show, right? When do we do that? So I would be very surprised if it wasn't Roman that was closing the show. RIP Droz, he's gonna puke. Absolutely, yeah. We spoke about that last night as well during the SmackDown stream. It's very sad news, and one that I, to be honest, my first thoughts actually went to D'Lo Brown, because D'Lo is someone that is obviously synonymous with Droz because of the injury that Droz suffered in their match. And I know that D'Lo is at Wrestling Shop Live, and there's not going to be any escape. There's not going to be any escape from those kind of comments and questions and thoughts that fans are going to have. And it's just going to be difficult, I think. I mean, it's going to be difficult for him anyway, hearing that news, because he's so connected with Droz. Because I've met D'Lo recently, and I know how lovely of a person. He's such a nice guy. Such a nice guy. I didn't see anything be a problem. I didn't have anyone say to me they met D'Lo and it had been a bad experience. He had time for everyone. He was awesome with everyone. He was a great guy. I'm just a bit worried that people are going to be asking him all day what to think about Droz, sad about Droz, and that's going to be hard. That's going to be hard for him. That's going to be hard, and of course hard for Droz's family as well. Thoughts go with his family. It's what happened was an absolute tragedy, and I think sometimes as wrestling fans we can just get a little bit disconnected from that, because You know, these are real lives. These are real issues. These are real things that have happened. And sometimes you can just not kind of remember that there's real people that are involved. So having seen, you know, D'Lo with my eyes and seen what a wonderful person he is, with the time I spent with him, this is going to be tough, and I feel really sorry for him as well as Droz's family. Brock is going to cost Cody the match against Dom Dom. Elon Musk, real face, said, I would laugh if Roman and Solo versus Usos was on the pre-show. Sean said, LA Knight against Cameron Grimes for the $1 Million Championship was a good match. JB said, I was always fascinated by the way D'Lo Brown could shake his head. You'd better recognize double jointed neck or something. Aimbrot said, I don't see it on the WWE Network. What don't you see? Money in the Bank. I mean, the kickoff show for Money in the Bank doesn't start, I believe, for another like 56 minutes. So we've still got a bit of time to go until we actually get to the kickoff show itself. And then Money in the Bank will be starting. I think it kicks off at 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock for Money in the Bank UK time, which I believe is like 3 Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go up. I thought 6 p.m. for pre-show, 7 for main show. I think it's 7 and 8. I think it's 7 and 8. LA Knight, Cameron Grimes. Oh, I read that one. We are witnessing the creation of the superstar by the people. It has been a long time, said Serge. Jay said, I'm still not on board the LA Knight hype train. I don't dislike him, but he's not making me feel the way others are feeling. He's becoming a hero to many. I agree. I'm not a massive LA Knight fan. I don't hate him. If he wins, I'll be really pleased for him, and I'll be really pleased for all of those that are right there on the hype train. Like, there's, you know, I said at Wrestling Shop Live, I asked that question. I had so many. The majority said LA Knight. I mean, they are the hype train is real. It's left the station, and you know, there'd be a lot of people that would be over the moon if LA Knight gets it done. For me personally, I would be just as happy if Shinsuke did it. I would be just as happy if Damian Priest did it. I'd be happy if Logan did it. Not Logan. I'd be happy if LA Knight did it. But I just don't want Logan. Just the reason why I don't want Logan is because I don't think the fans want Logan. Right, again, you know, in London, there was a lot of, I want LA Knight, but I think they'll go Logan. There was a lot of that. And so I know that there's kids that want Logan that, you know, have got Prime and all that stuff. There's a real mixture in there, but like, I feel like the majority of fans that I spoke to were with Priest, or Priest and LA were the two popular choices. Logan was popular amongst the kids, but a lot of people said they thought that WWE could go with Logan. But if they go with Logan, I really think they've done it to try and attract new viewers, if you know what I mean, to try and get some of Logan's fan base on boards. They will have done it for that reason, not so much for the fans that are watching the products now. It's a little bit like, you know, those offers where you've got a mobile phone and you might pay £30 a month, and then you just happen to look on the website, and if you're a new customer, you only pay £20 a month, right? It's a little bit like that, in the sense of, we're existing customers and we know what we want, but WWE might be offering something to new customers instead, rather than the existing customers. The existing customers want LA Knight or Damian Priest. WWE might offer us Logan Paul to try and bring new people in. Come in, join us. So yeah, that's where I'm thinking in regards to Money in the Bank. I'm just on the network right now, and it does say kickoff show 7 p.m. So 52 minutes. People will be obviously going into the O2 now, and Money in the Bank at 8 p.m. As far as ads on video go, says Brenton, I don't know. I know when I exit stream, I get ads. When I come back on stream, but not all the time, it happens. Yeah, it would probably happen then. If you're leaving the stream and coming back on, then it would probably happen. Whether it happens if you're already in the stream when the stream begins, I actually don't know the answer to that. I mean, I think the way that this works is that I could do a 5-minute video and you would probably watch an ad at the start of that 5-minute video. And then I just need to do 5 good minutes of content to make it worth you clicking on that video, right? If you compare that to a stream where you'll watch an ad potentially at the start, right? When you first click onto it. But what follows then is hours and hours and hours of content, of us talking, having conversations. But there's no other adverts that drop in. It's not like, every half an hour there's an advert that's shown or anything, which kind of bumps up how much the stream makes. So, it's not something I'm complaining about. We've done this for a long time. I'm just aware that from a financial point of view, the channel would be in a much healthier position if it was not doing watch-alongs. And it was like really concentrating on videos instead, because ad revenue comes from adverts. Of course it does. That's why it's called ad revenue. So, but yeah, if you clicked off and came back on, there's probably a chance that you would see another advert. Jonathan said, do you think LA Knight will have a successful cash in if he wins? Yeah, I think so. The only thing I don't know is what that championship would be, because if he cashes in on a mid-card title and is successful, are the fans going to be happy with that? I don't know that they would. I think the fans will want him to cash in on a world title. But I think he would be successful if he did cash in, because I just think that he is someone that is getting more and more popular. I just don't see why you wouldn't take a chance of putting a world title on him. The fans reacting, it's so loud. The only thing I don't know is what's his merch sales like? What's his YouTube video views compared to other segments? Like, are they big enough? Are they ahead of everyone else that WWE is left in no doubt? I'm sure they're big, but are they silly? If everything on, I don't know what show LA's on. Is he on SmackDown? No, he's on. Yeah, he is on SmackDown. If everything that if everything on SmackDown's getting 700,000 views, well, if LA's getting 900,000, it looks okay. I mean, he's standing out, but is that enough for WWE to go, that's the guy, right? That's the one we're going to take a gamble on. Like, really, you want him to do 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million or whatever? Like, you want it to be no doubt. Like it's seismic. It's a gigantic difference. That's the kind of stuff that I think would, as well as the reactions from the live crowds, that's the kind of stuff that would convince WWE to pull the trigger. I actually don't know where we are with some of those parameters. I don't know how many times he's searched on WWE's website. I don't know what Google Trends is saying. Like, there's different parameters, different things that WWE won't just be the reactions. But from what we see, is in a great place. From what we see, is in a really great place. So I've got to think that stuff's good, if not great, all that stuff. And I just don't see why, if it is, in a great place, like I think it would be, I don't see why you wouldn't have him be successful and have him successfully cash in on Seth's belt. I really don't expect him to be the one to beat Roman. I really, really do not expect that. What he isn't at the moment is the face of the company. He is loved by the fans, but he is not the face of the company. It's took a long time to get Roman to that level. LA Knight is someone that's winning over the fans at the moment, but he's not the face of the company. And I think whoever beats Roman needs to Needs to show that they have consistently been over, and that they've consistently sold merch, and that they have consistently got video views and Google searches. You know, this meteoric rise by LA has been so quick. He's not had chance to show like consistency yet. So I certainly don't expect him to be beating Roman and us going like, you know, all in on LA Knight for that reason. But I do think, and I do expect that he will be used a lot more, and maybe even wins Money in the Bank tonight. He is, as we said earlier, the bookie's favorite. Brenton said, if LA wins, would run in NXT be possible? I see his matches versus Bron would be insane. Plus, that could be a vehicle for bringing Bron up. Thoughts? I really don't think so, because he's been down in NXT. So putting him back down in NXT right now, I don't think would make a great deal of sense, because he's getting such big crowd reactions. What you actually want to do is you want to keep him on SmackDown and keep getting those big, loud crowd reactions. I mean, look at what he just got in London, right? With that kind of a crowd reaction, you're going to want to keep doing that week in, week out. You're going to want to get some new merch. You're going to want to capitalize. You know, we were just talking about the fact that he needs consistency to become the face of the company. No, I don't think he'll become the face of the company. I think it's a little late in the day to make him the face of the company. I think he's got a good few years left in him. That's not a problem. But I think like you actually need like maybe even a year or so to like show that you are the horse that deserves to be backed. And certainly if you was not the horse that they were planning to back, right? Someone like Cody, when he came back, you know that they were looking at him going, okay, this is interesting. You know, he's a big star. He knows how to work. He's the son of Dusty. We've got the AEW connection. He looks good. He's got a good size to him. Good looking guy. The American Nightmare is very marketable. Like you have to know they looked at Cody and they quite fancied backing that horse. LA Knight, they didn't fancy back him. He largely is just there to make the numbers on the roster. So I think if there is now an interest in starting to back him, I think what you've got to do is you've got to go through a period now where you really get behind him. You put him in some matches, you book him in some good matches, give him some good opponents, give him some good feuds, keep those loud crowd reactions going. I don't think we're at the point where we're like taking him down to NXT and like trying to work with other people or things along those lines. I would just let's put the pedal down. Let's put the pedal down and let's just keep building, because he is someone. He's not like a Charlotte. You know, it sort of feels like Charlotte is here. She's here. She's just flatlining. You know, 14-time world champion. You know, she's probably as big. She's main evented WrestleMania. She has, I want to say, won the Royal Rumble. I feel like she has. But she is just flatlining, right? I can't see her being any bigger. So, like, she's the kind of person that, you know, she can do a feud with Asuka. She can do a feud with whoever. She could go down to NXT for a little bit and do a bit of work down there. Maybe bump the numbers. Certainly do something interesting. You know, the matches would be good. And Charlotte just being in a space as big as NXT, quite a small room, would be really interesting. So, like, she's maybe the kind of person you could see go down. New Day was a good example of people that can go down there. You know, if anything, they're a bit stale, but they're certainly not on the rise. Whereas someone like LA Knight, who's on the rise, who's continuing to grow, I think what you want to just do is just keep putting the fuel on. Keep chucking the fuel on right now. Just keep chucking that fuel on. Just keep finding ways of... Once he actually gets to like a bit of a plateau where it doesn't feel like he's growing anymore. Because that reaction last night on SmackDown, that felt bigger than reactions we've seen before. So that felt bigger. So it kind of feels like he's continuing to... And obviously, if he wins Money in the Bank, we continue. To be honest, even if he doesn't win Money in the Bank, as long as he's in a juicy feud and he's used regular and he gets on the SummerSlam card, he's still growing, isn't he? So I think like him going back down and doing some work down in NXT, it feels like it's a little way off into the future at the moment. Jacob said, I do just wonder how good LA Knight's title reign would end up being. Usually when fans want someone to win badly, they end up not having very good title runs like Kofi, Big E, Seth. Just a doubt I have. I think it's a really good point. I think it's a really good point because we have fans are so desperate to back horses that they feel are good enough to win the race and just aren't being shown the love they deserve, right? So Daniel Bryan is obviously the big example. Big E is a really good shout. Kofi, of course, was a good shout. There's quite a few, as you've rightfully listed there, of people that the fans got behind and the fans wanted to see get their opportunity. But the thing is that once they've done it, once they've reached the mountaintop, that kind of fever pitch around them, that excitement around them, it sort of settles down. It's sort of like story over. Sadly, I think that's sort of what we've seen a bit with Sammy and Kevin. Great reaction at SmackDown, right? I mean, that's where it helps go into different countries because those countries will just be excited to see Sammy and Kevin, and sort of in a way, it gives them an opportunity to thank Sammy and Kevin for, you know, everything they've done. But I think if you're just going around, say, America, and just going around like the US, going from town to town, city to city, I think like Sammy was bang, 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 on the rise. We got that great match against Roman. Then it's sort of, for me, flatlined a little bit after that as we built towards WrestleMania. And they won the tag titles. That was a little, another little peak, emotional. They got to main event WrestleMania. It was a great match. Tag titles main eventing, it's big moment, blah, 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 right? Another little peak there for me. But then since then, it's I don't want to say it's been like a decline, but like there's been many times we've done these streams and we've said that Sammy is just not getting the reactions that he was getting before. And it's not Sammy's fault. It's not Sammy's fault. It's not Kevin's fault. It's just that they got sort of moved to the side. The Bloodline story was so big. It was so exciting. It's the story. And the tag titles are not the story. The tag titles are not where it's at. And, it's not like Sammy left Roman to try and become a world champion and enter that tournament with Seth. And, we continued trying to build Sammy as a solo star. We actually took him out of the singles kind of competition and we put him in the tag division. We very much took... I'll tell you what it feels like we did. It feels like Sammy was becoming a problem because they want Cody to be the star, but they know that Sammy is popular. So someone in the room went, how about we do this? How about we have Cody be the guy that's going to be in the singles division, and we use Sammy's popularity to hopefully boost the tag division. So we've got a tag division that's benefiting from Sammy, and we've got a singles division that's benefiting from Cody. And it sort of feels like that is the direction that WWE went in. Well, like that's kind of meant that Sammy, though, has settled down because the tag division's just not as exciting. It's not as good. It's not as deep. It's not as satisfying. There's not as many dream matches for Sammy and Kevin in the tag division. I think if you're the tag champ, that's not boyhood dream come true. I know they can make out, like, can you believe it with what we've achieved, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they are happy to be tag champs. It's nowhere near the same as being a world champion, is it? Nowhere near as being the same as the WWE champion, right? Money Incorporated, right, and Demolition, these teams were not in the same league as like Hulk Hogan main event in the top of the cards. Like, it's just not the same. It's never been the same in the fans' minds, for many, 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 many reasons. Mainly the tag roster isn't as deep. Mainly the tag championships don't main event pay-per-views. The first time it's ever main evented WrestleMania was only this year. And this was the 39th WrestleMania. Like, if you was to add up how many times the WWE Championship has main evented pay-per-views compared to the tag titles, I don't need to tell you this. I think we're in agreement that winning the tag belts is nowhere near as big as winning a world title. So they very much just moved Sammy to the sides to try and, I think for the right reasons. I'm not saying that it was for bad reasons. It was just to try and, get the tag division bubbling away. But yeah, I mean, I feel like once you actually get to the title, it's very similar in the sense of, if you're chasing something and the fans really want you to achieve something, that's where the desire, the urgency, the passion, the come on, you can do it, dig deep, all that kind of stuff. But once you're there, once you've got it, it doesn't hit the same, does it? It's not the same. It was the same with Daniel Bryan. When we talk about Daniel Bryan, we talk about WrestleMania 30. We talk about him getting to the title. We don't talk about when he was there. We don't talk about his title run. We don't talk about his match and little feud he has after WrestleMania with Kane. That never gets brought up. And obviously his title run wasn't very long due to injury, but he did have a bit of time with that belt after WrestleMania 30. Never gets discussed. Never gets really spoken about because it wasn't as big. It wasn't quite the same. So you are right to have some doubt about LA Knight when he gets to a world title as to whether it can kick on and it can continue. There's examples where it has. Of course, it didn't just die for Stone Cold. So there are examples where it didn't die, but there are examples as to where it did as well. So I think, that is something that's going to be a concern. But a lot of fans are just going to say, well, let's get him there first. Let's get him there and we'll worry about anything else after that. For a lot of wrestling fans, it's just let's get him there and, what will be, will be. We'll see kind of how it goes after that. Days, I'm in work right now, but as soon as I'm off, it's Money in the Bank time. Let's go. Young Heath Ledger said, let's go LA Knight. Undercover Manager said the thing with LA is that he could have an awesome 5 or 10 years in WWE, being the man who makes people while also getting title reigns. And with his character being a hybrid rock, big star, in my opinion, said Undercover Manager. Arlene, shout out to you. Arlene says, hello, everyone. I'm lurking, just listening around the house. Arlene and Arlene's house. Hello. Let's go LL Knight. Right now, WWE Network is doing an ultimate Money in the Bank show from the bump, says Melissa. Goats of Wrestling said, just got here. Who have you got for Civil War? I've got Usos, but I also have Solo turning on Roman. I've got Usos. I'm not sure about Solo turning on Roman. I feel like it will happen. I don't know that it happens here. I feel like Roman is going to be defending at SummerSlam. I feel like it might make more sense for Solo to turn on him at SummerSlam. I could envisage, and I could be completely wrong, but I don't think there's loads of time to build SummerSlam. I think SummerSlam, someone told me, was about 4 weeks away. Was it Adam? I think was it Adam in the chat who drops in facts, told me that it was not far off. So I could envisage Jay pinning Roman tonight, and then at SummerSlam we get Jay with Jimmy in his corner, and we get Roman with Solo in his corner. It's even. It's going to be mano y mano, right? There's not going to be any little part outside of Paul Heyman, which I'm sure he can be dealt with by somebody. But outside of like Paul Heyman interfering in some manner, which we don't tend to see, if I'm being honest. We don't see much Paul Heyman involvement. It's not like he's tripping people over or anything along those lines. So I sort of think, like, if Solo turns on Roman, Roman's out of, I mean, what's he going to do? He's outgunned. He's outnumbered. Unless he's going to get a tag team to kind of watch his back in case the Usos attack him. I don't know. I feel like Solo will turn. But I think maybe it will be at SummerSlam. But it could go down tonight. Matt Carney, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Matt says, are the reasons why someone goes mega over actually quantifiable? The Rock, Stone Cold, an equation can be found, or is it just magic? No, I think it is quantifiable. I think it's very difficult sometimes to put a finger on as to why. And to be honest, if you was able to put your finger on as to why, then obviously you would have more people doing it. You know, if people could put their finger down as to what it was that, or how it is that you get over, because WWE are constantly trying things to try and get people over, and a lot of it just fails. A lot of it just sort of lands in the category, you know. Some of it is rubbish, like the Lacey Evans, right, here goes. And she's like pouring her heart out, Dear Diary style, about every horrific thing that ever happened to her, right? I mean, that was not done for like just no reason. That was done because we were trying to get Lacey over. We were trying to build sympathy for Lacey. We were trying to get people going, man, I didn't know that. She's been through a lot. You know, that we were trying to build that sympathy, but it didn't work. I mean, she got booed. Those segments are so bad. You know, right, here goes. And she actually ended up getting more boos. So, pretty wild. But, so WWE try lots of different things to try and get people over. And a lot of it can crash and burn. A lot of it genuinely just lands in the category. And then, like, someone like LA Knight, for example, I don't think WWE tried anything, right? The only thing I did question was, were they keeping him off pay-per-views on purpose? Because they saw a groundswell starting to build. They got a few reactions that were like, this is interesting. And they knew that people wanted LA to be at the pay-per-views. And they purposefully held him off to see what would happen. Are they going to get bored and move on to someone else? Was it just a flash in the pan? Or are they going to get louder because they don't think you've heard them? And it turns out they got louder. The fans got louder, right? Because they want WWE to know we want LA Knight. Which is why if LA doesn't win Money in the Bank, it's not a problem. Because it won't be game over for LA Knight. It's LA Knight's game. So the fans will just continue to grow and just continue to get louder. So that WWE has no choice but to listen to them. This will get to the point eventually where WWE has to put a world title on LA Knight. Has to. They cannot ignore it. If the merch sales are going banana, and you know you've got YouTube searches, Google searches, crowds, house show crowds, conversations. Every time Triple H is like, you know, chatting to people, fans, they're going, when are you going to pull the trigger on LA Knight? You know, there'll come a point where you just cannot ignore it anymore. You just cannot ignore it. So I sort of feel like it. Can you quantify it? I think what you can do is you can look and you can understand why people got over. You can go, okay, it was this, it was this, it was this. I think with LA Knight, it's a little bit tricky. One of the things is that as he's done his like little promos and talking, it's just there's been a need, there's been a desire. There has not been anyone that's filled the gap that has seemingly existed. You know, where we don't have people with that same level of charisma, that same delivery, those same catchphrases, right? Maybe his speech patterns remind people of The Rock, and people love The Rock. And so it feels like, is this our Rock? Is this generation's Rock? And obviously the way he dresses as well has been compared to Stone Cold. So, I mean, those aren't bad people to be compared to, right? You do run the risk of being a parody. You do run the risk of being a tribute act, right? And that is a very fine line, but it's undeniable he's staying the right side of that line for the majority at the moment. Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Like, can you understand why people get over? I would say you can, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will work for someone else if they do the exact same things. And it also doesn't mean that it makes it like, there's a formula. Because as I said, if there was a formula, do that, then WWE would have Roman Reigns's, John Cena's, Hulk Hogan's everywhere. There'd be loads of them because they'd have the magic formula. But I don't think that magic formula exists. And part of that is because we are people. We are vulnerable. We make mistakes. We don't get things quite right sometimes. We don't read the room correctly, or we don't know how to bounce back and forth with an audience quite, in that kind of the sweet spot, if you will. I think there's a lot of sweet spots that need to be hit, and sometimes we can't quite find them. Kinky. So, I think that it's a lot of trial and error. There's a lot of things that, a lot of moving goalposts and things along those lines. I don't think there's a formula, but I think it when you see it, and LA Knight is over. LA Knight is over. And if he wins Money in the Bank, people are going to be happy. If he loses Money in the Bank, people will be upset. But those upset people, I think, will only continue to get louder and make more noise so that WWE, eventually puts some sort of title on LA Knight. Right. I feel like we're doing all right here. I'm trying not to stay on topics too long, but Carlin 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friends. Really, really appreciate the support. Again, I was saying this about Delwyn earlier as well. It really is appreciated. It all goes back into the channel, and that's really kind. I know you sent in a real kind donation the other day. You really don't have to do it, dude. I know you are on the channel a lot, and it is massively, massively appreciated. But don't feel like you need to do this on the regular, right? But it's really cool, man. It's really cool. Carlin 1985, Gareth said, Days, have a great day and have a great stream. Thank you very much, my friends. I will. It's a pleasure to be here, just chatting away with you guys. I mean, to be honest, we started 2 hours ago, which is mental because we always start an hour before Raw and an hour before NXT, an hour before SmackDown. But we started 2 hours, actually 2.5 hours before the kickoff show. And we've only got 24 minutes left of that period. And then we're into the kickoff show. Now, the kickoff show is going to be really interesting for me because this is going to be a kickoff show, I'm guessing, coming from the O2. And we're going to be seeing shots of London. And we're going to be seeing, I know they had a little bus that was there and a little shop that was there. And all of this, I'm just going to eat it all up, right? So in 24 minutes, I mean, even the kickoff show is going to be of extra interest for me. So yeah, it's just flying. It's just absolutely flying. But this, I knew it would. When have we ever sat here and gone, I don't know what to talk about? I think I've said everything that needs to be said. I mean, that's never happened. We could do another 8 hours and we would still have things to talk about. Just chucking theories around, chucking thoughts around, chucking ideas around. What do we think about this? What do we think about that? And what I've said before as well is these are just my thoughts. They're only my opinions, What I always like to try and do when I give them is give you the reasons why. What I don't want to do is sit here and go, can LA Knight win Money in the Bank? No. Next question. I ain't going to do that. I'm going to go, yes, because, no, because it reminds me of this moment. It reminds me of that moment. And we flesh it out. We give reasoning. We give context and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't mean I'm right, but at least, it allows me to kind of give you my thoughts as to, and we watch a lot of wrestling, man. This ain't our first rodeo. We've been doing this a long time. So, yeah, it's really interesting. But what I love about it is it allows me to get your honest thoughts, your honest opinions. It sort of makes it feel like we're kind of in a room chatting away. It's awesome, man. So that has flown. That has absolutely flown. Over 2 hours already on this stream. 22 minutes time will be at the kickoff show. So, Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Really, really, really appreciate it, dudes. Senitima. Is that how you pronounce it? Senitima. I think it's Senitima. Senitima. I've gone with that. I like the sound of it. Even if it's not how you pronounce your name, I think it should be going forwards. Senitima. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friends. And I hope you are enjoying or will enjoy Money in the Bank. Obviously, in a way, it sort of started last night. I mean, I think Charlotte, Asuka, Sammy and Kevin against Pretty Deadly. Those are matches that you wouldn't be surprised to see appear on the Premium Live event. Sort of feels like WWE are doing a bit of a job now where it's like an extended weekend. So the Go Home show kind of ties in with the pay-per-view. And some of those matches you might have got on the pay-per-view in the past now appear on the Go Home show. Very much like the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, how that is on the Go Home SmackDown rather than being at WrestleMania now. We're seeing more examples of them doing this. So I kind of feel like last night's SmackDown was like the starter, if you will. And so now it's time for the main course and the dessert. So Senitima, shout out to you, my friend. I want to get to as many of these comments as possible, man. Kasim said, do you think Roman will betray Roman tonight? Will Solo betray Roman? I'm going to say no. Reason why I said that is because I think Roman would be too outgunned going into SummerSlam. If he's got Usos and Solo on that side, and on his side, it's him and Paul Heyman. Those odds are just he's too outnumbered going into SummerSlam. I think you want to keep it 50-50. Jimmy and Jay, Roman and Solo. Then at SummerSlam, you could have Solo betray Roman. And actually, that betrayal could maybe be what sends Roman away for a bit. So I could see Roman winning against Jay. And then maybe he starts beating up Jay after. Solo comes into the ring. Solo has a decision to make. And he decides, nah, I ain't going to watch you beat up my brother. And turns on Roman. Roman's won the match. He goes away with the titles. Goes away for a bit. Solo is now with the Usos again. They can do whatever they're doing. Maybe Solo goes off, has solo matches as well. Roman will return, obviously, eventually. But this is going to have to be a slightly different version of Roman because unless he's going to get some help, he's going to have to be a little more cunning. He's going to have to be a little more cunning. He's going to have to be a little more careful because all of a sudden now he's outgunned, he's outnumbered. And he's going to have to factor that in. So I'm sort of leaning towards that way. I don't think Solo turning on Roman fits tonight because it just leaves him too outgunned going into some. The odds are too stacked against him going into SummerSlam. I'm at work right now, but thank you for this stream, says Andy. Andy, shout out to you. Terry said, I'm watching from a beach in Woodmont. Cheers days and my dad's. Shout out to you, Terry, in Woodmont. I don't know what CT is, to be honest. In Connecticut, maybe? Don't know. But Woodmont, shout out to Woodmont. Fact Sister, shout out to you. I think Roman and Solo will attack the Usos on top of each other and win, says Anthony. Oh, what, like pile them up? He did that before, didn't he, with Brian Daniel. Brian Daniel. I'm going into AEW mode. Daniel, Brian, and Edge. Stack 'em and pin 'em. Do you remember that shirt? That was at WrestleMania 37. Yes. Wait, if Paul Heyman is driving a wedge in the bloodline because he is secretly aligned with Brock Lesnar again, says Jim. Well, I don't know. I can't say I've seen any reason for him to be with Brock Lesnar. I mean, I think if they were using the side plates as a way of teasing that, for example, if that had been done on purpose for that reason, I think that's a bit of a real silly thing for them to do because, I mean, I've got to imagine that, like, Roman will have seen those side plates at some point, or I don't know. It's such a subtle little thing. I mean, it was not picked up by really anyone. There was just a couple of posts doing the round on Twitter, and now it's all like exploded today about those side plates. I don't know. I sort of feel like am I meant to believe that Roman? I suppose it's one of them, innit? You could say that. Am I meant to believe that they don't see the show back? Am I meant to believe that Roman doesn't go on the internet? I mean, I just put that down to being a mistake. I don't know. Maybe it'll turn out that Heyman has realigned with Brock. But if the side plates, I know that's not the point you were making, but if the side plates are connected to that, I think that's really stupid. I mean, it's really stupid. I don't think that's clever. I don't find that clever at all. Because I just think you have to suspend disbelief that Roman at no point looked at the belt and saw the side plates. You have to suspend disbelief that he wasn't looking at the internet, didn't see the side plates, right? So why would Paul Heyman, what does Paul Heyman benefit by doing that? What does he gain by doing that? He doesn't gain anything. He doesn't benefit anything by doing that. There's no reason for him to do that. So I wouldn't find that clever. I don't see why he would do that. There's nothing clever in that. So yeah, I know you weren't saying that was connected, but my head just went there because the Brock Lesnar side plates were on the belts, which I just put down to a mistake. Just put it down to a mistake. I just put it down to the fact that someone grabbed a title, or they couldn't find a title, or a title got lost and they had to just get one from the shop, and just they went out and they had the side plates on or something. So, but I know he wasn't making necessarily that connection. Anthony said, I think Roman and Solo will stack the Usos. Oh, we read that. Can't wait till the show starts, says Outlaw Angel. I hope you are well. Christopher L.A. Knight, Mr. Money in the Bank. Opinion on Cody Dominic being main event. Don't think it is main event. I think it's a main event. So I don't know that it's the main event. We were talking about this on SmackDown last night. So there's a bit of confusion. WWE have come out and said that there are 3 main events. Apparently there are 3 main events. So a lot of people are looking at this thinking that Dominic and Cody is closing the show, but in actual fact, they might not be. In actual fact, they might not be closing the show, and it might just be a case that we've got multiple main events. If it does close the show, I mean, I will be very surprised, because even if Brock does get involved, and that I can only think would be the reason why, that doesn't feel bigger than Roman Solo against Usos. Dominic and Cody main event in this show, and Brock interfering, does not feel bigger than the Bloodline Civil War that we've kind of got. I mean, they're selling posters of that at the shop, of like the Bloodline Civil War thing. I mean, it's a full-on like Marvel movie title, isn't it? Like Avengers Civil War. Like this is Bloodline Civil War. And you know, the Bloodline's the biggest thing going. Why would you have Roman not main eventing? That doesn't make any sense. Even at the Royal Rumble this year, we had Roman in the main event. It wasn't a Rumble. It was obviously Sammy turning on Roman that main evented the show. So I sort of think like with this, I suppose I could understand if it was going to be like, say, men's Money in the Bank. I could maybe understand, because that is the point of this show, that the men's Money in the Bank could main event. And if that was going to happen, I mean, LA Knight winning it and closing the show would be massive. But Logan winning it and closing the show would be a big deal and would make sense, because, I could definitely see them going that way. But yeah, I think it's got to be Roman. I think it's got to be Roman and Usos and Solo. And I just think that Dominic and Cody, for some reason, has just been called one of those triple main events. Ray said, it seems like we've jumped the shark. Not every match can be the main event. But to your earlier point, WWE has started producing more higher quality cards for premium live event shows. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this multiple main event thing, it goes back to, like, very much the early days of WrestleMania. I know that WrestleMania 2 came from different venues, 3 different venues, and it had 3 different cards, and they had their own main events. Obviously, the main event of that show was Hogan against King Kong Bundy in the steel cage. But there was other main events, like I think Roddy Piper, Mr. T, was a main event of one of those cards. And basically, they just showed, each card was about 4 or 5 matches. And they just showed them all, like, after each other. And in the different kind of areas, different time zones, whatever. It was Vince trying some. It didn't really work. But he wanted to go bigger than WrestleMania. Well, what's bigger than going, rather than being in one city, we'll do 3 cities for the same event, and each one's got a different card, and each one's got a different main event. Technically, they were main events of those cards, but they weren't the main event of the overall show, because some of them were obviously on quite early and blah, 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 blah. So, you've got that WrestleMania with multiple main events. I always remember WrestleMania 8, because Macho Man against Ric Flair was for the title. That was billed as the main event. But then the one that closed the show was obviously Hogan and Sid Justice, and that was the main event as well. So even going back to those very early WrestleManias, we saw examples of multiple main events during the shows. So this is not really anything new, but yeah, it's still something that tends to confuse, because calling something a main event when it doesn't go on last is. But saying that, I mean, would you say that Rock and Hogan was the main event of WrestleMania 18? Like, would you say that was the main event of that? Because actually, it didn't close the show. It didn't close the show. It wasn't the main event, but it was the main event. Even Undertaker Shawn, first time they faced each other, that match, like the Undertaker Shawn WrestleMania 25 match, that didn't main event. But WrestleMania 26, their rematch did main event. So it's a bit weird, isn't it? Sometimes, like, the biggest match that should be the main event doesn't main event, but in people's minds, it is the main event. I think we can all agree, though, that Cody Dominic is not the main event. In our minds, it's not the main event, and I really don't expect it to close the evening either. Normally, they put out a match cards, I keep saying, but I haven't seen one out of Fightful yet. I haven't seen much out of Fightful today. No. I mean, they got an article that was out 5 hours ago, which we've sort of referenced. It said some terminology used on SmackDown had fans in their feelings. Don't know what that means. Cody versus Dominic was announced as a main event of the show, which had fans asking what the status of the match is. When we asked WWE on Friday morning, we weren't given an answer. However, others in the company confirmed that some advertising had been promoting a triple main event and was something they might do more of going forwards after leaning out of doing that for a few years. Another WWE source said any more heat on Dominic is a good thing. At one point, we heard discussion that the men's Money in the Bank would open the show and the Bloodline would close the pay-per-view. Another WWE source said officially that would likely be finalized following SmackDown. So that's the very latest out of Fightful in regards to the match order. Retribution, hello, shout out to you, said Days. Now I know why you were so happy and perky at Wrestling Shop for the past 2 days. It's because you got to spend the day with that beautiful lady. I miss her. I would be buzzing too. What beautiful lady? What beautiful lady? I mean, there was lots of beautiful ladies that I saw at Wrestling Shop Live. But I don't know which one you are referring to. Trini, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Jim said Rock Hogan should have been the main event. Jonathan says, I hate triple main events. Can't stop, won't stop, said I'd like for the World Heavyweight title match to go on last and have Drew return and take out Seth and Finn. Days, the men's Money in the Bank is starting the show, says Rye Trader. A.R. Banks said, Days, on Wrestling News, it shows the order of matches. Men's Money in the Bank is first and women's is second. Roman match is last. Elizabeth says, put actor Chris Evans and Cody in a fight pit to see who wins. Kieran said, are you not doing UFC after? No, sadly not. When it comes to these kind of shows, it's not a case of just ramming as many as we can. It's about really committing to them and doing them right. So this weekend is Money in the Bank. So it's not just a case of doing this stream, right, let's go and do UFC, because once this show ends, there's going to be reaction videos, undeniable. I mean, I'm expecting big stuff. You know, whoever's about to win Money in the Bank, like, we need to talk about that. We need to react to that. There's going to be a fallout to that. But I always like to do my little short videos as well that kind of just give the results of the show, maybe put in a few of the quirky things that happened. You know, this move was botched. I always love to try and find those. Like, I did one on Raw about Seth's footwear, which was really quirky because you could wear the shoes either way round and actually show what they look like. So, like, I put that in. There was a bit of a botch on NXT as well. And, like, you know, I'm just putting in little bits and bobs to not only just give results, but also, I think, just give a bit more color to, like, if you didn't get a chance to watch the show, you know, this was said, that happened. This person won that match. This has been set up for next week. And I tried to put it in, like, a minute package, if you will. Actually, for tonight, I'm thinking of doing 2 minutes. I know, pushing the boat out. But I just think there's going to be so much to talk about that I might just need that little extra time. So as soon as we're done here, I'm thinking reaction videos. I'm thinking maybe news videos. I'm certainly thinking that short. I'm just, yeah, my head's Money in the Bank, man. It's Money in the Bank. So, like, UFC is just going to have to take a bit of a miss this week, unfortunately. Matt said, someone in the chat, Stephen Latimer, just asked a really good question. Could Just Stop Oil infiltrate tonight? I could see it happening. Thoughts? I don't think so. I don't think Just Stop Oil would be involved here. The reason why I say that is I actually don't think this is a big enough event. So I think Just Stop Oil are interested in targeting British events because of the fact that I think they're trying to appeal to the British government to stop, like, British, like, oil and all that kind of stuff. This is a card that's going to get a bit of interest in England amongst wrestling fans, but it's not the same as some of the other things. We've seen them interrupt, say, the Grand National, right? Which everyone has a little bet on. We've seen them interrupt, like, England versus Australia in the Ashes, which is, like, one of the biggest cricket competitions. And cricket is one of our national sports. It's maybe not it's not football, but cricket is still a big deal, followed by a load of people. I don't think wrestling is quite in that same league, to be honest. I think wrestling is still a bit niche enough for the Just Stop Oil people to not be on their radar. There's every chance they don't even know that this show is happening in the UK, right? I just don't think that this is on their radar. I think they're looking at, Grand National, football, the Ashes, cricket. If there was going to be some like Rugby 5 Nations, I think they could look to do something there. I think they're looking to hit the big sports that's got, the stuff that's shown like on TV, because Grand National's on the main channels, and the cricket was on Sky. This is, you've got to, this is pay-per-view. This is on the network, or you've got to pay pay-per-view to watch this. It's not as accessible as those other things. So I wouldn't be expecting Just Stop Oil protesters. We have been getting them. They were at the cricket the other day, but as I said, that's the Ashes. It's, even the page on the BBC website, just as the result, like what's happening is being like coming through. Someone sat there like typing it away as to what's happening. That gets viewed by about 200,000 people. Just that bit, let alone the amount that are actually watching it on Sky. So I think wrestling's probably a bit too niche for the Just Stop Oil people. Sean G, shout out to you, my friend, says, good day. Would you like to see a title shot for King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring? Yes. And Andre the Giant Battle Royal winner? Yes. Also, would a tag team Money in the Bank work? Yes. I'd take all of them, mate. I think Money in the Bank title winner should get a title shot, definitely. I think King and Queen of the Ring should get the same. I know that we're just giving out a lot of title shots now, but to be honest, who cares? I sort of feel like we want the titles to be defended more regular. Roman doesn't defend them enough. So, I want them to be defended more. So if the winner of King of the Ring gets a title shot, brilliant. If the winner of the Andre Battle Royal gets a title shot down the road, brilliant. I'm totally into that. It makes it feel a bit more important, I'm definitely into that. In regards to the Money in the Bank, tag team Money in the Bank, what I would actually do with that is I would do it on the Go Home show. I would treat it like the Andre Battle Royal. I would not add it to the actual Money in the Bank show, because I think the Money in the Bank show is fine with 2 ladder matches. I think if you add another one, we're starting to get a bit cluttered. So I wouldn't actually do it there. I might even do it on the Raw after Money in the Bank. So, it might be a case that I save it for Raw on Monday and I just do it Monday. But yeah, why not? Why not? You've got women's championships, you've got men's championships, you've got tag team championships. Tag teams are the only ones that don't get a Money in the Bank. So I like those suggestions, Sean. If you're starting a petition, I will gladly get behind that. George said, I really hope a cash-in doesn't happen tonight. Do you think Drew returns? Are we going to be eating goods? We're going to be eating real goods. I think tonight's going to be an awesome show, dude. I really do. So, George, I think there's a good chance that we see. They are hyped. We're seeing a lot of the fans going inside the bus. There's some people holding briefcases. Oh, we're at the studio. We're inside the stupid studio, man. I thought we were going to be at the O2, outside the O2 with fans in the background, and instead we're with Jackie Redmond and Pete Rosenberg and in some CGI studio in Connecticut. That's disappointing. I wanted London. I wanted London. They could do this kickoff show on the back of a truck, just driving around the streets of London, just going over Tower Bridge and seeing the Houses of Parliament in the background, Big Ben. But no, we're in a CGI studio in Connecticut. They could have been on that bus. You know that bus? They've got their own bus. They could be on top of an open top bus, just going around. Filming. There's Buckingham Palace. Everything's really close in London. London is one of those great cities where you walk down a street, you go, I didn't know that was there. I went to the Lord's cricket grounds, walked down the roads. I was on Baker Street, where Sherlock Holmes and all that lot was. So, like, I went literally from the cricket, where it's being played at the moment, walked down the roads. I was on Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes Museum. I saw Madame Tussauds. Like, everything's, like, super close. Buckingham Palace is super close to Houses of Parliament. That's super close to the London Eye. All of that is, like, super close to, like, the Waterloo area and the parks, Regent Park, all this kind of stuff. Just everything's on top of each other in London. They could have gone to Wrestling Shop Live. CK Dunbar, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dudes. Jim says, I saw Jim say something about Canada. Jim says, Wrestling Days has not acknowledged Canada Day today. Lol. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. It's not Canada's Day, though, is it, in all fairness? Do you know what I mean? Without being rude. Just saying. Sort of London Day, innit? It's London Day. Happy London Day. We're in the big smoke, baby. We're in London town. But happy Canada Day as well. Days, I was referring to the Wrestling Shop Live staff member that you took a picture with. Oh, yeah, she's lovely. Lovely lady. Let's go with lady. I was going to say girl. Lady. So, yeah, she was cool. I spoke to her a couple of times, actually. The staff actually was so good at Wrestling Shop Live. They just, man, I was asking people all day. I was like, yes, do you mind doing a picture? Yeah, no worries. Just like they were constantly like willing to do pictures and like having little chats, and they were awesome. Edward said, hello, Days from my bonny wee bedroom. I have a thought. What if the men's Money in the Bank winner cashes in on Roman and they take the WWE title but leave him with the undisputed title? Thoughts? No, it can't. Like, first of all, we don't need to separate those belts because we don't need 3 world champions now. I also think really that those 2 belts, they are combined. It seems like Roman really just has that 1 belt. Those other 2 are just decoration. So if you cash in on Roman, the belt you're getting is that black belt with the gold behind the center plate, you know, the new one. That's the belt that Roman has now. The other 2 are just there, really, I think, to just look good to the casual fans. I think those other 2 are just there to really, as I say, make Roman look like, wow, he's got 3 title belts. Like, he is the guy. But actually, you know, he's not won 3 belts. He's won 2. And then we've given him that 3rd to kind of symbolize the other 2. So if someone was to cash in, I really don't think we're at the point now where they would cash in on, like, I'm going to go for the WWE Championship or I'm going to go for the Universal. I think if you're cashing in on Roman, you are going for that gold, black and gold belt. It's an interesting thought. It's one that's, you know, you could do. It's not impossible. You could do it. But I think now that we've introduced that 1 belt that specifically symbolizes and represents both, I think it's probably unlikely that we will separate them now. Did the outside viewing get a budget cut? Yes, I heard that outside viewing and having excited fans in the background was future endeavored. It's very sad. It's very sad. We didn't think that we were going to see any more future endeavorings. But sadly, that is what we've had today. We've future endeavored outside appearances like that. We read that. Had Dave's thoughts on Asuka Charlotte match last night? Well, I'm going to be perfectly truthful with you. So last night I had one of the worst streams I've ever done, right? I am so grateful for people joining us, and I'm so grateful for getting through it. But all throughout that stream last night, my feed was crashing because I wasn't watching it live on TV. I was watching it on catch-up, which in my mind should mean that it works better. In my mind, it should mean that the video file is already there. It's completed. It just has to load and you watch it. So I was like, brilliant. This will work okay. Yeah, all right. It's going to be annoying when we get commercials, but it should work really well. No, the absolute opposite. The absolute opposite. I was getting in sync with you guys last night. I was like, tell me when you're at commercial. We're at commercial. Bang. I was pressing play. A few seconds later, I'd have a little circle going around. And the problem is, I'd have to go out of it, come back into it. Well, I don't know where you are now. I don't know what you're watching now. So I would say for the whole show, out of sync with you lot, never knowing where you are, battling lag, trying to have conversations about the show. I am not in a good place to talk really in depth about SmackDown, unfortunately. I mean, what I would say was, from the bits that I was catching, I don't think any of the matches were brilliant. I didn't think any of the matches really blew my mind. The Asuka Charlotte one in particular, they seem to, I made the comment at the start, they seem to be on different pages. Like there was a kick that I think Charlotte threw into Asuka. She went flying. It didn't even seem that hard, but her reaction was too big. And then there was another one where I think there was like another kick or a shot where it seemed to miss by a mile. And I was like, is the camera angle just not quite right? I mean, it just didn't seem right. They didn't seem to be on the same page. It just didn't seem right. It didn't seem to be that long either. It didn't seem like it was a very long match. So, I mean, it certainly wasn't a match that was blowing me away. If it's a match that you thought was like one of the greatest you've ever seen, I'm going to struggle to be in agreement with you. But yeah, they seem to be on different pages to me. But I will also say I did not sit down and watch it from start to finish completely uninterrupted. I did not get that viewing experience. Defcon Eric said, hard to recognize you on the live stream without the beanie. My world is ruined. The beanie streak is over. Over 1,000 days of beanie pride. Do you know what? It's funny for me because I never think about the beanie. I don't even know I'm wearing it, right? I wake up in the morning. Obviously, I'll, wash my face, brush my teeth, right? Have something to eat, have a coffee, right? Do the usual things. But what I don't do is I don't put gel in my hair. My hair is quite long. Well, not long, but it's not like shaved head, right? There's some hair there. And if I don't put some gel in it or something, it just looks fluffy. It looks a bit rubbish, to be honest. It looks like bad hair. I just don't want to keep having to put product in it. That's the truth. I just don't want to have to keep putting product in it and like doing that every day. We stream all the time, so it's just so much easier to go hats, bang, right? And that's the reason. It's laziness. It's the only reason I wear the beanie. It's not like some sort of branding, right? This isn't something that I want to be remembered for, right? I don't need to be like Wrestling Day. I don't really know much about Wrestling Day. You mean the beanie guy? I mean, that probably is what I'll be remembered for. But like, for me, like, I just bang it on because I'm so lazy. That's what it comes down to. So when I go to Wrestling Shop, of course, I'm going to make the extra effort. Of course I am. I don't mind putting a bit of product in the hair, to be honest, when it comes to Wrestling Shop Live. So I did that, and I've done that for the previous 3. And every time I've had people going, oh, you haven't got the beanie, right? So this time, what I did was I took the beanie. So I actually took it along. So if people wanted a picture of me and they wanted me to put the beanie on, like, oh, have you not got your beanie? If it came up in conversation, I told people, yeah, it's here. I had it. You know, do you want me to put it on for the picture? Because I totally get that that's something people might want, because that's what people see on the streams. But yeah, it's just not something I ever think about, you know. And it's funny as well, because I just started streaming without it on. And at the start, so many comments of like, where's the beanie? What's going on? I'm starting to think people tune into this not for me or the thoughts or the community, just to see the beanie. I mean, I think that's what it's all about, to be honest. I feel like the beanie has like took over the channel. You're not alone. There was absolute outrage. So Defcon, Eric, shout out to you. Steve said, I've got a horrible feeling that Drew McIntyre is going to cost LA Knight winning the Money in the Bank match. Hopefully I'm wrong. I can see Drew having a massive heel turn and working against LA Knight. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it might set up LA Knight against Drew. I mean, LA Knight technically is heel, but the reactions he's getting, he can't be. I mean, like, he stood up to Logan last night, and it was absolute face versus heel, wasn't it? Logan was the heel. It was funny because there's a bit last night where Logan turns to the crowd, and he goes, "You're drunk. You know, go and have another beer in the pub," or something like this. As he was saying it, I was thinking that's a rubbish line. But I was also thinking most of the crowd are probably sat there going, "Shall we?" It's a good idea, that is, isn't it? Do you fancy? Do you want to go? We'll watch the end of this show. Like, you're drunk. You should have another beer in the pub. Like, that's not even a put down. We have beers in the pub. That's what we do. People in the crowd probably just went, you know what? He's actually speaking some facts here. We could go and get one more. We could pop down and get one more, you know. If there's one thing the British love doing, it is having beers in pubs. The idea that would in some way be a put down, right? I don't know. I mean, like, I think he maybe tried to do a bit of a British accent, but it was so rubbish. It didn't even register in my mind that he was even trying to do a British accent. So, I don't know. I found some of the things that Logan was saying to be a bit like the mega manager. Like, I think him saying, you know, 20-year career and, you know, you're just a failed manager, something along that. I was like, okay, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Then he called him mega manager. And then he told the crowd, like, to settle down. Why don't you go get another beer from the pub? And in my mind, I was like, do you know what? To this crowd, that probably sounds like a really good idea. Probably sounds like a really good idea. If anything, what Logan was doing was he was just providing customer service. He was just giving people options. He was just like, well, you could stay and watch the show, or you could go and get another beer. God bless him. God bless him. The Wrestling Beanie Channel. The Wrestling Beanie Channel. Roman's recent tweet said, smash 'em, spike 'em, stack 'em, pin 'em. Could that be relating to the ending, says Anthony? Well, it can certainly be relating to what his intentions are. But Roman's intentions and what actually is going to go down tonight may not be the same thing. But certainly it gives you an indication, I think, as to where his mindset is at right now. He is going into this looking to smash them and stack them. James said Ryback has run away scared. Take that, Ryback. Oh, someone sent me a video of Ryback, actually. Someone's really saying some stuff to him that's off, man. I don't know what the backstory is. I don't know what's going on, but someone sent me a clip of one of Ryback's live streams, and someone's saying, you know, I'm coming for you. I'm coming, like, you know, I'm going to murder you. I'm going to murder your mom, all this kind of stuff. And he was like, just keep talking. You're digging yourself a deeper hole. You won't do nothing. You won't do anything. And like, this guy's just going off, And he's like, you know, you're going to spend the rest of your time in prison. You just keep talking. And Ryback's so cool and so calm. It's like, you ain't going to do nothing. It's like, you got mental health problems. You're not going to do anything. This is just like a mental health thing. Like, and this guy's just getting so worked up. I don't actually know if he has got like any kind of mental health issues. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what the background is. Certainly, you know, some of the stuff that was being said didn't feel like it was coming from someone that was like mentally healthy, right? It was quite dark, man. I felt really sorry for Ryback. I don't know the story though. I don't know the story. I don't know the backstory. I don't know why this person is so worked up. I don't know what's happened. But I did get a clip on that. I would imagine it's doing the rounds. Normally, if I get sent some, it's because it's got around everywhere else first, you know. Dates, during Wrestling Shop Live, the entire time without your beanie, you look like Inspector Gadget. I don't know how I feel about that. Not great, to be honest. I don't remember Inspector Gadget being like a lady's heartthrob, you know? I mean, if I'm Inspector Gadget, but without the gadgets, and I'm not even an inspector, I mean, I really don't have much going for me, do I? It's rough. That's hard. That's hard being me. Ryback is a fine one to talk with what he comes out with. I don't know what he comes out with. I know that he was involved in a bit of a battle trying to get his name. I know that he's had many things to say about WWE, but I'm not a close follower to Ryback. If you are watching, by the way, keep dropping in those likes. We're at 506 likes. We're at 506. We could be well on the road to getting towards 1,000, which would be absolutely awesome. So, yeah, I would really appreciate it if you keep firing in those likes. I reckon we could hit 1,000 tonight. I reckon we could, you know. I reckon we're on the road. We're on the road. Good afternoon, Days. Nice to see you found a bench in downtown London. Yes. Yeah, very quiet. I think everyone's in watching Money in the Bank, to be honest. So found a little spot, little bench just round by the Houses of Parliament. And what's great is that when it's time for me to go home, I can just, you know, call a taxi, black cab, a red bus. Can't really call them, but, you know, you get the point. So it's very convenient. And right there, the Thames. The Thames. That's where the Thames lives. I think. Do I think? I do think. I think that's the Thames. And I think there's probably a bridge here. I think I actually know where we are. I think there's a bridge that goes over the Thames there. And then you walk down. And then there's Big Ben. And then opposite is the underground station. I've been around this area before. Actually, in front of me right now, and this is a true story. In front of me right now, well, it's not a true story. It doesn't matter. But in front of me right now, there is a 2,000-year-old. I think it's called Cleopatra's Needle, and it's come from Egypt, and it's over 2,000 years old, and it's this massive like monument. It's just like this concrete pillar with hieroglyphics in it, and people walk past it not knowing what it is, not really caring what it is. It's actually over 2,000 years old. It's from Egypt. It's just stuck next to the Thames. No one cares about it. But it's there, and it's cool. Brock Lesnar is coming, said Stephanie. Edward said Liverpool have signed Dominic Schlosser from RB Leipzig for 60 million. Mark said, what's up? What's up? Don't need to worry about people telling us what happens on Twitter, said Jason. Faruka said, men's Money in the Bank will open the show, so we will have to look out for Seth versus Finn. Right, we are still just with this kickoff show, and there's no interviews or anything. Oh, hang on. We've got some stuff. We've got some stuff to go through. So, Money in the Bank. Don't know if I want to say some of these out loud, to be honest. I suppose it might not ruin anything, but for those asking about Randy and Drew, WWE sources claim that Orton wasn't due back yet. So Orton not due back yet. And it said things on McIntyre front has been very quiet. If he is returning, they're keeping it quiet. As of this afternoon, Men's Money in the Bank is scheduled to open the pay-per-view. We've not heard that Vince is in London for this show. That's a shame. I'd love for Vince to come over. I'm sure he's been over. But I think Vince is Mr. WWE, isn't he? I like the idea of Vince just being around in London. Many of you won't, but I think it would be kind of cool if Vince had come over here. It's so special having WWE come over. WWE is not a British company, right? Spoiler. So it's an American company, so they don't really have to come to the UK, right? The reason they come to the UK is because the UK is bonkers about wrestling, loves wrestling, right? It's something that we always enjoyed on TV, World of Sport back in the day. And then that shut down and nothing really replaced it. And WWE came along and that was all high production, glitz and glamour, and everyone was tanned and bigger and more muscular, and it was just so like different to what the wrestling was that we had. The wrestling we had was dark, dingy, in bingo halls with it was a lot more technical. And I think it gets a lot of respect for being very technical, but it's not, Venice Beach Hulk Hogan, It's not shredded and ripped like guys that smacked off their faces on steroids like it was in the late 80s. So for WWE to come over here is so special for people over here. This is why you see such great crowd reactions. This is why, look at Wembley, look at AEW, look at what's going on there. Look at the Clash at the Castle, great success. Money in the Bank, great success. Crowd last night, brilliant. This is a very passionate country when it comes to wrestling. And I think I always get excited thinking about how Andre the Giant was actually wrestling over here, appearing over here. Like Andre has been in this country. And I said last night, Roman has been in this country. Like Roman last night was in the O2 Arena. That's exciting. That's exciting. I know he's been here before, but I'm talking about this tribal chief version of Roman during this historic reign. He will have had a match here in London. I think from being in England, I think that's exciting. And then when it comes to Vince, Vince is the man. He is the guy that, you have to thank for giving us this, because WWE would not be what it is without Vince McMahon. It just wouldn't. We're not going to get into a big, lengthy conversation about Vince again, but the WWE was a New York territory under Vince's dad. Vince bought it and then made it the global juggernaut that it is. But it would have stayed a regional territory had it. And who knows? I mean, we may not have got Hulkamania. We wouldn't have got The Undertaker. I don't know what the Attitude Era would have looked like. I don't know what modern wrestling, I don't know what it would look like if there was no Vince McMahon. He is, whether you love him or you loathe him, or you're indifferent to him, he is the biggest reason why we are where we are with the modern wrestling stuff. So for him to be in London, for him to be in England as well, just be quite exciting. I haven't cancelled him completely because of the allegations. I don't like them. And I think he should leave WWE. I'm not saying that he should be involved in the creative. I'm just saying that if he was just over here, just to, I don't know, check on things, check in with some of the, BT Sport and some of the media partners or whatever, have a few meetings, leave the creative to Triple H, Not talking about that, right? Not talking about that. But if he was just over here, I just think it'd be quite exciting. I would love to bump into Vince in the street. Imagine, like, I heard people bumping into LA Knight and people were bumping into various different people. Imagine just walking around the streets of London, you just bump into Vince McMahon. That would be mental. Very strange. Right, they are just showing some video packages right now. Days, during Wrestling Shop Live, the entire time of that beanie looked like... Oh, I read that one. Of all the ones to read, I didn't want to read that one again. Raging Demon said, I've heard some hilarious stories from Jim Cornette about British Bulldog being off his rocker almost all the time. Funniest things I've heard. Joshua said, how big of a pop is a Brock going to get if he crashed the Cody Dom match? He'll get a big pop. I think people really like Cody, though. So he'll get a pop. It might be followed by a quick boo. But, yeah, he would definitely get a great reaction. A lot of people that would be excited. You know, funny, actually, just as I was talking about Vince, exactly the same with Brock. Brock doesn't come over here. So the fans, you know, we don't get to see Vince, like, you know, obviously you wouldn't see him now, but do you remember like last year when Vince would sometimes be on Raw and he would come walking out, or, you know, just throughout the years? We don't get that. We don't get that when they come over to this country. So, like, we don't really get a chance to see Vince in person, like the actual man, the actual guy. And the same with Brock. Like, we don't get Brock. So if Brock came out, there'd be a lot of excitement because it's Brock and we don't get to see Brock live. He never comes over. It's funny because when they used to come over all the time to do like Raws and SmackDowns in England, and then the pandemic hit and they haven't done it since. And I think SmackDown last night was like the first Raw or SmackDown they've done in this country for like 3 or 4 years. But go back to 2019, go back to 2018, go back to 2017 when they were doing them over here, like once or twice a year. A lot of those shows are quite flat, you know. A lot of those shows are just, there's some fun stuff on them, but they're also a little bit skippable, right? They're not like all-time classics. But the fact that AEW have started now means that WWE have got to put in more work. They've got to put in more effort. And so that now means that we're starting to see better offerings coming out of WWE whilst they're over here. This is obviously a stacked pay-per-view. And if we get Brock Lesnar as well, amazing. That would be amazing. And I think it could happen. I think the pop will be great. But once he starts beating up Cody, I think the crowd will, you know, the excitement of seeing him might very quickly turn into, please don't do that to Cody. And then, of course, loud boos for Dominic if Dominic is announced as the winner. Kappa Owens, shout out to you, says, Money in the Bank days. Let's go. Thanks for always streaming. Love the London background. Someday I'll get to London and bump into the Days legend. Kappa Owens, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, it'd be great. I want to meet as many people as possible. It's brilliant having so many community members coming down. It was so cool to like chat to different people. Yeah, I would love to do that and say hello in person one day, hopefully. I am someone that you can meet on the streets of London. That sounds a bit wrong, but Wrestling Shop Live. So, listen, this is people were quite excited coming to Wrestling Shop Live. People would be excited if Brock is going to be in London as well. Jacob said, Days, what returns do you think we'll see? I'm leaning towards Drew. I felt good about Drew. It makes sense. Bill McKenna from Mattel, he showed off some new figures, and, he brought Ridge Holland. Ridge Holland was one of the new figures that he showed off because he was like, makes sense, doesn't it? I've got a Ridge Holland. I'm going to show it here. He's from England. He's in his, he's got a jacket. He's got, I think, a billy club and a mask and everything. And that got shown for the first time at Wrestling Shop Live. So that is the sort of mentality, isn't it? Zelina in Puerto Rico, Sammy in Montreal. Well, we're in the UK, we're in England, we're in the O2, we're in London. So Drew being from Scotland, Drew being British, means that it's just the perfect place to bring him back. So I'm thinking Drew is like top pick, top of the pile for surprises. I really don't know that you want to stack it more than that, to be honest, because I think we could potentially see Roman get pinned. I think we could see Roman get pinned. Whoever wins the men's Money in the Bank is going to be a big talking point. Whoever wins the women's Money in the Bank is going to be a big talking point. Like, there's so many talking points that I just sort of feel like it makes sense to keep the returns to a minimum. So I'm going to say Drew. And I think that might be it. Because, well, if Brock counts. I don't know if Brock counts. I think Brock could come back, interfere in the Cody match. Drew could interfere in the Seth match. Then you got the winner of Money in the Bank men. Then you got winner of Money in the Bank women. Other matches, you know, will just be what they are. I think Ronda retains. I think Gunther retains. And then you've got, obviously, the Bloodline Civil War, which is going to be, I'm sure, significant, because when it comes to premium live events, anything involving the Bloodline has been significant. So, yeah, could we see Roman be pinned? Could we see Roman be pinned? Days, do you think there will be an 8th participant in the men's and women's? As usually there's 8, and if so, who do you think? I don't think there'll be anyone else added. I think last year we checked, and I think there was it 6 and 7? Money in the Bank 2022. Let's have a look. Money in the Bank 2022. I remember one had one more than the other, as we counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the women's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means the men's is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in the men's. So 7 in the women's last year, 8 in the men's. Have a look at 2021 just so we can get a bit more of a sample size. I actually don't know how many are normally in it. In the women's, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the women's. In the men's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the men's. Okay, so we've got 8 and 2 8s, but there was a 7 in 2022. 2020. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the women's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the men's. So in 2020 it was 6 and 6. In 2021 it was 8 and 8. In 2022 it was 7 and 8. It's a little bit of a mixed bag here. Let me just check 2019 just to see where we was in 2019. 2019, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the men's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the women's. And where are we in 2023? 8 is definitely a number that's coming up quite a bit. 2023, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the men's. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the women's. I think that there is a chance that we get another one in the women's to make it 7-7. Because we have done 6 in 2020 in the women's, so we don't necessarily have to add another one. We have run this match with 6 women being in it, but we could insert another female in there. I'd heard some rumors earlier that they might be looking to add Charlotte into the women's Money in the Bank. I don't know how true those rumors are. I think I'd be a bit tempted to put in a British female, to be honest, just to get that pop from the crowds. I mean, I don't know if you go with like a Dewdrop or a Piper Niven. I don't know if either of those are very exciting. To be honest, it might be a Charlotte. That's been the rumor. But equally, it might not, because we could just end up running with the 6. Some people think Cena is going to return, says B930 in channel. Okay. Are you streaming Money in the Bank? We're streaming during it. Feed me whoever keeps banning me, says Ryback TV. Austin Theory was added last year after losing to the Almighty, said Jason. Gary said, should tonight's Money in the Bank briefcase only be valid for use in the UK, including it all in? Sure. That'd be pretty wild. I'm being sarcastic. No, of course not. I think Priest could use a good push. He is an amazing in-ring talent, says Has Drew Bell 15. Elizabeth said, does Brandy really want to help Cody with Brock Lesnar? Is beating up so hard? I'm not really interested in Brandy. I mean, I've seen Brandy wrestle. I've never been impressed with her as a competitor. I don't find her to be realistic or someone that is enjoyable to watch. I understand that sometimes the story can be bigger than how good they are as wrestlers, you know. So if Cody desperately needs someone to help him, like against Rhea, you know, maybe you do turn to Brandy. But to be honest, I would just turn to another female that's on the roster. There's plenty of women on that roster that could really do with being put in a position like that, you know? There's plenty of women on that roster that could really benefit by being in a program with Rhea and being a partner of Cody. I think bringing in Brandy, you're not really going to get anywhere with Brandy. There's not really, I can't see what we would benefit from by bringing Brandy in. So it's not a direction that I would personally look to go. But she has wrestled. I would imagine it probably wouldn't take too much convincing to get her to agree to step into the ring. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's not a direction I would go. I would be a lot more into using some of the existing women that are really struggling to get like opportunity. And I think there's quite a few in that boat. Connor said, Days, I'm at Money in the Bank at the O2 Arena and I'm watching you. Connor, I tell you what, you've done well to get Wi-Fi. I've been to the O2. Went to the O2 in 2019. I couldn't get any Wi-Fi at all. So you've done very well there, my friends. So I hope you have a great time. Hope you're going to make plenty of noise. I can tell you that people are excited. The excitement is in the air. I'm sure it's very much in the air at the O2 as well. It's funny, actually, because I keep seeing shots of like the crowds, or like we just saw a shot of the bus outside. And I keep spotting people that were at Wrestling Shop that I've spoken to, and it's a bit surreal, going, oh, I remember that guy. I remember that guy. Oh, there's that kid. So it's a bit surreal, but yeah, no, you're going to have a great show. We've just been talking, actually, and we've been talking now for over 3 hours. But we've been talking about how this is such a big show, and it can go in so many different directions. And there's so much stuff that can go down tonight. You know, will we get Brock? Will we get Drew? Will Roman be pinned? Will they pull the trigger on LA Knight? Are we going to see some of the women, shock us? Like, could Zelina pull off a surprise? There was a few people at Wrestling Shop Live that was going with Zelina and thinking that Zelina could get this done. So, I don't know. We're going to have to see, but you're absolutely going to be in for a great time, dude. I cannot see this show fail. We have not had a rubbish pay-per-view this year, and I do not expect that to start now. Why would it start now? I don't expect it to start now. So, you're going to be in for a great time. So, Connor, best to you, dudes. I nearly bought a sweet ticket for $5.50 at the O2, but I could not justify that cost, says JB. I can understand that. Rhea and Dom against Cody and Becky, says K-pop lover. So annoyed they keep using. Logan Paul says, annoyed guy. I'm at Money in the Bank. I'm watching you as well, said Gigi. Oh my God, guys, I feel like we're streaming to everyone in the O2 right now. Hello to the O2 Arena. Your friends around the world are sending you love and positivity. And hopefully you can make plenty of noise for when this show starts. There's a little countdown clock on screen. We've got just over 17 minutes to go until this thing actually begins. I would love to see Rey Mysterio cost Dominic the match, says B930 Bean. I'm going to go with Bean. Bean channel. Jeremy said, hey, but LA Knight wins. Becky wins. Usos beat Roman and Solo. Seth beats Finn. Riddle beats Gunther. Those are my predictions. Matt, shout out to you. I hope you are well. But do you reckon we will see Fury or Bray Wyatt tonight? Well, Fury, I think we'll see in the crowds. I don't know if he's going to do anything, to be honest, because there's been rumors of him fighting later this year. So I would imagine, like, are we going to run the risk of him getting injured and doing something in ring at SummerSlam? Or, like, is he just going to provide another moment like he did at Clash at the Castle? And I'm not talking about the American Pie moment. I'm talking about where he punched Austin Theory and foiled the cash-in. It might be that Fury gets involved in that way. But equally, it might be that he just is shown at ringside, giving a little wave. I think he's going to be in the room. I think he said he's in the room, actually. So I expect Fury to actually be there. But I don't know that we're going to see him necessarily getting involved. I think someone could possibly join the men's Money in the Bank or attack and replace Butch. Don't know about replacing Butch. Just because Butch is English, and I think he's going to get a great reaction. I think what they need to do, and I'm not alone in this, it's been said many times at Wrestling Shop Live, he needs to come out as Pete Dunne. He needs to come out as the Bruiserweight, right? So I'm very much looking and hoping that that's something that we might see from WWE. Bring him out as Pete Dunne. I was surprised they didn't do it last night. Spoke about that earlier in the stream. I was surprised it didn't go that way last night. Gary Roger said Fury versus Joshua versus Usyk. Triple threats. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, dream match. Dream match. I can tell you that there's been no interviews or like anything along these lines. Nothing that I've seen. We've done a few video packages and whatnot, but yeah, it's been a little bit flat, to be honest, in the sense of the build has not really been too much on this kickoff show. I was really hoping we would be talking to the fans. I was really hoping that we were going to be doing something a bit more, to be honest, than what we've done with this kickoff show. I think this is definitely something they could improve. I think if you are in the O2 wondering, I wonder what's happening right now, like, I've got to be honest, I think this kickoff show sucks. It's really not really doing it for me at all. We're just in Connecticut, just in a, just kind of in a studio, and they're just kind of jibber-jabbering away. But yeah, we're not really getting like much in the way of excitement or builds or, I don't know. So, yeah, that's definitely something that I think has been a little bit of a letdown, if you will. Right. We are getting very, very close. We are just 13 minutes away from Money in the Bank. It'd be nice to see Butch win, but lately LA Knight has got my momentum, said Jeremy. Really want to watch live. Peacock didn't work in Asia, says M Aslam. Doesn't work in Asia, Peacock. How do you... have you not got the network? Have you not got the WWE Network? over there. I would be shocked if there was no way of watching this in Asia. WWE are going to want to make sure that this is seen by like everyone around the world if possible. So even if you can't get the Peacock app, like we don't have. I think we've got Peacock, but it's not shown on Peacock here. We still have in the UK. We still have the the old school OG WWE Network. That's what we've got. Days, what happened to the unification between NXT and women's titles? They did it. They did it for the tag titles. They were never doing it for like the women's titles or the men's title. It was just the women's tag titles, and they did it. So Ronda and Shayna are the unified champions, but I don't know. I mean, I expect them just to come out with the women's tag titles. I think the NXT ones are dead. I don't even think they'll come out with both belts. I think they'll probably just come out with the ones they had before. This is seemingly just a way of getting rid of those NXT women's tag titles, which I think is a real shame. Seth wouldn't make a good fireman. He would just tell you to burn it down. Very good. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Keep on. There's a thing here. It says insert ad. I'm going to press this button. I want to see what this does. It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Right. It says, who wins the men's Money in the Bank? LA Knight, 60%. Logan Paul, 24%. Damian Priest, 8%. One of the others, 8%. So 60% of you guys have gone with LA Knight. Okay. 24% of you have gone with Logan Paul. And to be honest, Damian Priest and the others, only 8% for those. So even those two combined is 16%. So 60% for LA Knight, 24% for Logan Paul, 8% for Damian Priest, 8% for one of the others. I had an advert, says Niall. Is that what it does? It puts in an advert. It says insert ad, but nothing was shown for me. Nothing did it. I've got some boxes at the top, which, to be honest, I've never looked at. It says create highlight video. I've never pressed that either. Does that mean it takes a clip of the stream? I should probably have paid attention to these before, shouldn't I? It says insert ads, create highlight video, add stream marker. Does that mean when something big happens, I press that and a marker is put on the stream? Oh my God. These are like some killer tools that I've never paid attention to. Okay, hang on. I've got Kayla Braxton outside Roman's locker room. She's knocking on Roman's locker room. The door opens. Here is Paul Heyman. Heyman looks dejected. Out of all the years I've known you. I've never seen you this uncomfortable. Kayla says, I've never seen you this uncomfortable. Paul Heyman has got tears in his eyes. I've never seen him like this, says Paul. I've never seen. I've been with this family for 40 years. Since they were 4 years old. Do you have any idea what Roman is capable of? You're going to see a warrior tonight. This is so good. This is good. He's going to wipe them off the face of WWE. I think they got the tone of that segment last night wrong. But this is gold. Heyman has got red eyes, tears streaming down his face. And he says this is not going to be fun to watch. It's going to go down like this. Smashed, stacked, pinned, shipped out of WWE. Permanently. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Woo! Man. Wow. That was a big, big interview from Paul Heyman. What I love about it is that it really makes you feel like they've got the tone of it right, in the sense of they know what this needs to be. It needs to be an unhinged Roman Reigns. It needs to be a Roman Reigns that doesn't know any boundaries. It needs to be a Roman Reigns that is willing to go as far as he needs to go. This is going to be a Roman Reigns that is going to be absolutely off the charts. And this is going to be pretty brutal to watch. Certainly that's what's being suggested by Paul Heyman. This isn't just another match. And I think we can be a bit guilty of sort of seeing it as, oh, now Roman and Solo against the Usos, right? It's Bloodline Civil War. It's obviously it is a big match, and it's great that we're getting it in London. But what that promo just did is it made it very clear this is not the same as Roman against Cody. This is not the same as Roman against Sammy. This is not the same as Roman against Drew. This is not the same as any other Roman match that you've seen. I mean, maybe you could say it's comparable to when he was facing Jay at the very start of this kind of tribal chief run. But this is not the same as anything we've seen in recent times. You know, that is Paul Heyman in tears streaming down his face, saying, I've never seen him like this. He said that Solo can have some of the scraps. He says, I can have a scrap. You know, what's left of the Usos. Roman is looking to destroy them permanently. Presentation on that was great. The only thing I would say is I thought that Kayla maybe was a little bit OTT. It kind of felt like she was a little bit, I don't know. I wasn't quite buying her reactions. But that was really good. Heyman killed it, as he always does. But what about it after they do a finger poke of doom and it was just to keep a title reign going longer without any challengers, says Undercover Manager. I don't think that's the way we're going, to be honest. Logan Gold said Paul might not go out to the ring with Reigns and Solo because he could be too scared about what Roman will do. Jeremy said, I'm going to watch this stream and Money in the Bank at the same time, said Jeremy. McLean said, Bloodline Civil War should be a no DQ match. David said, so scared. Elizabeth said, I don't understand why Brandy takes every seriously when something bad happens to Cody. Does she know that Raw is scripted? I haven't seen her reaction to anything, to be honest. 3 minutes to go. Muse0042 said, if Logan wins, do you see him cashing in on Seth Balor tonight? No. No, I don't. Because I think the reason why Logan wins is so that you can get lots of free promotion. You want him talking about it on his podcast. You want Logan to be, like, you know, showing off the briefcase, telling his co-hosts what it means, telling his audience what it means. This means I can cash in whenever I want. WrestleMania if I want, SummerSlam if I want. And then when we get to those shows, he can tell his audience, I'm going to do it. Tune in to SummerSlam. I am going to cash in. And people might then tune in to see if he does. And he might try, and he, you know, might not be able to do it. And then, of course, that means we can go to Survivor Series. We can go to other ones where he continues to tease it. And maybe WWE would be tempted to see what that did to the numbers, you know? So if he wins tonight and cashes in tonight, you don't get any of that. You don't get any of that. You're leaving all of that on the table. So he might try. He might give it a go. He might try, but I would imagine he will be like maybe knocked out by Tyson Fury before he can even cash it in. So Muse, a very good question though, and it's one that we have seen a lot of in recent years of people cashing in on the show. I'm thinking Liv Morgan last year, she cashed in on the show. So, you know, we have definitely seen a lot of that, but yeah, no, when it comes to Logan, I would say the reason why you do it is so that you can, because the other thing as well is you want to get as much hype out of Logan winning Money in the Bank as you can. And then you want the hype of Logan winning a title to be a little further down the road, because that's two separate hypes, right? Hype is one Money in the Bank. Hype is one a title. And you want them to be set. You don't want them, both of those to be on the same show. Otherwise, it kind of, they bury each other, don't they? Like him winning the title all of a sudden nullifies the fact he won Money in the Bank. No one's going to talk about him winning Money in the Bank if he cashes in and wins a title. But Muse, good question, dude, and I really appreciate the support. What if the Bloodline War match and Usos do a throwback to their old ring gear and face paint to honor their bloodline, said Runner Z. Wrestling days, will Tyson sing a song after he knocks him out? Yes. I get knocked down, but don't get up again. You're never going to get me down. I get knocked down, but don't get up again. He's going to start singing, yeah. Right, we are seeing a graphic. Men's ladder match kicks things off. Men's ladder match kicks things off. So who is going to win the men's ladder match? That is the poll. That is the question. We starting. Let's go, baby. I've spoken about this show so much. I feel like this show has just dominated my life for the past 72 hours. And now it's finally here. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Paul Heyman and Kayla Braxton. Fantastic, especially the wise man. Money in the Bank Productions. So we are seeing shots of London. This is a video package I think we've seen before. It's quite Bond-esque. There are the Money in the Bank briefcases. There is the O2. We're just seeing video clips of people flying in the air from previous ladder matches. I bet it is bouncing, man. I bet it is bouncing. Bouncing in the O2 right now. Should be fun time, said Miss Clown. Does Pete Dunne come back tonight? I hope so. How far will Ricochet fly? It's going to be some big spots with Ricochet. 007 intro. In the words of the former Sky Sports commentator, Martin Tyler, it's Money in the Bank, and it's live. Just got it on. Let's go, said Retribution. LA Dork Knight said Judge Klopp is going to men's Money in the Bank. Let's go, fam, said AB Jobson. Video package is fire. It's good. It's good. I like the Bond theme. We've kind of stepped away from that nose. We're just seeing some of the highlights as to how we actually got to this event. We're seeing Roman. It's a bit Bond intro, isn't it? Roman, and we're seeing how we got to the Bloodline Civil War. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, said Lone Star Friend. Let's go Shinsuke Nakamura, says Zycami. Logan Paul, Ricochet spot has got to happen again. Who do you think will win the men's Money in the Bank? I am leaning towards Logan. I don't want Logan, but I'm leaning towards Logan. I think the O2 might actually explode. Like, it might, the roof of the O2, that kind of canvassy roof, might end up just being like flying off. It might actually like just come away from the sheer explosion of joy if LA Knight was to do it. The reaction he got last night just for walking out there was massive. The explosion and pop that he would get if he actually got his hands on that briefcase might result in the roof of the O2 ending up in the Thames. Let's go. Ricochet, said Kasem. And now. Money in the Bank. We're in the room, baby. We're in the O2, baby. We can see the fans. It's a great shot, a sweeping shot of inside the arena. And it's a great setup as well. I know that we don't have the big stage, but it just feels like there's more people in there. It feels like a pay-per-view. It feels like it's significant. It doesn't feel like Raw and SmackDown. It feels a little more Royal Rumble-esque with this slight kink in the entranceway and the little smaller entrance screen just in the corner, you know? Money in the Bank ladder match, and there's a big roar. Sign said Mr. Money in the Bank. We've got a yeah sign as well. Look at all the excitement. People holding up their Money in the Bank briefcases. Right. Brawling Brutes music, so I'm guessing this is going to be Butch. So it doesn't look like we're going to be getting a Pete Dunne reveal. They've gone Butch. All right, turn it off. Turn it off. Money in the Bank's dead to me now. I really like that. I really like this look, though. I really love the white, red. It's really sharp. It's like a football kind of shirt. It's like a rugby type shirt. Why are they so determined to keep going with flipping Butcher's the name? Here's Shinsuke. Shinsuke making his way down. Guys, I've turned Money in the Bank off. I'm going to read a book instead. Right, Shinsuke making his way down. So Butcher's come down. Shinsuke making his way down. It looks good, man. He's in black with a little bit of yellow. Super excited, Dave said, but I'm into it, man. I'm into it. This is, you know what I mean? This is my air. This is my air. This is the air I breathe. I mean, not right now. I'm about 2 hours away on a train, but, you know, I was breathing some of this air. I was in London town. Still am, baby. Still am. Right, Shinsuke making his way down. Wow, this Shin entrance is sensational live. The graphics and the noise. Fight night shirts are based on the England jersey, says Retribution. Days, what's your favorite to win Money in the Bank? I'm looking at Logan. I mean, I don't want to be looking at Logan, but I am looking at Logan. Crowd singing away. Shinsuke's theme. This crowd are ready to sing, man. This crowd are ready to sing. Here comes Santos Escobar, the LWO. They've been selling some London World Order shirts that have been selling very, very well. That's kind of cool. Look at his face paint. That's nice entrance gear, actually, by Santos. Santos looks really good. He looks a bit like Zorro, but he just forgot his mask. So he's had to, like, paint it on instead. But really nice entrance gear. He looks really cool. War paint. Now, Damian Priest, they are saving LA Knight. Is LA Knight going to be the last one to come out? Are they bringing out Logan next and then LA Knight? If LA Knight comes out last, that's going to be massive. Look at Damian, man. He's got really nice entrance gear. Man, everyone's entrance gear has been proper souped up. Damian Priest making his way down to the ring. He looks, that's like something the Undertaker would wear. That's like something a Skeletor would wear. Oh, man. Look at that. There's like an old British Bulldog Hasbro sign in the background. It's like the British Bulldog figure that someone's made into a sign that they were just waving around. Damian Priest looks cool. The big talking point so far, Butch is still Butch. And everyone has turned up their ring gear and entrance gear. Ricochet coming out next. Ricochet next. Austin Theory is the 8th man. What the hell? A-Town down. Damian Priest looks amazing. Like skin out of Mortal Kombat. Damian looks scary. It is quite Undertaker-esque. Okay, so Ricochet is making his way down to the ring. Gonna go on Twitter and put gutted. Here's LA Knight. There's a kid that's holding a Prime bottle. So, big reaction for LA Knight. LA Knight looking around as the fans are cheering away. The people's choice, says Michael Cole. So LA Knight has made his way down. It's a big reaction. He stands in the corner, throws his arms in the air, points up at the Money in the Bank briefcase. Wade Barrett says, give the people what they want. LA Knight. Boo! Listen to the boos. Here's Boogan Paul. Boogan Paul! Boogan Paul! Boogan Paul is making his way down to the ring. Logan getting booed. I think Logan will win with the help of KSI. The crowd wants Logan to win, said Austin. I'm getting that vibe as well, buds. I'm getting that vibe. It's mixed signals, isn't it? It's really hard to know who the favorite is. Logan in the ring, and all the competitors are circling around. So Logan finds himself surrounded. Ricochet, everyone's jumping on Logan. Yeah! Best pay-per-view ever. Big shot by Damian Priest. Logan goes against the ropes. Butch clotheslines him to the outside. Logan goes to the outside. Butch goes out. Butch is with Logan on the outside. We got LA Knight with Shinsuke Nakamura. Against the ropes goes Santos. Drop kick into Damian Priest, who goes out the ring. Right now, it is Santos in the ring, but he's dragged out by Butch. Big shot by Santos as Butch goes down. We've got a ladder that's being introduced by Logan Paul. Logan Paul very quickly trying to set the ladder up. He wants to try and get that briefcase, but Shinsuke is going to come in, grab Logan, and knee to the midsection, hurls him into the corner. Shinsuke's got his foot in the chest, and we're doing a bit of good vibrations. Good vibrations by Shinsuke. Damian Priest comes in. Big kick by Damian Priest. Shinsuke goes down. So we've got Damian Priest with that ladder, and he's going to look to drive the ladder into Shinsuke. Shinsuke goes down. Here is Santos. Santos with the ladder. Now we got Ricochet jumping in. They're driving Damian Priest back into the corner. Butch is in there as well. Butch, Ricochet, and Santos working together to try and take out Damian Priest. That's a nice spot. Getting Damian Priest trapped in the corner. So he's trapped in the corner. There's a ladder in front of him. They're balancing the ladder in the corner on the two ropes, the middle ropes. LA Knight comes back in the ring. DDT to Butch. So Damian Priest is trapped in the corner. LA Knight is in the ring. Shinsuke Nakamura gets back in. There's a sign in the crowd that said, if LA loses, we riot. Shinsuke now is doing good vibrations to Damian Priest, who's still trapped in the corner. He could easily push that ladder away, but he has flopped out. Shinsuke on top of that ladder. Knee to the back of the head. Knee to the back of the head by Shinsuke. King Yeti, shout out to you, said Escobar is going to steal your hamburger. Very good, man. Very good. That's very good. Now we've got Shinsuke. Oh, mocking the bruiserweights. Now we've got Shinsuke. Man, I've never thought about this match, but Shinsuke against Pete Dunne. Give me that. Here's the Hamburglar. Hamburglar off the top. Duck underneath by Santos. Santos against the ropes. Head scissor takeover by Santos. Logan comes in. Loud boos for Logan as he throws in shots to Santos Escobar. Santos goes into the ladder. Ladder is being set up in the center by Logan. Logan looking to climb up. In the ring comes Ricochet. Logan continuing to climb. Everyone's getting in the ring. They're all just watching him. They're like, you might want to get down, mate. They drag him down, and there's a mugging right now. They're laying in shots, laying in kicks. Logan Paul is booted out the ring. Butch attacks Ricochet. Nakamura. Butch then wallops LA Knight. He goes down in the corner. Butch looking to go underneath the ring. He's going to grab a table. And the crowd are very appreciative of that. So, yeah, we're getting a couple of tables that are being introduced. It would be nice if the front of them was like the Union flag. And a cricket bat! Yay! Cricket, 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 cricket. Bang! It's about time an Englishman did something good with a cricket bat. We're being whooped in the ashes right now. I mean, it's true, we are. We got Damian Priest setting up the ladder over by the ropes. Over the top to the outside goes Damian Priest. He grabs the leg of Butch. And, big forearm. Nakamura climbs the table to get to the ladder, said Richard. Why would a cricket bat be under the ring? Because we're in England. There's the Trinidad guy. Yeah! Logan is trying to reason with Damian Priest. Defcon Eric and Pirate King Jack Adventures says, Robble, give me burgers, NXT Alumni Fest. Is everyone out of NXT, are they? Logan obviously wasn't. LA Knight was. Yeah, I think you're right. I think everyone else was. A lot of the crowd chanting. We got a little crowd chant on the go. Okay, so Damian Priest working with Logan, setting up 2 tables. Logan seems quite pleased. That's what I'm talking about. Big shot. Big shot. Logan goes down. Damian Priest grabbing Logan Paul, hurling him into the ring steps. He goes over the ring steps into a ladder. Logan Paul is down. Damian Priest works alone. Santos goes through the ropes. Collides into Damian Priest. In the ring, we got LA Knight and Ricochet. LA Knight going against the ropes. Reversal. Looks for a clothesline. Over the top goes Ricochet. Big spot by Ricochet. Michael Cole's voice breaks due to that amazing Ricochet moment. LA Knight trying to climb up, but Logan Paul stops him. Logan and... Russian leg sweep off the ladder by Logan Paul. Do you think The Rock returns tonight? No, Jerry, I'm not expecting that at all. Come on, Logan, or Santos, or Butch, or Shinsuke, said Hodgepodge. Ricochet is insane, said Victoria. Right, we've got Logan, who's just grabbing Damian Priest, draping him over the top, through the ropes. Over the top goes Logan. He gets nailed. Hard. Green shirt guy in the front row, of course. Green shirt guy was never missing this. The guy from Trinidad, he was never missing this. So Logan goes over the top, and as he's coming down, he gets absolutely nailed. Now we've got a ladder that's being balanced on the edge of the ring and the ring steps. So right now, we've got a ladder there. Now we've got Damian Priest looking for a suplex, but Butch comes round, stamps on the hands of Damian Priest. There's a kick to the head of Damian Priest. Shinsuke with a knee strike kicks the head of Damian Priest as well. Shinsuke looking to get Damian Priest on top of that ladder. Few shots coming in. Shinsuke climbing up. Shinsuke backing up. Logan's popped up. And now Logan grabbing the leg of Shinsuke. And Shinsuke goes down. It's lockdown for Roman and Solo. Welcome to the Usos Penitentiary, says... Logan splashes Damian Priest, but the ladder did not buckle. You still suck, chant. Look at this. Frog splash onto Damian Priest. And that... Nope. I mean, that's got to have hurt Logan, but it's going to have hurt Damian Priest as well. There was no give in that ladder or anything. Nothing buckled, nothing bent. That ladder just went... Lol. So, do you know what? That's a London ladder, baby. American ladders. There's no giving this ladder. Straight into the midsection, but Shinsuke moves out the way. We got Ricochet and Nakamura. Ricochet on a ladder in the ring. Brutal as hell, said Rev. J-Ray said that looked painful. Someone just threw their prime. They've given up. They've given up. Love that that ladder didn't buckle for Logan's splash. Even London ladders don't like him. Right, we've got Shinsuke. We've got Santos. They're on the top of the ladder at the moment. Oh, Shinsuke's gone down. Oh, okay. Santos was on his own for like a second, but Butch has arrived. Butch is climbing up. Butch has got a sleeper hold applied on Santos. They're going to go backwards, though. So Santos is on a ladder that is wedged between the ladder in the ring and the ropes. Right now, Butch has managed to get him. Splash by Ricochet. I don't think Ricochet really gained a great deal by doing that. Some of these spots just seem a bit like spots for the sake of doing spots. Ricochet splash it. I mean, he didn't even get all of it, to be honest. I don't know. Michael Cole's very excited about it. But right now, we've got an aerial shot, and everyone is down. Everyone is down. Ricochet is down. Santos is down. Butch is trying to get back to his feet. Damien's getting back to his feet. All the competitors. LA Knight's been missing for about half an hour. Right, they all scream, and we're all brawling again. They're back underway. Everyone wants this. Who's going to win? Money in the Bank. Butch running up the ladder. No joy. Damian Priest planting Butch. Damian Priest looking to climb up that ladder now. It's in the middle of the ring. Thoughts on Brock Lesnar attack tonight? I'm expecting it. LA Knight, lovely. Back suplex. Drop in. Damian Priest onto his head. Off the ladder. Logan trying to get onto that middle rope. Blockbuster. Blockbuster by Logan, but shooting star press by Ricochet to Logan. Logan down. Santos grabbing Ricochet. And, a driver. That was a brutal driver by Santos. Hamburglar has turned up at the O2 Arena. Nakamura grabbing Santos, pulling him off the ladder. Santos trying to grab Nakamura. Nakamura with a Kinshasa off the ladder. And Santos goes out the ring. It's carnage, man. It's non-stop action like you expect in the Money in the Bank match. Big forearm strike there by Butch. Butch clotheslining. Down goes Ricochet. Butch has got a ladder set up on the outside. Butch is climbing up this ladder. We've got Damian Priest. We've got LA Knight. We're going to have Butch jump onto a whole bunch of people. Butch jumps up. Moonsaults. Michael Cole. He takes everybody out. Are you all right, Michael Cole? He's had a few more. He's had a few beers, hasn't he? He's been in the pub. He's had a few beers. Logan is climbing the ladder right now. Logan climbing the ladder, grabs the leg of Ricochet, grabs Logan, pulls him off the ladder. Kick coming in there by Ricochet. Misses with that kick. Big overhand. That's a lovely overhand right by Logan. Lovely overhand right. Logan going back to climbing up that ladder. Santos is looking to come in. Crowd are booing. The Money in the Bank briefcase is swinging away. Looking to kick to the midsection. Duck underneath there by Escobar. Logan going back into the corner. Here comes Escobar. Collides over. Big knee strikers. Logan goes down. Logan spills to the outside. And now we have got Santos climbing up. Santos quite close. This is as close as we've got so far. He's got one hand on, but Shinsuke grabs Santos, pulls him off the ladder. We're already 28 minutes into Money in the Bank. 28 minutes into Money in the Bank. Defcon Eric and Pirate King Adventures says hashtag Pete Dunne wedgie. Pete Dunne. I can't say I have observed a Pete Dunne wedgie, but I will keep an eye on the situation. We will have wedgie updates throughout the whole of this men's Money in the Bank ladder match. 2 ladders in the ring right now. Santos on one of them. LA Knight on the other one. And they're throwing in some shots. These two exchanging blows. As LA Knight falls off the ladder, he's trying to get back up again. We got Nakamura in there as well. Head scissors. Oh, over goes LA Knight. That might mean that Shinsuke can climb. He's got 2 ladders. He's putting the ladders together. He's moved over to a different ladder. And now we got Santos climbing one. We've got Nakamura climbing the other. Nakamura, why does it take wrestlers so long to climb a ladder? Nakamura really struggling to get up this ladder. But right now, we've got Nakamura and we've got Santos. It's a weird camera shot. Oh, that's why. So Logan and Ricochet just springboarded off the ropes onto the ladder. Shots coming in there by Ricochet. We've got 4 guys at the top of the ladder in the ring. Ricochet's got one hand on the briefcase. Oh, no joy. No joy. Nakamura trying to get it. Looks like this ladder. The one ladder's gone down. Santos goes out the ring. Logan's close. Ricochet stopping him. Oh, big shot. LA Knight gets kicked away. LA Knight kicked away again. He pushes the ladder. Over they go. Oh, man, look, Logan's still trying to find a way. He's tied up in the ropes. Oh, my God. They went for a Spanish fly. Logan could not get his footing right. Logan's footing was all over the place there. So that spot was going to be a Spanish fly through the table. And there's a couple of refs that are checking on Logan there. They've Spanish flied through a couple of tables that are on the outside. That spot looks rough, man. That spot looks rough. You can see that Logan's... he's took that right on his neck. Oh, that's... Oh, man. That's not good, man. That's not good at all. I mean, seemingly he's okay. The refs are, he's seemingly all right, but that's... what are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I'm not a Logan fan, but I don't want to see him get paralyzed. Fingers getting broken there by LA Knight. Butcher's got the briefcase. He's desperately trying to unhook it. Shot coming in by Damian Priest. Damian Priest is trying to get to the briefcase. Butch, oh my God. Butch goes flying off the ladder into a ladder. Priest trying to get it. LA Knight is in the ring. LA Knight grabbing Priest, hurling him to the outside. Santos is coming in the ring, though. Santos in the ring. Santos in the ring. Nakamura grabbing. No, is he going to go to the side? Oh my God, it's all happening. LA Knight in the ring on his own, climbing the ladder. LA Knight, there's no one around. LA Knight grabbing the briefcase. LA Knight. Oh! Damian Priest. LA Knight trying to get that ladder again. He was right there. He was right there. Damian Priest hurls LA Knight from... LA Knight is down. He was right there. LA Knight was right there. Damian Priest climbing the ladder. It looks like it's Damian's time. 2023 winner of Money in the Bank. The nightmare scenario of Logan Paul has not come true. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Triple H. Triple H. Wow. Oh, that's good. I like that. Bud Light toasts the Money in the Bank winner. And that's actually a nice way of like inserting a sponsor, doing it like after the match has ended rather than having a dancing Bud Light dancing around at ringside. But the winner is Damian Priest. There'll be people that are sad that it's not LA Knight. I am just flipping relieved that it is not Logan Paul. That was the way that I thought it was going to go. But LA Knight was so close. They've given that little tease to the fans. They've given that little tease to the fans. We said there might be a strategy of tease the fans. You want it. We know you want it. Keep denying it. Keep denying it. Eventually he's going to get where he needs to get. But right now it is Damian Priest's time. And Damian Priest is the winner of the 2023 Money in the Bank. Priest deserves it. Right, let's do a quick video. Chuck it onto the channel. Damian Priest is stepping down the ladder. The big talking point as well is that Spanish fly. I think that was crazy to get someone like Logan Paul to do such a move. Massive breaking news coming out of Money in the Bank. There's going to be a few broken hearts here. It's not LA Knight, but he was close. He was so close. He was at the top of the ladder. His hands were on the briefcase. He was in the process of unhooking it, but Damian Priest caught him, chucked him off the ladder, and was free to climb and claim the Money in the Bank briefcase. Look at this moment. Look at this image. Look what it means to Damian Priest. I personally thought they would go Logan. I didn't want Logan. I know a lot of people did want Logan as well. A lot of youngsters in particular. I'm pleased they didn't go that way because of the fact that Logan's not here all the time. I think that Damian Priest has put the work in. You know, he put over Bad Bunny, for example, at Backlash. He is definitely due being given something back. So I'm really pleased for Damian Priest. I'm pleased that he gets this moment. But it's one of those, isn't it? You know, if you had a favorite and your favorite has not won, you're going to be disappointed. But I think Damian Priest is a good, credible winner for this event. And I am really, really pleased for him. There is a moment in this match where there is a Spanish fly between Ricochet and Logan, and it looks brutal. It does not go to plan. Logan getting absolutely spiked through a table. Referees checking on him. Seemingly he was fine, but that was a near miss. That was a real... I mean, that will trend for the wrong reasons, for how close to disaster Logan Paul came. So loads of action, just absolutely stacked full of spots. The big talking points, the kind of botched, if you will, Spanish fly. which thankfully has not resulted in any serious injury between Logan and Ricochet. And this moment right here, Damian Priest winning. The other talking point, though, LA Knight is over. He's going to stay over, and people are now only going to be hungrier to see him succeed. So even LA Knight is going to come out with this as a winner to some degree. Wow. I mean, where do you go with that, to be honest? Where do you go with that? Because that was such a fast-paced match. It's one of those matches where I'm so pleased for people that were there live to witness that, because obviously I was very fortunate to meet a lot of those people. They've just seen something really exciting there. That match was full of spots. It's actually not the kind of match that I particularly am crazy about, but it was very exciting. There was obviously lots at stake, and there was lots of emotions in there as well. People wanting Logan, people wanting Damian, people wanting LA Knight in particular. So crazy. I think what we can agree on is that it delivered. Okay, so now we've got Ronda and Shayna making their way down. Priest still cash in on Finn. You heard it here first, says AR1. At least Logan didn't win, said George. You know what, George? I can't remember. I think that was my first reaction. I don't even think I was like, well done, Damien. I think I was just like, yes, it's not Logan. There was a lot of people fearing that it would be Logan Paul. So... yeah, maybe not the right reaction, but it was my reaction, to be honest. Right, Ronda and Shayna. Why has she got an M on her head? Jeez, why has she got an M written there? Why has she done that? She looks like a flipping idiot. Right, so Ronda with an M on her head for moron. For Mr. Bean, because we're in England. Right, here is Raquel, and quite a cheeky Raquel, actually. I'm just saying, not really much being left to the imagination there, is there, boys and girls? Oh, look at Liv! Okay. I see ya with your Union Jack top there. Look at her. Channeling her inner Jerry Halliwell. Her inner Spice Girl. Okay. I've always liked Liv. Good kid. That's what I say. She's a good kid. She's a good egg. Coming down with the nice Union Jack top on. Furry boots as well. Boots. Damian Priest wins the WWE Men's Money in the Bank ladder match, baby. Jerry Halliwell, eat your heart out. That's what I just said. Oh my God, Wade Barrett is watching the stream. Wade, shout out to you. I think you're doing a great job, buds. Apparently you got a great reaction at SmackDown. Right, belt has sounded. I will change the thing in minutes. Heartbreak for LA Knight and Logan Paul. I tell you what, it's not just heartbreak for Logan Paul. It's almost flipping neck break. Neck break. Right, we are underway with this match, and it's a match I like to call a women's tag title match. That's what I like to call it. Okay, Ronda and non-Ronda versus Liv and Raquel. Right, the Liv squad loves Liv very much, says Leonard. Days, what if Seth retains, Priest tries to cash in, and Finn costs him? Yes. Yes, we can explore a whole world of Finn, Damian, Priest scenarios. I gotta tell you, the prediction from D-Lo was that Priest would win. And he said that he thought that Finn would win and that Priest would cash in about 24, 48 hours. It's going to have to be 48 because obviously now we do the shows on a Saturday rather than a Sunday. So his prediction is that we get Priest win Money in the Bank. It's gone that way. And his prediction was that we get Finn win the title. Priest cashes in on Monday. And what that means is that Finn had the Universal for 24 hours and now he gets the world title for 48 hours. And it kind of echoes and mirrors what we saw before, which I thought was a pretty fun prediction. I don't think I'd heard that one before. Right now we're seeing Ronda chuck in Liv around the ring. Again, if you are watching and you've not hit subscribe, hit subscribe. Drop a like as well, as we are underway with this ladies match. So against the rope goes Shayna, and kick to the chest of Liv. Liv kicks out. Kick out by Liv Morgan. Daisy, it's a very Rimmel from London look from Liv. Okay. I'm not too familiar with Rimmel from London, but I mean, I am aware of them, and I would say that it definitely does fit my impression of that. Whenever I think of stuff like that, I always think of maybe it's Maybelline. Do you remember that? Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't even know what that means. Do you think Randy returns to help Riddle? I don't. Liv Morgan is Crazy Spice. Days versus Brock Lesnar. Who wins? Days, and Brock Lesnar knows it. Liv is backed into the corner. Does Liv need to scream so much? Well, in all fairness, you could probably put it on mute, because she doesn't say, listen to me. She just says, watch me. So I think as long as you're watching, you know, you're still supporting her. That's all she wants you to do. Ronda coming in, grabbing the leg of Liv. Liv is desperately... I tell you what, there's really not much being left to the imagination, is there, when it comes to Liv Morgan tonight? Jeez. I feel like I know Liv Morgan very well. Liv is... I mean, those shorts are super short. Ronda being rolled up. Kick out by Ronda. Liv is back on her feet. Double knees by Liv. Liv going over, trying to make the tag. In comes Raquel. Raquel charging over, clothesline. Down goes Ronda. Clothesline again by Raquel. Ronda goes down. Another clothesline. Ronda goes down. Raquel scooping up Shayna. Fall away slam. Raquel scooping up Ronda and slamming down Monda. I don't know why she's got the M on her head. Monda. Into the corner goes Raquel. Kick by Raquel. Retribution said, you wish. When the match starts, says Ram, match is underway. This one's underway. Draping armbar by Ronda in the corner. Raquel is going to look for a power bomb. Bang! Planting Ronda. 1, 2. And Shayna makes the save. Shayna makes the save. Liv Shoes is trying to make her walk alone from the match, and Ronda and Shayna win, said Richards. Does my prediction... Days, my prediction is Raquel turns on Liv, says Trey. Okay. Kick coming in there by Shayna. Summit says, hi for now. Hi for now. That'd be a good way to start, wouldn't it? Hi for now and bye for now. Liv is back up on her feet. We got the Women's Tag Team Championship match underway. O2 is rocking, making some great noise. We got a crossbody there by Liv. We've got Shayna working on the arm. Liv screaming in pain in the middle of the ring. Kick coming in there by Ronda. Ronda grabbing the leg of Liv. We got an ankle lock. Liv in a whole world of pain. And Raquel comes in. Manages to get both Shayna and Ronda off of Liv. Why is it the same stage for each pay-per-view with the long curved entranceway? I miss the creative stages like WrestleMania, says Kim. This is, I think, the way that they want to go when it comes to like arena shows. So you're going to still get creative entrances at WrestleMania. But I think when it comes to like Backlash, when it comes to this Money in the Bank, if it's inside an arena, then I think you will see this kind of a setup. I think it allows them to get more people in. Makes it feel different from Raw and SmackDown as well. We've got a suplex by Shayna on Liv. Now she's got the Kirifuda clutch. Down in the middle of the ring. It's applied. Liv is in trouble. She surely got a tap. Is she going to tap? She's gasping for air. She's struggling. I don't know where Raquel is. Ronda is back up. Liv has survived. So far, she's managed to get back up to her feet. She's looking for a chin breaker, but she manages to get Shayna off of her. Now here comes Ronda. There's obviously quite the history between... Shayna attacks Ronda! Shayna attacks Ronda! Oh! What? Shayna is attacking Ronda? Flip! During the match! During the match! Look at Liv. She's like, what am I watching? Shayna choking out Ronda. What the flip? No one predicted that. No one. She's walking away. Liv is watching as Shayna walks away. Ronda is calling for Shayna. Raquel is taking no time. Wasting no time here. Picking up Ronda. Ronda's going to get planted. Liv with a smile on her face. I think they know that the women's tag titles are about to change hands. Oblivion. Oh my God. And Ronda gets absolutely spiked. And it is Liv Morgan that gets the pin and the win. And we've got new women's tag team champions. But it's all down to Shayna Baszler. It's all down to Shayna Baszler, who jumps on Ronda. And Ronda, and I had no one, not even me at Wrestling Shop Live predict that. They were in the MMA business. You know the MMA business? You know the MMA business. They were in the MMA business together. I'm out of answers on that one, says Wade Barrett. That was random. Wow. Tell you what, though, we're getting some talking points tonight. Definitely not a show that we're going to struggle to find something to talk about here. We got Damian Priest winning Money in the Bank. We've got Shayna turning on Ronda. People on Twitter saying, thank you, Shayna. We're seeing shots from Johannesburg. We're seeing shots from around the world. Wow. Feel like that's another video, you know. I mean, there is the scene. I must admit, I'm happy for Liv this August. Oh, we got our first glimpse. We're getting our first glimpse here of SummerSlam. Brock Lesnar. I don't know if you've heard of him. Is that Ricochet? We got people posing by cars. Obviously, we're in Detroit, which is Motor City. There's Becky in a dress. Looks awesome. She looks great. Right. Let's do a quick video. So, breaking news again coming out of Money in the Bank. There is so many talking points so far, and we've only just completed our second match. But what a moment this was. No one predicted this. Shayna Baszler turning on Ronda Rousey. I didn't predict it. No one at Wrestling Shop mentioned it to me. This is crazy. I really thought these two were going to retain. But out of nowhere, mid-match, Shayna Baszler turns on Ronda, starts choking her out. And what it leads to is this right here. You can see Ronda still in pain in the background. It was Liv that got the pin on Ronda. Liv and Raquel are your new WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. But it is all down to this betrayal right here. Shayna Baszler choking out Ronda Rousey. Surely we are getting that match at SummerSlam. Big moment, baby. Big moment. Hang on. I just got a message saying, your laptop is about to turn off. Please plug it in. I was like, huh? It is plugged in? Turns out it wasn't plugged in. Lol. Every Liv Morgan title win has actually been a fluke, says Hagen-Dazs. Fluke. Well, I must admit, I might be a little bit too close to this show because of being in London, speaking to the fans and just talking about it so much. But, like, I always go into a pay-per-view wanting talking points, and this one is just smashing me in the face with talking points. Right, here comes Riddle. So our next match is going to be for the Intercontinental Championship. I'm calling it. Damian cashes in on Roman tonight, says El Leon. Okay, the original bro is making his way down to the ring. This is Intercontinental Champion Riddle battling to try and win that title from Gunther, the Ring General. We need to get rid of our poll. We can set that up for the ladies one, but I feel like EO is really the firm favorite there. But we'll do it. We'll do it. Money in the right. Damien could cash in on Gunther. Ugh. Hope not. First of all, I don't want to see that briefcase be cashed in on a mid-card title. And second of all, I don't want to see Gunther getting his first loss due to that kind of a cash-in, you know? Right. Let's go and change this over. Here comes Gunther. He's going to destroy Riddle. What if Shayna enters Money in the Bank? Oh, that's interesting. Who said that? Zoom Station, shout out to you. Riddle versus Gunther. Oh, that's interesting. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so only 14% of you got that right last time. Who wins the women's Money in the Bank? Who wins the women's Money in the Bank? Is it going to be EO Sky? Is it going to be Becky Lynch? Is it going to be Trish? Or is it going to be one of the others? Some people might think Bailey, but I'm going with those as the options. Here is the Ring General. Gunther. Making his way down to the Ring General. Gunther. Days, do you think Priest will cash in tonight? I followed you on Twitter, says Kieran. Kieran shouts you. Do I think Priest will cash in tonight? I am gonna lean towards no. I'm gonna lean towards no. I think we may see Finn win. Priest could come down, and then there could be a moment where they like look at each other. And Priest doesn't do it here, but you know, just think of the segments we could tease out of this, where Priest and Finn are like, you know, you could get some TV time out of that, couldn't you? You know. So I'm gonna lean towards no. Have I been wrong before? Sadly. Macho Man. Oh, they're just talking about the only people that have held this championship longer. Right, we are underway. As we said, you always want to be watching Gunther matches. He is the Ring General for a reason. And that reason is he's flipping awesome. Right, we've got Gunther. Oh, Riddle trying to get a Kimura applied there. Gunther grabbing Riddle, slamming him down. And sleeper hold being applied by Riddle. I think Io will climb the ladder and almost grab the briefcase, but Bailey stops her, and Zelina or Becky wins, says Blaze loves OJ. Kick coming in there by Riddle. His ankle is bandaged up. We know that that ankle is going to be a target for Gunther. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez win the women's tag title. Amazing. But like really trying to get some sales again, says Prof. Big chops coming in by Gunther, the Ring General. Forearm strikes coming back by Riddle. Riddle kipping up. Right, Riddle again looking for an exploder. Elbow coming in there by Gunther. Gunther pulling at the face of Riddle. He went for a big chop, but Riddle has grabbed the leg of Gunther, and he's kind of wrapped himself around the leg of Gunther there. Gunther, it's all really... Oh, big kick, big boot coming down by Gunther. And again, stomping down on Riddle. Big, man, that chop there. The sound of it as well. Like Riddle's trying to cover up. Knee strike. Gunther's just a wrecking ball, isn't he? He'll just hit you with just knees, forearms, chops, slaps. Kicks. Already he's got markings on his chest here, Gunther, as Riddle is really trying to throw in as good as he's getting. Kicks coming into the midsection. Gunther grabs the leg, takes the standing leg away as Riddle goes down. Gunther again grabbing the legs. Oh, he's pulling at the bandages, ripping those bandages off. So Gunther wants to expose the ankle. That ankle is wrapped. It is protected. And Gunther is pulling at that ankle, ripping off the bandages. What do you think about some sort of cave match between Ronda and Shayna? Oh, do you mean cage match? Yeah, that would be fun. Maybe the first female fight pit. That could be interesting. Come on, Gunther, said Legend Killer. What if Nikolai Volkov comes out to interfere, said Inside Out and Again. Max said Zelina wins, but during the match, Io turns on Bayley. Riddle's tights are tighter and smaller than Liv's. Gunther is working on the knee, working on the leg of Riddle. Riddle in a lot of pain right now. Imperium comes to help Gunther, so maybe Randy returns. Solo spikes Roman tonight, said Tripstar. Mr. Business, I would like to see Brock against Cody, said GG. After the main events, Daze slides his Piper into the Niven. She's not on this show. Seeing her for a date later, though. We've got a Broton. Oh, he gets caught. He gets caught by Gunther, middle of the ring. And he's having to try and get out of this. There's a very tight sleeper in. I tell you what, it's quite fast-paced. Lots of quick reversals. The speed of the matches tonight, really quick. Riddle's ankle gives out, monster clothesline by Gunther. 1, 2. Kick out by Riddle. I tell you what, it's not a bad little match, this. It's not a bad little match at all. You know, you've got Riddle who's feeling the effects on his ankle. Big clothesline. Knee strike there by Riddle. Riddle collapses down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. This is a match, you know, it's so weird because this is a match you would have seen in Progress. Like, not that long ago. Go back about 5 years. Like, these two battling in Progress in London. Like, yeah, absolutely. Riddle is up looking for floating bro. 1, 2. Shoulder up again by Gunther. Close. He's getting closer. He's getting closer, Riddle. He's having to dig deep here, and the crowd are making plenty of noise. I love this setup. I love seeing that screen. It just looks really cool. That end is normally covered with a massive stage. But I prefer this setup. Straight into a triangle. He was looking to try and splash Riddle. He's struggling at the moment. He's having to try and power. He's trying to power up Riddle. Bang! Drops him down. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Oh, turns him over. Single leg Boston Crab. Single leg Boston Crab. Single leg Boston Crab. And he's trying to drag him away from the ropes. Kick coming in by Riddle. Bang, bang, bang. Pop, 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 pop. Now again, working. It's a bit weird watching him wallop an ankle. Just powering away on an ankle. Oh, and Riddle taps. Riddle in pain. The ankle could take no more. Well, there we go. Gunther wins. Gunther retains. Decent match. I still miss Dakota because she's injured, said Charlie Girl. Triple H knows how to make a small arena feel huge like a stadium. The dude is a genius at that. Shayna and Ronda should have a no-holds-barred, lights-out mid-Atlantic street fight. How about a Bud... Oh, baby! You wanted a return! You got a return! Drew McIntyre making his way down to the ring. Smile on his face. Drew is back. He's coming back to confront Gunther, the ring general. Drew McIntyre making his way down. He's seemingly not a heel. Seemingly not a heel. Looks like he's coming down for his one-on-one match that he wanted. Obviously, at WrestleMania, it was a triple threat. Great reaction from the crowds, who should start singing American Pie in all fairness. Last time a lot of these fans got to see Drew was whilst he was singing American Pie and I think Wonderwall. So, rumors of Drew being at this show. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Oh, Drew McIntyre. So, Drew taking a few steps forwards. Drew and Gunther face to face in the middle of the ring as the fans are singing away. Gunther pushes Drew. Pushes Drew. Drew with a headbutt to Gunther. Gunther goes down. Drew McIntyre is back. Calling for a Claymore. Oh, connects. Connects. Kips up. Drew McIntyre returns. He grabs the Intercontinental Championship in his hands. Oh, he's going to hold it up. Oh! Hey. Drew returns. Dun, dun, dun. We need to do another video because too much is happening at the show. The show is sick. Lots of talking points. Yeah, man. Yes, man. Every match has had a talking point. Every match. We've had 3 matches. And we've had, I don't know, how many talking points? Logan Paul almost killed himself. Damian Priest won the ladder match. Shayna turned on Ronda. New women's tag team title champions. And then we've had Drew return. Liv was wearing Union flag attire, which looked really cool. We eating goods. I got asked earlier, are we going to eat goods? We eating goods. Yeah, well, this is, do you know what I mean? We've gone to the steakhouse, boys and girls. We're at the steakhouse tonight. No rummaging in the bins for us. It is full-blown steakhouse. Bang. More big breaking news coming out of Money in the Bank from London. And it is a return, a big return. We haven't seen Drew in a little while, but Drew McIntyre has come back and he has made his intentions very clear. He wants Gunther. He wants the Intercontinental Championship. Here you can see him hoisting it into the air. Just moments after delivering a Claymore to Gunther. Gunther retaining against Riddle. And then that brought out Drew. Drew, as we said, making his intentions clear. I think we're setting up a lot tonight. I think we're setting up a lot for SummerSlam. You know, Ronda and Shayna, Drew and Gunther. Obviously, Damien with that Money in the Bank briefcase. This is all going to play into SummerSlam. So this really feels like a show that's got some big, big moments in it that's going to really shape where we are heading and what SummerSlam in particular is going to look like. So Drew McIntyre is back. He's not a heel, but we know what his intentions are. And he wants Gunther, and he wants the Intercontinental Championship. Boom, baby! Right. Let's do another video. Well, I've done it. Let's upload it. Not the return we were expecting for that match, but I'm happy with it. I've never heard my mum scream. I've heard your mum scream. Oh, that was such a burn. I went out of focus for a second. Gunther is on Raw. AEW fans thought that he was AEW bound, said Tommy. Right, so right now we're seeing footage of Cody and Dominic. So I don't know if that's going to be our next match. Drew McIntyre return. WWE Money in the Bank. Let's go. Days, I think it will be Gunther or LA Knight for the Rumble now when Drew wins the IC title. You think that Drew's going to win? I don't think he will. I don't think he'll win it because I think they're going to get Gunther to that records. They're going to get Gunther to the records. And I think he's got to get to like September in order to get to the records. Right, it is Dominic Mysterio who is making his way down to the ring. Dominic Mysterio on his loud boos, man. Loud boos for Dom, who's coming out with Riri, Mommy. Tell you what, Mommy's not leaving a great deal to the imagination here as well. Mommy and Dom making their way down to the ring. Cody's got this. Are we going to do Brock now? Are we doing Brock next? Oh, my God. How many videos am I meant to make? Gee, I've been at Wrestling Shop, for 2 days. Now I race back, do SmackDown. Now I'm here. Now work. Right. Condom, said Spike. Brock returns next to help Dom win. Apparently, he had to spend the night in the Tower of London because he was jaywalking. Can I just tell you that jaywalking is not a thing in this country, and I don't even know what it is. It's like crossing the road when you don't cross at the crossing. I mean, people do that here all the time. Not only would that not get you in trouble, but it certainly wouldn't get you in the Tower of London. I mean, the Tower of London is just like a tourist thing now. We don't actually use it as a prison anymore. Okay, Dominic in the ring with Rhea, who's got some pretty wild hairstyle. Here's Cody. Is he going to come out with Brandy or Pharaoh? Here he is. A lot of love for him, at Wrestling Shop. A lot of love. A lot of the kids, I was asking him who's your favourite, and they said Cody. Days last week, Cara Noir suffered a possible career-ending injury. Oh, no. I don't know why WWE have waited so long to bring him in. Right there. Right there. Cody Rhodes making his way down to the ring, getting a great reaction from the fans. Great reaction for Cody in London. Sign set. Oh, it's got the Union flag on the back. Everyone, let's go. Right, Days, do you think Damien Cash is in tonight? No, I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't. Loud. Look at that. The American Nightmare on the thing. Smile on the face of Cody. He's loving what he's seeing. Comes in and kisses the ring. Don't know where that. Oh, well, don't know where that's been. Dace, do you agree that Cody should win? It doesn't make sense to lose to the weakest guy and face the most dangerous guy on the next pay-per-view. I mean, look, what I'm going to say is he shouldn't lose clean. You shouldn't lose to the weakest guy clean. He's not the weakest guy. I mean, he can beat Akira Tozawa clean. So he's the second weakest guy. But he can't lose clean. But if Rhea's going to get involved or Brock's going to get involved and it's not like clean, then that's going to give Dominic something to gloat about. Cody is going to be miffed. The crowd are going to hate Dominic even more because now he can say, I beat your favorite. Cody's going to be wound up because he knows he should have won. And it's just going to be that kind of screwy situation, you know? Mommy is at ringside. We knew that she would be. Booze for Dominic. Blows a kiss to Mommy. Right, Cody and Dominic, we are underway. Big shot coming in. Hour and 20 minutes into the show. Time is flying. Absolutely flying. Shot there by Dom. Dom in the corner, trying to get out the way, throws a big right hand. Rolls out the ring. He's just trying to take pot shots at Cody right now, Dom. He knows that he can't go toe-to-toe with Cody Rhodes. So he's having to just throw pot shots and run away. Slides in the ring, goes against the ropes. Goes in between the legs of Cody. Throws in a slap. Slaps the face of Cody Rhodes. And there's a little smile on the face of Dom. Mommy is loving it, man. She is loving it. Cody looking at Dom. Dom going to the outside. Cody chasing out. We're going all the way down the entranceway. All the way down the entranceway. Cody grabs him. Starts bringing him back. Oh, hey! Back in the ring. Oh, big shot by Cody. Dom's just bumping around here. Kick to the midsection. Big kicks coming in by Cody. Cody back in control. So Cody taking off the cast. I mean, I thought that arm was meant to be broken. Power slam, down goes Dominic. So it was Cody taking off the cast that drove Dominic away. Dominic is king. Wasn't this supposed to be main event? It is one of the main events. It's not the main event. Dominic going into the crowds. Dominic's decided that he wants to be amongst his people. He's gone into the crowds, but Cody goes right after him. Grabs Dominic, hurls him back to the ringside area. Cody jumping over the barricades. In the ring goes Dominic. Dominic rolling to the outsides. Cody looking to suplex Dominic. Dominic landing on his feet. Mommy getting in the face of Cody. I don't know what they're chanting. They're chanting something, but right now, Dominic is trying to pull at the turnbuckle. The referee has noticed, though. There's a lot going on here as Dominic comes over. Shot coming in by Cody. Oof. Rhea grabbing the leg of Cody. He goes face first into the ring steps. Cody into the commentary table. Cody into the ring post. Cody goes down. Dominic getting back into the ring as Rhea is urging him on. So we've got Cody down on the outside. The momentum in this match keeps swinging backwards and forth. No LED screens on around the ring post or around the ring. Not that that means we're going to get like a cage match or anything. I just don't think they've flown it over from the US. And we don't have that technology here. Do you know what I mean? We all live in like huts. We're only just getting mobile phones over here. Face first into the commentary table. LA Dark Knight said, I'm not believing this fight. Edge comes out of his anniversary. Spear, said Richard. Oh, Dom is a cur. Oh, Dom is a cur. I mean, he is, in all fairness. Right, the chant is, oh, Dom's cat, says Nate's. Any good chip shops near the O2, says LB. I actually don't know, you know. I don't think there is many good places round by the O2. I mean, in all fairness, there are restaurants within the O2. I don't know if any of those do fish and chips. But like proper fish and chip places, no. Around by the O2, you've got a lot of houses and flats. Really, apart from what's in the O2 and a few like restaurants, bars, whatever on the outsides, I don't think that's the right place for like a good fish and chip restaurant. Dom is a munch. I would Google like best fish and chip restaurants in London. Outlets. Shops, best fish and chip shops in London. It's the weekend, so the tube, I think, is, or a healthy part of it is 24 hours. So there is like a late night tube system on a Friday night and a Saturday night. So you'll be able to get wherever you need to get those fish and chips. And good fish and chips is worth traveling to. That's what my mum always said. Right, Dominic is slammed down. What are they chanting? They're just cheering right now. Shot coming in there by Cody. Dominic reversal. Cody against the ropes. Dominic goes down. Cody in the corner. Dominic charging over. And scoop slam there. Power slam by Cody. Cody looking out to Rhea. Cody getting all kinds of fired up right now. Cody screaming out. Rhea on the outsides. Just get some fish fingers from Waitrose and stick them in an oven. Yeah. Kick and down goes Dominic. 1, 2. Kick out. The most British chant ever. Damien will cash in on Seth or Finn. 1, 2. Kick out. Sad to see Drew get put in the mid card again, said Mick Jr. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Cody Rhodes. That's the latest chant. Over by the rope, big boos as we're going to get a 619 from Dominic. Dominic against the ropes. Cody catches it, though. Cody has got Dominic looking for an Alabama slam. Airplane spin. Cody spinning Dominic around in the center of the ring into Alabama slam, baby. Alabama slam, and Rhea looks horrified on the outside of the ring. Horrified, I tell you. Right now, we're looking for a Crossroads. Crossroads connects. Crossroads connects. 1, 2, 3. Cody wins. Cody wins. Cody beats Dominic. Cody beats Dominic. Oh. Rhea dragging Dominic, pulling him out the ring. Smile on the face of Cody. Guys, enjoying Bud Light is easy. That's what I've just been told. Kids, if you're watching, enjoying Bud Light is easy, according to Michael Gull. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it. Drink Miller instead. Thank you. Cody beats Dom. In no world should Dom have beaten Cody, clean or not, says LS Dub. Brock Lesnar, OMG. Well, I don't have any Brock. I've got Cody, smile on his face. There was big rumors of Brock. But Cody's celebrating and waiting. If the Beast's music hits, man, this place will go. Cody on his knees. Kisses the mat again. Whoa. I'm watching. He's smiling. I'm watching. Nothing's happening. Oh, no, Brock. He hates the UK. He hates the UK. I hate Brock Lesnar. What's his problem with the UK? Scared. Brock's scared. Brock's scared of the UK. Listening to your play-by-play from Hawaii, says Gerald's. Best fish and chip spots are sold newspaper and vinegar. That's true. They don't do that anymore, though, unfortunately. But you are right. Best fish and chips do tend to come in, or back in the day. Back in the day, they did used to come in newspaper. That was a saying here that, you know, today's news is tomorrow's chip paper. But health and safety gone mad. You can't, well, I don't know if you can't do it, but no one does it now. But Gerald, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you've been enjoying the show. No Brock Lesnar. There was big rumors of that, man. That was really doing the rounds at Wrestling Shop. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we got John Cena music. I ain't buying it. Not till I see him. No, man. No way, man. John Cena, it is. I really thought that was just going to be a tease and, like, Theory would walk out. That's what I was thinking. I was sat here and I was like, you know, nah, man. No way was I expecting Cena. No way was I expecting Cena. No way was I expecting Cena. As soon as that music hit, I was like, I know the music, but I ain't buying it. I ain't falling for this. I ain't falling for this. Ain't falling for this. Ain't falling for this. It's going to be Austin Theory. And then it was John Cena. John Cena. They're showing kids in the crowd with like Cena caps and everything. John Cena, and I got to tell you, man, I mean, he's always in like wrestling gear. But we've got the jorts. The jorts are on. If he needed to go right now, he could go right now. Michael Cole says the greatest of all time. Wow, they really don't want you watching Collision. They really don't want you watching Collision. Hey, he come out like around the same time that the Collision... No, I was going to say, has he come out around the same time the Collision main event would be? Kind of would have been. It isn't. Here's John Cena. Surprise? Man, what a great reaction for Cena. I think I'm the one that's surprised. I'm used to hearing you sing John Cena sucks. You flipped it around. My time is now. Oh, he's loving it, man. He's loving it. It's a great reaction for Cena. Did you guys know? First premium live event in London. First premium live event in London in over 20 years. I hear the noise. I feel the energy. What the hell took us so long? Yeah, well, we were saying this, John. This is exactly what we were saying, John. We tried to tell you, mate. Jesus, but this ain't no surprise to us, John. We're not the ones that dropped the ball, John. Scenes, though. Crowd are so excited to see him. Not up to me. It's up to the decision makers. Is he going to do the WrestleMania shtick? He's done this. They don't know how to feel about London. They think this is a hostile environment. What's he on about? Sometimes you're a distraction. That's one of the best moments. They think sometimes you're a distraction. The crowd go, boo. They cut to a dude in a full elf costume. Like this. That is goated. They think you're a distraction. Well, I tell you what, that elf in the crowd was horrified at that news. He was horrified. He's going to let all the other hobbits know. We ain't no what are you on about, John? We ain't no distraction. There's no other form of entertainment that can provide moments like that. It's like, listen, they think you're a distraction. Cut to an elf going. Yeah, why are you here, John? I'm here on behalf of you. Well, we're already here on behalf of ourselves, John. We don't need you, mate. No, the world is watching. You are underappreciated. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here tonight. I'm big on respect. You've earned my respect. Thank you, Cena. 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 They don't like it when we stop and let you do things like that. Who's they? Cena's burying like the people in the back. Is he talking about Vince? Triple H? Who's he talking about? They. You know they. You know them back there. I'm here. I'm here to try and bring WrestleMania to London. John, you've done this. Every time he comes over, every time he comes, look at the place, man. Look at the place. I'm here to try and bring WrestleMania to London. The crowd just went, ah! He said this before, though. During, like, house shows, he'll go, thanks for coming, like, you know, and talk about a London WrestleMania one day. Right now. I want to give him a chance to tell the world what we know. When did Cena become like the London representative? He did at house shows like 15 years ago. And we ain't had a WrestleMania since. Grayson Waller is making his way out. Grayson Waller. So we've got a little... Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. That was a nice moment for the live crowds. But don't you go thinking that we're getting WrestleMania. I've been in the room when he said these exact words. Who are ya? Who are ya? Who are ya? There's a dude dressed as Hogan in the walkway. This is massive for Grayson Waller, isn't it? London's official ambassador is Cena, I know. In all fairness, I'm pretty sure that he could become the mayor. Like, these lot would vote for him. I love the style. I love the jorts. Shut the up. Shut the up. Oof. Well, that's not going to help London get WrestleMania, is it? They're not going to want them kind of chants at WrestleMania. This crowd is throwing our chances away. Oh, what's Grayson doing? That Hogan guy goes to all the shows. I saw him at loads in the 80s. This crowd is nuts, said Tom. WrestleMania in England. Big cheer. WrestleMania in England. You gotta be kidding me. We both know that this place is a hole. You cheer the people that you are meant to dislike. You boo the people that you are meant to like. That's real cutting edge. If WrestleMania is going overseas, it needs to be somewhere beautiful. He's going to say Australia. We don't like Australia. Ugh. Oh. Is that the best you got? I thought you guys had banter. They've already told her to shut the F up. WrestleMania Australia. WrestleAustralia. WrestleAustralia. Grayson said, trust me, I don't need to. I reckon I could get you a spot on the show. I know things haven't been going so well. You lost to Austin Theory. And before that, you lost to Roman Reigns. It is true, actually. Things haven't been great for Cena. Losing to the Fiends. Fiend getting a mention. F him up, Cena. F him up. I mean, to be honest, these chants, as funny as they might be, they are a problem. Because these are reasons as to why this is not the Attitude Era. And these are probably reasons why WWE doesn't feel very comfortable with the WrestleMania coming here. Long segment, isn't it, by the way? The biggest Grayson Waller effect of all time with John Cena. At WrestleMania, Australia. Boos from the crowds. If we do a WrestleMania in Australia, it'll didgeridoo. They don't like people chanting the W words. I think it was more the F word that keeps getting used that's the bigger problem. You want me to fly to Australia to get a rub from Grayson Waller? I'm going to pass, says Cena, and Cena goes to walk out the ring. No one says no to Grayson Waller. 5-knuckle shuffle coming, yeah? Still going on about this WrestleMania in London, isn't he? Grayson nails Cena from behind. Cena goes down. Wow. I mean, on your bingo card, did you have Grayson Waller beating up John Cena at Money in the Bank? Because I didn't. I didn't. Let me check my predictions. Drew, Brock, Roman being pinned. Grayson attacking John Cena. No, I didn't. I think it's Grayson. Oh, here we go. Hey, boom. And I thought he was going to hit that 5-knuckle shuffle, but Grayson Waller is... yeah, but that's true, actually. Wade Barrett said, I don't know that I can believe I'm going to say this, but I think I just became John Cena's #1 fan. Considering their history. John Cena sucks, but he's okay. Are we getting WrestleMania? No effing way. Lol. I bet they're going to Wembley for WrestleMania. I bet they're not. London. It is a world-class city, thank you. Buckingham Palace. Cena is the man. They've got to bring WrestleMania to UK. It would sell out in seconds, says Nathan. Dude, they mentioned the Fiend. That's a big deal. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a big deal. I mean, like, Bray Wyatt is still in WWE. Like, if Bray wasn't in WWE, I would say, wow, that's surprising. But Bray is a WWE superstar. I expect him to return. So I don't know, the fact that like the Fiend was just getting mentioned, and he got mentioned because Cena obviously, well, I think lost to him. I don't know, but they were talking about Cena's recent results not being very good for him. So in context of conversation, it makes sense as to why we would mention the Fiend. So I don't know. I didn't look at that and think, oh my god, Fiend's returning. I didn't get that from it. You versus Brock and Undertaker would be a nice match. Zoe has got to win it. Right. I feel like it's another video, you know. I'm going to do another quick video whilst we're just waiting. It's going to be Women's Money in the Bank next. So, a surprise segment at Money in the Bank. John Cena came out, and it was amazing because I was doing the live watch along, and honestly, I didn't believe it. I recognized the music, but I really thought like Grayson Waller, Austin Theory, someone like that was going to come out dressed as Cena, pretending to be Cena, just working the crowd up. But it was John Cena who came out. He proceeded to talk about how passionate the fans had been, the fact this was the first pay-per-view premium live event that WWE had put on in London in 20 years. And he said that in his opinion, London should get WrestleMania. And he was trying to get the crowd to cheer as loud as possible, send a message that London wanted WrestleMania. And then he was interrupted by Grayson Waller. Little bit of a back and forth here. Grayson Waller was saying that WrestleMania should be in Australia and that John Cena could be on the Grayson Waller effect. It obviously results in a brawl. We get Grayson Waller attacking John Cena, but John Cena ends up coming out on top, delivering an AA, kind of ending a real fun little segment that was obviously by complete surprise. I really don't think this is leading to WrestleMania being in London. John Cena has actually mentioned WrestleMania in London many, many, many times. Used to be something he did quite regular when he came over to the UK. Like he would say things after his match at house shows about, you fans have been brilliant, you deserve WrestleMania. It's kind of one of those things that obviously gets the crowd really worked up. And obviously Grayson could then interrupt. So I really don't think this is leading or teasing WrestleMania in London. But I do expect WWE to come back again next year. And as far as I know, Grayson has got an injury. So I don't think this is going to be a SummerSlam match, Grayson and Cena. I don't think it's leading there. I think this was probably just a fun little surprise segment for Money in the Bank. I think that's all it is at this stage. But yeah, fun. Didn't quite know how it was going to play out. And just another moment from a Money in the Bank show that just keeps delivering moments. Right, we've got Bailey who's come down to the ring, and we've got Io who's come down to the ring. So coming up next, Women's Money in the Bank. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as it does make a bit of a difference. We were trying to get to 1,000. We're actually on 835. Let's Go Devils says Fiend return. I mean, I do expect the Fiend to return. I actually thought that we were edging our way towards Fiend returning before Bray left. So yeah, Fiend return was something that I was thinking we were working towards. The reason why I say that is because we got the Funhouse back. We got Bray in the ring saying things like run. Obviously, he was carrying the lantern. We saw the rocking chair at times. He was talking about remembering who he was. It just sort of felt like things were naturally flowing in that direction, going in that direction. So, yeah, I was expecting The Fiend at some point anyway. I don't think that The Fiend being mentioned here means anything, to be honest. I think, if anything, they know that a mention is going to pop the crowd. It's going to get Twitter talking. It's going to get some speculation going. I expect Bray to come back. Not on this show. I think Bray could return potentially around SummerSlam time. I think, there's been a lot of talk about potentially Randy, Bray, a few different people, maybe Big E. I'm looking at SummerSlam for some of those. But, yeah, that Fiend mention is definitely going to get people talking. Okay, here we go. Here is big time. So Becky is making her way down to the ring. When I get a second, I will take a look at the poll and I'll see where we are in regards to that. So Becky is making her way down. I'll tell you what we'll do, right? We will. Bella sounded. Wow, we're underway. I wonder if that Cena segment just went a little long. It felt a little long. So, right, we've got people fighting in the entranceway. We've got Zoe and Trish battling with Big Time. Big Time. And in the ring, we've got Zelina. We got Bailey. We've got Io. Got double knees by Zelina. We got some Hey Bailey chants. I want to know if you be my girl. Crowd love that chant. Bailey, not so much. Kicks coming in there by Bailey. This is my favorite John Cena run, says Michael. Bailey is in the Judgment Day now. Io Sky gets hurled into a ladder. Hey, Bailey. Ooh. I wanna know if you be my girl. I'll tell you what, there'll be a lot of kids excited to see John Cena. Okay, so Io on the shoulders of Zoe. She gets hurled into a ladder. We've got another ladder being set up. Looks like it's about to be introduced into the ring. Trish and Zoe just collided into that ladder. Just got bang. They took the bump really well. Trish is, what's Trish doing, man? She's trying to climb up. That didn't seem to work too well. So Trish is in the ring. Zoe is sliding the ladder into the ring. Okay, so ladder being set up at the moment. There's no one around. It's Trish and Zoe setting it up, but Bailey and Io are getting into the ring. Trish, wow, she just went hard against the rope there. Man, she just hit that top rope hard. So Trish goes to the outside. We've got Hey Bailey chant breaking out again. In the ring, we got Bailey, we got Io, we got Zelina, we got Zoe. The announcer accidentally said Bailey was representing Judgment Day. Oh. Billy. Knowing WWE and how they book matches, Natalia is winning this. Dakota said WWE SummerSlam, Detroit, Ford. Yeah, we are in Detroit for SummerSlam. I've got a sneaky feeling Zoe will turn on Trish. Ross Full said, it's electric in London. What a pay-per-view so far. I mean, I agree that it is pretty fun. It's definitely one of those shows that you'll leave and you'll feel like you got your money's worth, because there's been so many talking points. I've done so many videos. It really has been just talking point moment. This has not been a dead show at all. So right now, we're just going to end the one poll because we are underway with the match. 40% of you say Io Sky, 37% say Becky, 13% said one of the others, and only 7% say Trish. So 40% Io, 37% Becky, only 20% for anyone else. Does the Fiend mention mean that the Fiend is returning soon? Becky with a drop kick to Bailey, pulling the leg of Io. Let's see what people think about that. Does the Fiend mention mean anything? Is it just a mention? Or is it a little clue that the Fiend is coming back? So we're going into the ring. I was going to say the ring steps, but it's the ladder that's set up in the ring. Kicks coming in there by Becky. She's kicking the boobs, man. Right in the boobs. Right in the boobs of Zoe. Those boobs are going to be black and blue. Face first, Zoe getting planted. We have been money in the banking for a good few hours now. And Becky grabbing a hold of the arm of Zoe. Now we've got Trish. She's knocking Becky into the corner. Trish looking to climb up, but we got another ladder that's being introduced. Now Bailey being chucked across the ring. Bailey rolling to the outsides. We got Trish climbing up the ladder. We got a shot coming in there by Io. Io smashing Zelina into the ladder. Io again looking to climb up. We got Trish climbing up. We got Io climbing up. And Trish going face first into the ladder. Kick coming in there by Trish. Io goes down. Trish looking to climb up. She's losing her footing. Crowd have been really, really great tonight. Continuing to make noises. Zelina sets a ladder up. We got Trish and Zelina battling away. Zelina kicking at Trish. Zelina is walking on Trish. Using Trish as a bridge to climb up the ladder. She's got one hand on the briefcase. Bailey grabbing Trish. She's got Trish on her shoulders. And these two battling away. We got all the women in the ring. Io coming in as well. Two ladders set up. One is taller than the other. Open palm strike by Io. It's a lovely looking shot, that is. Becky going up, trying to grab that briefcase. Bailey climbing up as well. If I was in the ladder match, I would at least practice it. Climbing the ladder, said Bob. Greg said Becky is going to cash in on Seth. Elbow drop by Bailey onto Becky. Who do you think wins this? I'm thinking Io. I've never been impressed with Trish, says Hop Along Chris. Zoe won. Look at it. Boom, said Richards. Bridge Stratus, says Kerb. I like that. What if there was a Dr. Money in the Bank? Did she say thank you, Trish, when she did? Io's climbing up. We got all the women just sort of standing around. They're going to be, she's going to moonsault onto him. She's climbing up again. Oh, man, they're just having to stand and wait. Those women are just having to stand and wait as Io just continues to climb up. Just move out the way. Just move out the way. London might have just got themselves a new favourite. It's a moonsault off the top of the ladder. Io landing on top of those women underneath. Zemensi. That's a nice name. Zemensi. If WWE is concerned about AEW All In, WrestleMania London will do it, says Zemensi. Trish is climbing up, trying to get a hold of the briefcase. Forearm strike by Becky. We've got shots being exchanged by Becky and Trish, back and forth. And it's Becky and Trish at the top of the ladder. Becky kick to Zoe. Trish goes down. Zoe grabbing the leg of Becky. And Becky jumps off the ladder, collides into Zoe. Zoe goes to the outsides. Now we've got Zelina climbing up the other sides. Crossbody by Zelina. Becky goes down. Big shot. Bailey goes down. Shot coming in there by Io. Io kicking out at Zelina. Io, comes crashing down. Shot coming in there by Zelina. Io getting thrown to the outsides. We got Zelina climbing up the ladder. Shots coming in by Becky. Becky grabbing Zelina. Zelina about to be driven down. Zelina driven down. He said about London Manias, when I went to a house show about 10 years ago, says Niall. Did The Fiend come out, or are we speculating? Oh, it's absolute speculation. The Fiend just got a mention. Becky's gear reminds me of the Jamaican bobsleigh team, said Well, I hope she kissed her lucky egg. Becky trying to set this ladder up in the middle of the ring. It's been a little bit stubborn. So, obviously, we've got this ladder match. We've still got the Bloodline Civil War. That's coming in by both women at the moment. There's another ladder that's being introduced. So, we've got Bailey a little bit wobbly. A ladder has been inserted into another ladder. Io goes out the ring. We've got Bailey face first into a ladder. We've got Trish and Becky throwing shots at each other. Kick coming in there by Zoe. Becky going into the ring post. So Zoe and Trish continuing to work together. Handcuffs. Handcuffs. Handcuffs are being introduced. So Zoe with some handcuffs. Wow. When was The Fiend mentioned? It was during Cena and Grayson Waller. This new Twitter thing is whack, says Omar. Did Trish break her nose? There is some blood, I believe. I don't know if it's broken. Right there, handcuff him. So there is... she's fighting back. Big shot coming in. So the handcuffs are on Becky. They were trying to get the other part onto the actual turnbuckle. Becky going over, clearing the commentary table. Becky is going round. There's a ladder. Kick to the midsection there by Zoe. Becky kicking out at Trish, face first into the commentary table. That ladder is... I don't know what the other women are doing. Zoe and Trish trying to drive the ladder into Becky. Shots there by Becky. Where's the other women? Where's, like, Zelina and Io and Bailey? Zoe going onto that ladder. Do you think this match? Do I think this match? I do think this is a match. Maybe Lita returns to save Becky and attack Trish. Right, we've got Trish and Becky on the commentary table. Shots being exchanged. Becky going to look for a manhandle. Manhandle. Oh, onto the ladder. Manhandle slam. Oof. Net breaker. Bit of a like blockbuster type move by Zoe. Ladder in the ring, and there's no competitor in there. We got Zoe down. We got Becky down. We got Trish down. Now we've got Zelina, who's managed to get back into the ring. So Zelina is trying to climb. Now we got Zoe trying to climb as well. These two exchanging shots on the ladder. Oh, the flip-flop. She's flip-flopping her. Shots coming in. The flip-flops. The flip-flop's been thrown. The flip has been flopped. She's going to go over the top and drive Zoe into that ladder. Michael Cole. So big spot in the women's Money in the Bank as Zoe is driven into that ladder. There's a ladder that was balancing. Balancing between the ropes and the ladder that was in the ring, and Zoe was driven through that. Okay, so Io getting into the ring. Michael Cole has got chills, and apparently they are multiplying. Io is trying to climb up this ladder. Io climbing up. He's trying to get a hand on that Money in the Bank briefcase, but someone's tipping it over. It was Bayley. It was Bayley. Oh, man. She doesn't look happy about having to do it. But it's Bayley that denies Io from winning the Money in the Bank briefcase. Oh, dear. Bayley is climbing up. Could Bayley be the winner? She's quite slowly climbing up. Here's big time. Here's big time. Shot coming in there by Becky. Oh, wow. She's put one end of the handcuffs in the mouth of Bayley. She's dragging her down the ladder. Where it fell back out again. The end of the handcuffs just fell out. Bayley was sort of like trying to get it to go back in. Becky is climbing up. Bayley is climbing up. Io is back in the ring. Bayley goes down. Becky goes down. Kick coming in there by Becky. Damage control is finished. Right, we've got Bayley dragging Becky down the ladder. Oh, great work by Io. Io is going to handcuff Becky and Bayley. Becky and Bayley are handcuffed. They can't climb the ladder. That's a great spot. That's a great spot. That's a great spot. Their hands, look at that. Bayley and Becky are handcuffed to each other. Now Io is going to walk over Bayley, climb up the ladder. She's actually standing on Bayley's shoulders. Becky is trying to stop her. She's not going to do it. Io wins. Io wins. Wow. Bayley and Becky were handcuffed to each other. in a really great spot. Some of these spots tonight, some of these spots have been contrived. Some of these spots have felt a bit forced. Like, you know, the handcuff in the mouth was great, but it fell out, okay? And then so Bayley's having to try and get it back in again because that wasn't meant to happen. And like, you know, the half an hour we spent on Trish and Zoe and Becky on the outside, like, where was the other women? The women standing around at the bottom just so Io could do the moonsault, and they're just standing there. Like, some of those spots, you know, that's the kind of stuff I criticize AEW for. And I don't want to be accused of double standards. So some of those spots to me are just a bit too... You've got to suspend reality. But that ending where they're handcuffed in the ladder is brilliant. It is brilliant. I love it. I love the ending. I love Io climbing over Bayley. I love the crowd's reaction to Io winning. I love Io winning. Great. But I'm not making excuses for some of those spots. They're not spots that I personally enjoy. Gutted Bayley. I gutted Trish. Right. Money in the Bank has just provided a fantastic moment. Another fantastic moment. Look at this right here. Becky and Bayley being handcuffed to each other halfway down the ladder. It meant that they couldn't climb the rest of the ladder. They could not get up the ladder. And it meant that Io was all on her own and was able to climb the ladder and become the Money in the Bank winner. There she is on top of the ladder, claiming that briefcase. You can see her reaction. You can see the crowd's reaction in the background. A very, very popular decision. Io climbing that ladder, becoming the Money in the Bank winner. And she did it, as I said, in such a clever way, handcuffing Bayley and Becky to each other halfway down the ladder, not allowing them to climb up. Absolute scenes. This show has just been non-stop all night. Big moments. And another one right here. Io Sky is the 2023 Women's Money in the Bank winner. Do you know, I was just thinking, I completely forgot about Seth and Finn. Completely forgot about Seth and Finn. Man, we are going quite long tonight. Seth and Finn coming up next. Are we going to see a cash in? Are we going to see a cash in? I don't think we do. Or if we do, it'll be teased and he won't actually do it. Asuka is hotter than Io Sky, said Tripstar. But Days, does Io leave Damage Control now? Well, she'll be a bit disappointed at what Bayley did, but the fact that she's won, I think will take that disappointment away. So I don't know that she'll leave. Obviously, it's going to continue driving a wedge, though. Io versus Rhea. Bucket, says Dave. Io Sky wins the Women's Money in the Bank. It's too early for her to cash in. Let her face Bayley first. Bloodline in the compound. Throw your wands in the air. Finn wins this match. Then Priest turns on him and cashes in. Okay, so, well, I mean, the crowd are going to be singing away, aren't they, Seth's? There's no way that we're going to be avoiding that. So the crowd are going to be singing away. I need to change the graphic on screen. I also want to change the poll because I haven't seen the poll. I'm going to ask if you guys think there's going to be a cash-in or not. So that's going to be our next question. Do you think Damian Priest cashes in? If you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. If you're new to the channel as well, hit the subscribe. We're here for Raw. We're here for SmackDown. We're here for NXT. We're here for all of the big shows. And we have been doing this for a long time, baby. The money in the bank. See, there was a super chat as well I need to get to. Right, here we go. Finn Balor is making his way down. I don't believe he's going to be the demon. I don't believe he's going to be the demon. Right, here's Finn, and he's not in demon attire. As I said, wasn't expecting that, but he's still got a sick mask on. Looks cool. So it's a black mask with like purple markings on. Still can't quite see it because he's got like a hood over his face. So the question that was asked, does the Fiend mention mean that the Fiend is returning soon? And 61% say yes, 38% say no. Right, moving on to our next question. Will Damian Priest cash in tonight? Will Damian Priest cash in tonight? Finn Balor making his way down to the ring. George Vlogs said, I'm predicting a failed cash in, and Finn confronts Damian about trying to do it. This premium live event has been so good. George Vlog, shout out to you. Cynthia said, Days, hope you are doing well. I really appreciate the support, Cynthia. Really appreciate the support. I turned on Money in the Bank to see Priest win. Sucks that LA Knight didn't win. I'm just happy that Logan Paul didn't get it. Do you know what? That was my exact reaction. I don't mind Priest. I was happy for Priest, Shinsuke, or LA to get it. But it's gone. As long as it wasn't Logan. And it wasn't Logan, so... Yes, I'm right with you, my friend. Breathing a sigh of relief. Io versus Asuka. Rhea would destroy her, said Tripstar. Oh, I need to change this as well, don't I? Okay, Seth Rollins is walking out in the arena. People singing away. Maybe Seth wins and Priest cashes in, which causes some drama in Judgment Day, said Speed of Super. I feel that it's different this year as they will use the briefcase to tell a story. Therefore, I don't believe we'll get a cash-in, says Shadow Ninja. John said it would be hilarious if Finn beats Seth, then Damian cashes in on him. Shout out to Days, took the time to do this. Joshua, shout out to you. If I was Priest, I'd wait to see what happens with the Roman match. Ooh, interesting. Solo Roman lost because of Rikishi, said ET Dub. The poll is currently at 50-50, said Young Heath Ledger. Are you a fan of Seth? If you are, then good for you. If not, then that's fine too. You don't have to be a fan of everyone, says Lindy. That's true. I don't mind Seth. I don't mind Seth at all. I don't mind the fans singing the song as well. The only point where it gets a bit problem for me is when they keep singing throughout the segments, you know? And like that segment, I think it was Finn, wasn't it? Finn and Seth. And they were trying to do a promo. And the crowd just kept singing and singing and singing. It sort of derailed that segment. That was the only bit where I was a bit like, oh man, come on. Let's get like the segment done. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's fans having fun. It's fans having a good time. So Seth is standing there as the fans are singing away. Call the cops. Seth and Balor are about to steal the show. Crowd still singing. Finn Balor is him. There's a sign in the crowd that says Finn Balor is him. So it's quite... So the crowd are singing away, singing that song as we got a sweeping shot of the arena. Seth gets into the ring. The glasses come off. The referee picks the glasses up. Dave's my sister, Claire, got a nose pierced and her ears pierced. Good for her. Individuality. Balor as champ, Mammy as champ, Senior, Money in the Bank, ex-Condom, and Roman with no tribe. Got it right with Priest winning. Money in the Bank way off on the women's Money in the Bank, said Alan. John said, will be interesting to see which plot Triple H uses Damian for, the death of Judgment Day, or inflicting further misery on Roman and the crumbling bloodline. Austin, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Who opened the show today? It was the men's Money in the Bank. What's been your favourite match on the card? Said Mr. Dell Jr. Maybe the men's Money in the Bank has been my favourite. Maybe the men's Money in the Bank. I think the women's just had some spots. The men's did as well, in all fairness. I just think the women's had some that were a bit too contrived. And I went through a bit of a list of them. For me personally, they're just spots that I know would criticize AEW for. And I like to be fair and consistent. Okay, so Seth looking over at Balor. Those tape-ins, that tape on his ribs is so black. It's like that black that just doesn't even quite look real. It just looks too black. I know that sounds silly, but there is a black that absolutely lets no light in. And when you see a picture of it, it just looks weird. It kind of looks weird. Right, we've got Balor being dumped over the top. Against the ropes goes Seth. Through the ropes into Balor. Balor goes down. And again, we've got Seth selling at the moment. He's been attacked by Finn a few times. Attacked him on Raw. Attacked him down in NXT. But we are underway with Seth Rollins against Finn Balor. Now that I think about it, I want to know who is your favorite wrestler. Mine has been AJ for about 2 years, says Lindy. I got asked this a lot at Wrestling Shop. My favorite wrestler keeps evolving and changing. I think like Gunther is the person I get most excited for watching. I love Dragunov as well down in NXT. I've got a soft spot for Johnny Gargano. I really enjoyed his work in NXT. So those are a few names. Obviously, I enjoy Roman and the Bloodline story. I think the one on the main roster that grabbed me the most over the past year has been Sammy. So those are the sort of names that I'd be thinking about. Shots coming in there by Finn. As I said, I don't hate Seth, but at all. I actually quite like him. I think he's a really good wrestler. but I can't say that he's one of my absolute favorites. Double stomp there by Finn. The tag match is the only match left after this. I believe so. I think Damien will attempt to cash in, but gets prevented by JD McDonough. Then JD and Finn attack Damien, kicking him out, says Alex. Meltzer gives Cody Dominic 5 stars. Joking, aren't you? This isn't the Tokyo Dome. This is the O2. Down goes Seth. Ricochet is never boring match for me, says Dana White. Days, I'm a huge fan. Do you think Solo will betray Roman? I don't, Sully. I explained why earlier. I think that if you have Solo betray Roman, it kind of stacks the deck against Roman a bit too much. That means we're going into SummerSlam with Roman just on his own. And then you've got like Solo and the Usos on the other side. Now, Roman could maybe recruit some help. But, if he went and got, say, Gorillas of Destiny or something, that would be incredible. But I don't know if that's possible. And I don't think it's the way we're going to go either. So, that would mean that we're going into SummerSlam with Roman on his own. And I don't know. I kind of think that Roman's going to do SummerSlam. And I sort of think that Solo could maybe turn there. And then we have Roman go away for a little while. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because this show has just kept giving and giving and giving. I mean, I don't know if I've ever done this many videos about a premium live event. There's been so many talking points tonight. So many talking points. They absolutely could provide another one with Solo turning on Roman. But I'm going to say that the talking point tonight is Roman being pinned. The last person to pin Roman was Baron Corbin. And that could change tonight. London could see Jey Uso pin Roman. And honestly, that would be massive. And then that might build to Jey versus Roman at SummerSlam with Jimmy in Jey's corner and Solo in Roman's corner. So I sort of feel like that option is on the table as well. So I'm leaning towards them going that way. Shoulder tackles by Finn. Where we are at the moment with the poll is 52% of you say yes. Damian Priest will cash in tonight. And 47% of you say no. He will not cash in tonight. So keep your votes coming in. Keep your thoughts coming in. We're on 926 likes as well. So make sure that you continue to fire in those likes because we are very, very close. Very, very close to getting to 1,000. I feel like that's achievable. I feel like 1,000 is right there for us. If we dare to dream, 1,000 is right there. We are seeing shots of the crowd as we are still battling away in the ring with Finn Balor throwing in some forearm strikes on Seth, some digs to the midsection. These two really going at each other. And again, forearm strikes there by Seth, looking for an uppercut. Forearms again coming in by Seth. Really unloading on Finn Balor. Throwing in these shots. Balor just eating them up. Knee strike to the midsection. Balor putting his hand on the mat as quick little kicks come in there by Seth. Oof, big kick there by Seth as Seth picks up Balor. Backbreaker by Seth. Against the ropes goes Seth, knee strike. Balor is down. Balor goes down. And Seth is down as well. Crowd are singing the song again. Singing the song. The crowd are loving it. Oh, whoa. Crowd having a great time right now. Kick out. The man makes the title. The title doesn't make the man, says Angel Garcia. I feel Seth needs a longer reign. It's been years since he had a world championship, said Zoe. Seth is wearing black and gold, the same colors he wore last time they faced. That's interesting, Tommy. Knee strikes coming in there by Finn. Finn throwing in those knees. Balor backing away as Seth is down. So he's got Seth where he wants him. I don't know what he's looking to do, though. Crowd are Sling Blade. Sling Blade by Balor. Balor on his feet, backed into the corner. Super kick by Seth. He's got Balor up. He's got Balor up. He's looking for the buckle bomb. Connects with the buckle bomb. Balor goes down. Seth climbing up. I tell you what would be interesting, and that would be to have a look at their match at SummerSlam and just see if there's any moments in that match that they've done here, because there was a few thoughts that they could look to pay homage to that match by doing some spots that were similar. It wouldn't surprise me if I was on Twitter and someone found like a sequence from their 2016 match that was identical to a sequence from this match. That wouldn't surprise me. Seth goes down. No, Seth wore black and green, said Mark. Oh, we got conflicting reports as Balor looks for the coup de grace, but Seth moves out the way. Curb misses. Roll up by Finn. Seth on top of Balor. Balor rolling up Seth too. No joy. Forearm strike there by Seth. Kick to the midsection by Balor. Enziguri kick there by Seth. Balor staying on his feet. He was looking for a Pele kick. Oh, he plants Balor. Balor is planted. Balor is down. Twitter isn't working, says Juan Easy. Shoulder up by Balor. It's a good little contest, this. They're really battling away at each other. They're really going at each other. Damian Priest is coming down. Damian Priest is on his way down to the ring. Damian Priest has come down to ringside. He's on the outside of the ring. Finn is in the ring. You know what he might do? He might wallop Seth with that Money in the Bank briefcase. Roll up by Finn. 1, 2. Super kick by Seth. Balor goes to the outside. Yeah, they're talking about how Seth cashed in during a match. Seth says, are you going to do it or what? Crowd are chanting, cash it in. Crowd are chanting, cash it in. He might just nail. He might just nail Seth with it at some point. Help Balor to win. There's been no sign of Tyson Fury, by the way. Wow. Seth gets drop kicked into the barricades. Gets pushed into the commentary table. Oh, down comes Finn Balor. He comes crashing down onto Seth. Balor walking around on the outside. Balor off the ring steps. Coup de grace! Coup de grace! It should be Finn to lose, and Damian Priest cashes in, says, I will do the job you couldn't. And Finn hits a Pele kick onto Damian's head, says E.T. Dub. Into the corner. Goes Seth, is in position for a coup de grace. Finn looking to go up. Damian got up. Damian got up. Coup de grace misses. Oh, curb! Curb by Seth. 1, 2, 3. Seth retains. Seth retains. The talking point is Damien making a move towards the ring. That distracted Balor. And Balor is not able to win the championship. Seth Rollins retains. That was a stupid ending, says Kappa. No cash in. Well, is Priest going to cash in? 55% said yes. 44% said no. Doesn't look like there's a cash in coming right now. Seth retains. Called it, said Hayden. Not bad, said LS Dub. Disappointing, said Dana White. Austin did Brock attack Cody. There was no Brock. This is worse than WrestleMania, said Greg. Priest was ready to push Balor off, says AR1. We're seeing people in New York. Look at that. Kids watching in New York, enjoying the action. Finn and Damien are arguing right now. Oh, Finn is pushing Damien. Finn's not happy. Finn is not happy. Oh, man, look at this. Seth holding up that championship. Seth holding up that championship and smiling as there is serious dissension. Edge is going to be on the Grayson Waller effect. Edge on the Grayson Waller effect on SmackDown. That is breaking news. Right, and I think we are looking at a little thing to do with Edge. Priest not cashing in tonight. Nope. If Bud Light thinks this will repair their reputation, they are wrong, said Jim. People need patience. It adds more to the story, says Trina. Edge will return to take back Judgment Day and kick Priest out, says Bob. Everything Priest has been involved with tonight has been stupid, said Jay Bryant. How did Seth win? Distraction. Distraction and a curb. We're just seeing like the career of Edge, and there are some thoughts that we could be wrapping that up. It was around about a year ago. He told the crowd in Toronto, I'll be here next year and we can all say goodbye together. That's how he worded it last year. Right, let's do another video. So we've just got another result coming out of Money in the Bank from the O2 in London. Seth Rollins versus Finn Balor for the World Heavyweight Championship. And as you can see right there, Seth Rollins retaining. That actually isn't the only part of this story, though, because during the match, Damian Priest, obviously the Money in the Bank winner, he came down and he gestured that he was going to get involved. That distracted Finn Balor, which meant that he missed with the coup de grace, and it allowed Seth to hit the curb stomp. That is how Seth got the victory, and it meant that there was some real dissension and tension and arguing going on after the match between Finn and Damian. All is not well in the Judgment Day right now. So Finn and Damian arguing. You could hear Finn saying, it took me 7 years to get this. You know, he was really blaming Damian Priest for costing him this opportunity. So this doesn't feel like something that's just going to blow over, but no cash in tonight. Obviously, Damian could still cash in on Roman, but I think that's very unlikely. I think this is the match people were expecting Damian to potentially cash in on. He does come down, but he does not cash in. So, yeah, dissension in Judgment Day, but it is Seth Rollins that leaves as champion. Up in the heavens, we've got Kevin and Sammy. Kevin and Sammy up in the stands at the O2. Big cheer. They're getting a great reaction. This is a great place to do an interview. It looks awesome with the crowd in the background. It looks great. It's been pretty great to be here in London, says Kevin. We defended our titles last night. Yeah, new women's tag champs. The crowd has been electric tonight, said Kevin. And the crowd appreciate that. One more match to go. This is a match that's personal to me. It's a match I've been waiting to see, says Sammy. Sammy, 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 Sammy. Sammy chants, man. Roman Reigns will get exactly what is coming to him, says Sammy. Sammy is over in the UK. He is over in London. Great reaction for Sammy. Smile on the face of Kevin. Kevin holding up those championships. Sammy, as well as they play Sammy's music. At some point, this is going to really annoy and upset Kevin. The fact that that music keeps getting played and it's not his music. The fact that the crowd are constantly chanting for Sammy. I would imagine at some point that's going to really wind him up. Fastlane coming soon. Well, coming up next. Yeah, Fastlane is coming up later this year, but coming up next is SummerSlam live from Detroit. Big show, man. Big, big show. SummerSlam is on August 5th. What if The Rock shows up? London will shut down. If The Rock shows up, there'll be people just exploding, popping away. Right, Rhea Ripley versus Natalya on Raw on Monday. If Natalya loses, again, I'm done, said Sydney Gomez. Right. Days, could you see Liv Morgan turning heel and winning the Women's World Heavyweight Championship against Rhea Ripley? I can't see Liv beating Rhea. Heel Liv is quite interesting, though. Right, here we go. Main event time. Main event time, kids. For 3 years. For 3 years. There was rumors that MJF will go to WWE next year, says ET Dub. Yes. I don't think he will, to be honest. Doors in the O2 aren't big enough to fit The Rock through, said they'd have to take the roof off, mate. They'd have to fly him in. Drop him down. Please don't pin Roman J. I want Corbin to be the last one to do it, said Austin. Right, I need to change this poll again, don't I? I'll get a new one up. Get your thoughts as to who is going to be victorious in this main event. Okay, let's go live. Let's go here. Rhea's already beat Natalia twice and in seconds. Okay, let's get this main event poll going then. Who wins? Who wins? Roman and Solo? Or the Usos? Put in your thoughts in the chat. We still need 22 likes as well. 22 likes. If you're watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are sneaking our way. We are tiptoeing our way towards 1,000 likes. So if you haven't left a like, leave a like, as we are just 22 likes away. Days, seeing some people, including YouTubers, saying there is confetti in the rafters. Jay pinning Roman, says Alex. Sammy is one of the worst wrestlers I've had the displeasure of watching, says Cordarius Reed. This premium live event is 4.5 stars and the main event hasn't happened yet, says Samuel. Days, do you think Undertaker has got one more match in him? I don't think so. I think that he was really struggling really since WrestleMania 30, and we're almost at WrestleMania 40. So he was, the decline set in nearly 10 years ago. That match with Brock, I think, is a real turning point, because I look at his match against Bray and it was a bit underwhelming. I look at his match against Shane at Hell in the Cell and it was okay, but it wasn't like, it was nowhere near like, the Triple H or the Shawn Michaels matches. Let's not even get started on his match with Goldberg. So, and the Boneyard was good, but obviously that was filmed. It was edited. You could take a breather. They could have lunch, film a bit more of it after, have a coffee, So, no, I think he's done. Definitely time for Roman to give up one of those titles, said Dana. Usos win, but Solo takes the pin, making Roman still look strong. Jerry said, I call it The Rock returns tonight to help the Usos win. Solo is going to get pinned again, and Roman won't like that and start disrespecting him, and Solo turns on Roman. That's what I say, says Captain Chris. Jorby said, I do think this will be a match. Jorby, I agree. I agree. I also think this is going to be a match. I think this is going to be a match. WWE an hour ago said, should WrestleMania come to London or Australia? Trolls. They're just trolling. Oh, London, would you like WrestleMania? Would you like WrestleMania, wouldn't you? Oh, Tittums. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? Shut up. Patronize us. Days, got used to you without your beanie. Take it off, says Rivy. Rivy, you've just had days of me without a beanie. You've had your fill for this year. Do you think WrestleMania should go to Ireland? Croke Park, says Jerry. Yeah, actually, I think WrestleMania should travel around the world. It's a bit like the World Cup. WrestleMania is like wrestling's World Cup. It should travel around. It should be in America for a healthy amount. But the fact that the only place that we go outside of America is Canada, You know, I feel like even my American friends would agree that UK wrestling fans are passionate and, dare I say, even borderline worthy of having a WrestleMania here, right? I don't think there'd be too much pushback on that. But yeah, I'd like to see WrestleMania going around. I think Puerto Rico showed just how amazing that crowd was. You know, they were fantastic. Puerto Rico crowd, obviously Montreal showing what we know anyway, that Canada is a great crowd. I think the O2 London showing that this is a passionate crowd as well. I mean, there won't be anyone that's watched this that will say, well, the crowd was a bit flat, wasn't it? There ain't going to be anyone, no one's going to be saying that. Obviously, there'll be debates as to what the best crowd was this year, but I'm happy that at least London turned up. But there was never a doubt that London was not going to turn up, you know? Usos getting into the ring then. Main event time coming up. Event time coming up. King Yeti said, I've never seen you without the beanie. Well, there's 2 live streams on the channel where I am pretty much, I think there's around about 20 hours where I am beanie-less. So it's happened. We need to accept it. We need to accept it. We need to understand that it's happened. We need to embrace it. Right, the Usos have made their way down to the ring. They're getting a great reaction. Woo! Sydney, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. Let's have a look, shall we? As the Usos making their way down to the ring, 63% of people think the Usos are going to take this. 37% think it'll be Solo ate my sign. That's a good sign. Is the tribal chief. Getting your thoughts. We've only had less than 500 votes. We've hit 1,000 likes as well. A big, big thank you for that. 1,000 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Paul said on the pre-show, the tribal chief is going to go tribal tonight, said Tripstar. Throw at the ones. Acknowledge if you are going to be acknowledging. Acknowledge if you're going to be acknowledging. There's ones being thrown up in the crowds. Usos in the ring as Solo and Roman make their way down. Paul Heyman on the kickoff show in tears. Tears. Saying he had never seen his tribal chief like this before. Roman coming down to the ring. Roman pointing up at the heavens. There's that British Bulldog sign. We've got some ones being thrown up in the chat right now. This show is better than the UFC show, said Mr. Dell Jr. If Roman isn't putting the title on the line, then he should get pinned or at least lose the match. Usos need the win. Okay, Roman making his way down to the ring. The big dog. Are you going to continue during the press conference, said Smurfy Tunes? I don't know, to be honest. The press conferences are a little bit hit and miss. Like, they're not really like, I don't know, probably not. Probably not, because I need to do like the results video. I got a few reaction videos to do. I don't think the press conferences tend to throw up too much. I'll keep an eye on the press conferences, but I've yet to find them essential viewing. Let's put it that way. Who knows though? They could change that. Kind of cool if something happened, like someone got attacked and that set up something. Here's Roman then inside the O2 Arena in London, ready to step into the ring to face his cousins, the Usos. Number one trend in the United States right now. Is Money in the Bank, MITB. Roman in the ring, looking at the Usos. This show is better than Forbidden Door, said Travis. London and Usos, acknowledge me. Captain Chris said 2019 SmackDown, Baron Corbin pinned Roman Reigns with an end of days on a steel chair. Max said days AEW or WWE. I prefer WWE. Kieran said, did you know Roman was pinned back in 2019? This is good Money in the Bank so far. We had two big superstars come back, said Davids. Roman in the ring. Looking around, scanning around. Holding up that championship. Yeah, it's a good point. Someone just said, check the side plates. Well, there's Roman side plates on the belt that Roman has got. Getting in the face of the Usos. Jay's fired up. Jay's fired up. I didn't see the side plates. Are the ones that Heyman has got. He's kind of covering them. This is the Bloodline Civil War. It's surreal, man. I mean, we're so used to seeing these. Jimmy and Jay throwing up the wands. Solo and Roman on the other side. Austin, shout out to you, Austin Reynolds. Appreciate the support, dudes. Super Sinos said, who have you got? I've got the Usos. What's the best match on the cards? I think my favorite match was the men's Money in the Bank. Maybe Priest has a chance to cash in, runs down, and then Balor stops him, said Bembo. That's interesting. What's the difference between the Universal Belt and the WWE? They were two separate championships. One was on Raw, one was on SmackDown. Roman won them both. It's go time, Oos. It's go time, Oos. That's right, Oos. Roman shaking his head. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking, said Tom. Okay, here we go. We got Roman pacing around. Days, because I have no life, after adding up your videos and streams, I've decided to timestamp your wrestling shop streams for people. Only if you want it, though. You don't need to worry about it, dude. I really appreciate it. I was thinking of going in and just pulling out a few of those moments, chucking them on the second channel. Because honestly, you know, watch a film, have a nice meal, go and, you know, top up the suntan, go for a swim. F you, Roman chant. F you, Roman. Do you think Brock returns and attacks Roman to set up a match with SummerSlam? No. No, we've been there. We've done that. We've got that t-shirt. That is done. That is done. Jay saying a few words to Jimmy. Jimmy is going to start us off against Solo. Roman looking out at the crowds. I think there's an "Oh, Solo Sikoa" chant. Oh, Solo Sikoa. Jimmy is a bit reluctant here. You can tell that he is. Look, I mean, that's his brother. These are brothers. Jimmy Uso. Here we go, and they lock up. Sikoa throwing Jimmy into the corner. Solo looking over at Jay. Little smile comes across the face of Jimmy. Jimmy going over. Jay having a few words with Jimmy. Jimmy looking to reset here. Well, I can't hear what the chant is. What's the chant? Oh, tribal. Got ya. For you. That's for you. He says to Roman. Tribal. Tribal. First time seeing brother versus brother since Rick versus Scott. Imagine Rock coming out said AR1. Rikishi will interfere and help the Usos win by stink facing both Roman and Solo, says Febin. Okay. It's very slow at the moment. A lot of strategy. Jimmy keeps going over to Jay, asking for advice, looking for advice, searching for advice. Don't know that he's got any advice for him. So we've got Solo in the center. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. Another chop coming in by Jimmy. Another chop coming in by Jimmy, but a big shot coming back by Solo. That rocks Jimmy. Another big strike coming in there by Solo. Roman has got a little smile on his face, a smirk coming across his face as Solo goes against the ropes. Big boot there by Solo. Kick to the back of the heads. Big right hand there by Jimmy as Jay jumps into the ring. Usos working well together. Solo on the receiving end as Jay splashes him. Roman looking at Solo. Not looking very impressed at the moment, Roman. That's a concerned look that Roman is giving Solo. Roman shouting at Solo. Solo gritting his teeth, looking over at Roman. Out. Tag. Roman wanting Solo out. Roman wanting Solo out. Solo reluctant. Tribal. The tribal phrase has come back out again. I don't want to get stink-faced, but 8 was going to. I definitely wouldn't want to get it from my dad, said Outlaw Angel. So much happened on this show. A lot of talking points. How is the show anything but an 8? Vote for the majority. Well, we'll find out. We will find out. Solo don't like him, said Kishore. What a tag. Okay, Jay. All the... Roman is tightening up the gauntlets, the arm gauntlets. Jay has actually taken off the arm wraps that he had. Tag Civil War. Crowd are right behind Jay here. Roman coming over, locking up with Jay. Nice side headlock there by Roman. He's putting a squeeze on Jay. Squeeze on Jay at the moment. Roman going back against the ropes. And shoulder tackle as Jay goes down. Roman's got a few words there for Jimmy. Jimmy trying to get into the ring. Smile on the face of Roman. Kick to the midsection there by Jay. Big shot coming in by Jay. Jay unloading on Roman right now. Roman against the ropes. Jay goes against rope, back elbow as Jay goes down. Roman's got a few words for the crowd. There's only ever been one. Roman Reigns. Crowd are singing away, bouncing away. Roman pulling at the face of Jay. Got him wrapped up in the ropes. Drew McIntyre sent a tweet out 22 minutes ago. Said, I've been counting down the days. Anyone? How is everyone enjoying the show? Match quality outside of Money in the Bank may not have been crazy high, but still very fun, asks Big Time. I think Solo will turn on Roman tonight, said Victoria. Kashawn said Solo's going to turn. Back elbow by Jay. In comes Jimmy. Do you think Rikishi will return? I don't. Well, I mean, I can't say never, but I'm not expecting it tonight. Roman on the outsides. Spoiler alert, the Usos will beat Roman Reigns. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. My tribal chief. Do you want your sons sitting at his table? Yeah, it looks like they've still got the Brock side plates on that belt, and I don't understand why. Why are the Brock side plates on that belt? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know why the Brock side plates are still on that belt. I said it yesterday on your community sections. What's this D1 end zone? What did you say to me yesterday, bud? Spear by Edge to Damien, and boom, Edge spears Balor. Ref having a word with Roman. Got Roman going over to... Oh, big shot coming in there by Jay. Solo will turn on Roman because tension is building between Solo and Roman. Solo goes to the outside. Solo turns on Roman and Damien cashes in, says Mariam. Why have the black WWE belt got the red side plates? Yeah, we were just saying that. We don't know. They're Brock side plates. Under Triple H, more tag team matches of main evented pay-per-views than under Vince, says Jim. What's your opinion on Carlito coming back? Yeah, I think he should. There's been rumors that he pulled out of a show because he has been signed by WWE. And I think he should. I think there's lots of ways you can use him. I don't know that I would use him necessarily as a solo star, but he could definitely get involved with LWO. And I think he would be a good boost to them. Solo is in. Solo is back in the ring. Headbutt there by Solo. Another headbutt and Jay goes down. Maybe the proper title didn't make it, so they're using a replica with them, says James. Yeah, but you would just think they would have found... I mean, like Euroshop is here. I'm sure they sell Roman side plates. It'd be nothing for them to get them sent to the O2. I feel like they might even sell them at the arena. I don't understand how they can't change the side plate. I don't get it. King Yeti said, what happened to the slaughtering that was going to happen, says King Yeti. Well, it's a good point, King Yeti, and I really appreciate the support. It's just taking a little time to get going. The slaughtering is taking just a little time. Right now, Solo is in control. I wouldn't say it's been a slaughter, though. I think you make an excellent point. There has been a lack of slaughter. Solo is going over. The tag has been made. Usos move out the way. Kicks coming in by the Usos. They're going up top. Looking for... Oh, trying to crash down on Solo. But a big right hand by Solo. Jimmy goes down. Jimmy is out, baby. Jimmy is out. It is strange, says James. I agree. WrestleMania should keep going in England, says Caitlin. Maybe the side plates are showing up will be the Fiend. No, I think they're Brock side plates. I think the Brock side plates are still on because Brock is the final champion before the unification, said Travis. Roman was the last champion. They've not been Brock side plates all along. Stand up if you hate Roman. 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 Nick Khan was shown and he was sitting down. That is breaking news. And actually, Roman just sat down as well. England is the dumbest place of all time, says Roman. England is the dumbest place of all time. Sit down. If you hate Roman, 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 I want to see what Nick Khan's doing. Is he still sat down? Sit down if you hate Roman. Solo charging over. Tell you what, the crowd are really adding to this. I love a good chant. Solo's Sikoa chants. What are the flip are they saying? Stand up if you hate Roman, and then sit down if you hate Roman. We haven't had shoes off yet. Sometimes you get shoes off. If you hate Roman, shoes off. And then everyone will put their shoes in the air. England create the best song, said Jim. Nick Khan from AEW. That's Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. I'm pretty sure the whole world just sat down at the same time, said Max. Drive by Roman. Pace of this match is quite slow. It's building. Roman getting into the ring. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Jimmy. F you, Roman. Chant now. F you, Roman. You see, this is why we won't get WrestleMania. We're not advertiser friendly. If this crowd really wanted WrestleMania, they would be chanting Bird Light, Bird Light, Bird Light, Bird Light, Bird Light, Bird Light. Progressive, 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 progressive. KFC, KFC, KFC. Stand up if you love KFC. Stand up If you love KFC, stand up. If you love KFC, stand up. If you love KFC, toasty crunches. Toasty crunches. Toasty crunches. That's how you get WrestleMania, London, you flipping fools. You mad lads. King Yeti said Roman has lice. Well, you know, everyone's got pets. King Yeti, shout out to you as Solo is, I think this is the trapezius. Don't know. Just working on this muscle here. Bit like a massage, really. But Jimmy getting back up to his feet. Elbows coming into the midsection. Solo going back against the ropes. And he gets thrown through the ropes to the outsides. In comes Roman. Roman grabbing Jimmy. I mean, I didn't see a tag there. There may have been as Solo went against the ropes. Referee ain't doing anything about it. Jimmy goes up, lands on his feet. Goes down in between the legs of Roman. Jimmy trying to make over, get the tag. Jimmy kicks at Roman. Roman goes down. Solo pulling Jay off the edge of the ring. Roman charging over, collides into Jay. I hope the Usos win. I don't want Roman to win at all. What the hell are Toasty Crunches? I don't know. There was some dancing thing at WrestleMania. I don't know what that is. I don't even think we have them. What was the dancey thing at WrestleMania? Not the Prime bottle, the other thing. What the hell's that? Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets. Okay, if you had to score it now. Tribal chant right now. I mean, I feel like this has been about 3 hours 20 of just horrific language. I feel like I've just been swore at. He's throwing up the ones. There are people that are acknowledging. There are people that are acknowledging Roman. He's locked and loaded. Here we go. No, can't land it. Against the ropes. They both spill to the outside. Roman to the outsides. Wasn't Snickers a sponsor? Dairy Milk, said Bembo. He went for that Superman punch. He couldn't do it. Definitely not a PG. So Cinnamon Toast Crunch. What did I say? Toasted Crunchy. Same thing, innit? Same thing. Score it, holds, show. So far, 8 out of 10, says David. Hang on, David. We're not done yet. Tag. In comes Solo. In comes Jay. Big shots coming in by Jay. Oh. Did you see that then by Jay? Shot. Jay channeling his inner Dwayne Johnson. Jay Uso. How'd you like this match so far? It's all right. It's been a little bit slow. I feel like the crowd have really added to it. I think considering the talent that's in it, it's not been quite as crazy as what we were expecting. But I don't mind them slowing it down because a lot of tonight has just been so quick. If we're just building and building, you know. But I sort of feel like we could really do with, you know, getting going now. That was a nice spot, though. Bang, bang. He did it for The Rock. The best crowd WWE have had in years, in my opinion, said Alex. With all the streaming you do, how does Linda put up with it? What is your secret, says Stanton. I'm just a sexy boy. Not a boy toy, but I'm just a sexy boy. She'll put up with anything. Do you know what I mean? Here's Solo, goes over the top. It would make sense for Randy to return in this match as he never got the opportunity for the title from Roman. It would also make sense for The Fiend to come back. Let's just bring everyone back. Let's bring back Big E, The Fiend, Ryback, Bruno Sammartino. Bring them all back. Through the ropes goes Jay. Collides into Solo. Jay is feeling it right now. Against the ropes goes Jay. Forearm Superman punch by Roman. Roman getting into the ring. Roman connects. Jay goes down. Connects with it. Roman. What is it? Look at him. When you see him Roman like that, he's gone not tribal, he's gone primal. He's the primal chief. Double. 1, 2. Solo makes the save. I think he was having an asthma attack. Don't give up, Usos. Double spear. UK crowds are better than all UK crowds in wrestling. I think they've been brilliant tonight, this crowd. I think they really should give themselves a pat on the back. They should also try and improve their vocabulary. Just saying, swear it's not big or clever. We are in London in a sold-out O2 arena. Lovely shots of the arena as it was like pulling back. Crowds applauding away. Battle lines are drawn. God, it's like war games. It's like war games. You watch 20 minutes of it, and then you just get to the point where that team's there, and it's as if the match is just starting. We've watched 20 minutes. All 4 are in the ring. Started again. Someone's hit reset. To the outside, no one's got the advantage. What if Roman made his own drinks? Tropical punch. Oh, missed by Jimmy. Oh, Superman punch. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. He could change it to the tropical punch. He's just hit him with the tropical punch, available at all good outlets. Bang. Joe, the GOAT 45, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Yes, bring Bruno back. Tribal sweets. That's what I was just thinking about. Pick a mix. Get a bag of tribal sweets. Ooh. Right, the crowd are still chanting away. Roman calling for the end. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. Another kick by Jimmy as Roman goes down. Jimmy trying to get through the ropes, getting tangled up a little bit. Crowd are really into it, and they're adding to this as well. The crowd have really elevated this whole event. As Jimmy is up top, splashes down, but Roman grabs him. Guillotine. Jimmy in trouble. Guillotine. Where's Jay? Look at Paul. Look at Heyman. He's choking him. Where's Jay? No, Jimmy, no! Jimmy. Oh, he's coming back. Oh. He was out, man. Jimmy was like, and then we did the old arm trick. He's trying to get to his feet. Look, he's picking up Roman. He's powering up Roman. He's still trying to put the squeeze on. He gets backed into the corner. Roman driven into the corner. Back slap tag. In comes Jay, but Jay gets nailed. He goes down. Sure, kicked by Jimmy, no joy. Guillotine again. Ref goes. Oh my God. The ref gets knocked. Oh my God. The ref gets knocked to the outside. He gets tangled up in the ropes. Super kick. Super kick. 1D. 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 It's over Roman. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no referee. Crowd are counting it, though. Do you remember Michael Cole at WrestleMania? 1D! 1D! No one kicks out of the 1D! Ah! Man, look at these scenes. They paid the ref. Yeah, the ref got proper tangled in the ropes, didn't he? Proper botched it. Uso's going up. Looking for the Uso splash, but here's Solo. Solo interfering. I tell you what, they're giving this match time, aren't they? It deserves it. Now they're going to work together. Oh. Double Uranagi by Roman and Solo. Double Uranagi. Solo. Oh, Samoan Spike. Samoan Spike. Roman looking at Solo. Yes, yes. Oh, against the ropes. Oh, man. So Roman with a spear. So Roman spears as Solo spikes. Stack them, pin them. And that is seemingly what they're doing. Stacking the Usos. Roman looking for the pin. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. The Usos live. Smash them. Stack them. Pin them. But the Usos kick out. And Solo on the outside of the ring thought it was job done in his mind. He was getting fish and chips. He was going to pop to Buckingham Palace and have a look, see what it looks like at night. He was going to go to Big Ben. He was going to have a pint. He was thinking of all the things he could do. Maybe see the crown jewels. I don't know. But now he's got to continue working because the Usos kicked out. Solo is looking at Roman. Why is Solo looking at Roman? It's not his fault. Shots coming in by Solo. He really wanted to go out tonight. He really wanted to go out. Solo is not a happy boy right now. Referee is back in the ring. Right, we got one of the Usos. Heyman is crying. Right, into the ring steps. Which way is this going to go? We are nearing, we are edging towards the completion of this show. Which way does this go? This is mad, said Shannon. It's really fun, isn't it? My name's Carly. I've got Tropical Bunch. Would you like some? Ooh. We want tables, I think the chant is. Super kick by Solo. Right now, we've got one of the Usos. I can't quite see which one. I think it's Jimmy on the commentary table. Solo on the barricades. He's going to look to deliver a splash here. He's going to move, isn't he? He's going to move. He's going to move. Solo. Solo. Ah! Solo drives himself. Jay. Kick out by Jay. I think as he kicks out, he sort of low blowed him a little bit as well. Roman's like, my tribal nuts. My tribal nuts. Time to acknowledge them. Oh, it's all happening right now. It's all happening in this main event. Low blow. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what. This is awesome, chant. This match has built. This is my favorite match of the night. Really slow at the start. And I think it was because we had so much madness that wanted to slow it down and build it up. And that's exactly what they've done. It's been absolutely back and forth. Look at him. He's like, kick to the side of the head. Another kick coming in. Usos seemingly back to full strength. Solo back up. He gets double super kick down. Usos double super kick. Roman goes down. Oh my God. Are we about to see? Are we about to see? Big splash. Roman be pinned. 1, 3. It's happened. It's happened. Roman has been pinned. Roman has been pinned. Jimmy's in tears. Roman has been pinned. Roman Reigns is pinned in London. Oh! It did go that way. It did go that way. We spoke about this at Wrestling Shop Live. London just saw history. 2019, the last time that Roman Reigns was pinned. Jey Uso is the one that does it. Jey Uso. Whoa. Damn, man. That is mental. That is mental. That is mental. That's one of the biggest moments of the year. Roman Reigns is pinned. The good guys won, says Michael Cole. This is mental. This is the mystique, the aura, the invincibility. Can't believe it. It's over. The aura, the invincibility, it is over. Oh my God. Do you know what? That crowd deserved that moment. That crowd deserved that moment. Wow. They are going banana. They are going banana. Jey Uso pins Roman Reigns. I've got the image. I've got the image. They're still going banana in London. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I've got the image. I'm going to chuck it up on screen. We need to do a quick little video, and then I want to jump in the chat, get your thoughts. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Massive news coming out of Money in the Bank, and I've said that so many times tonight, but I could not mean it more, because Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, the head of the table, has been pinned. He has been pinned for the first time since 2019. History has been made tonight in London at Money in the Bank. A fantastic show, a fantastic main event. The cherry on top is this moment right here. Roman pinned by Jey Uso. The Usos victorious in the main event. But it is Roman, not Solo. It is Roman that takes the pin. This is so big. We cannot even begin to comprehend where we go from here. My gut feelings, my thoughts are that we could see Jay versus Roman. You know, Jay is the first person to pin Roman since 2019. That has to earn him a title shot, a title opportunity. Solo didn't turn on Roman tonight. So it could be that we've got Roman and Solo in his corner at SummerSlam, and Jay with Jimmy in his corner at SummerSlam. And maybe this is just going to continue the story and set up SummerSlam. But wherever we go from here, this will be remembered as one of the biggest moments in the Bloodline story. Roman is defeated, but also pinned for the first time since 2019. Amazing scenes. What an amazing show as well. Not just scenes, but an amazing show. I am very oozy tonight, said AFC. I think we're all very oozy, my friend. I'm feeling pretty oozy myself. WWE just said suck it to AEW. You're overhyping it. He didn't lose the title and Solo didn't turn. I disagree. I think it's massive. We've just seen something happen for the first time in 4 years, right? That's massive. And not just something random and small, but Roman Reigns, the biggest person in WWE, the biggest superstar, one of the biggest ever, has not been pinned or submitted in 4 years. We've just seen it happen tonight. And it could potentially set up our main event for SummerSlam. Like, there's no way of cutting it other than that is big. That is huge, right? Considering the alternatives are that Roman and Solo just win, right? And we don't actually get a magic moment like that. And we don't necessarily set up anything for SummerSlam. So if you consider that as the alternative, getting this moment right here is monster. You only need to look at that reaction, the reaction in the chat, the reaction in the arena, to see that that is a big moment in the Bloodline story, but a big moment in WWE. That is huge. Roman Reigns is pinned by Jey Uso. Money in the bank. Put in your scores, put in your thoughts. Twitter might be shut down after this. Man, can you imagine what that crowd's going to be like leaving the O2 Arena right now? They are going to be singing and buzzing. None of them are going to be leaving thinking they didn't get their money's worth. It's going to be absolutely unhinged. Jey Uso done Roman dirty. Daze, do you think AEW All In will be that energetic? I think the English fans, the British fans, European wrestling fans are very passionate. You know, look, we've got like that football mentality. We've got the singing and the chanting. It's part of what we do at like football matches, football games. So yeah, I would expect them to make a lot of noise like that. The Usos beat Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa in the main event. Man. 8.75, some great stuff. Few botches and blemishes, but not bad. 9.7, Roman will be in denial for the next 6 months. Money in the Bank had both an amazing audience and good matches with a twist, while Saudi Arabia had a hype crowd and Jimmy turn while Backlash just had an amazing crowds. 9 out of 10 main event and men's Money in the Bank were great matches. Cody Dom was pants for me. Yeah, I think there was some moments that were a bit flat on this show. This isn't like a 10 out of 10 show. I don't think anyone would necessarily say this was 10 out of 10. But I mean, we got surprises. I feel like the in-ring was a bit off tonight. I kind of felt like Gunter and Riddle. I felt that match was good little battle, but it was nowhere near like Gunter and Sheamus, for example. Cody and Dom was what it was. The women's tag match was doing okay. It was there. It was fine. Obviously, mid-match, we get that turn. So the big talking point there is the turn. Main event's amazing. Men's Money in the Bank is really good. The Logan botch is quite scary, but I'm pleased that Damian Priest won. I'm pleased that EO won. I love the handcuff moment. I do think there were some moments that just went a little bit far in that match for me. So, yeah, definitely taking a few bits, points away here and there. But for me as well, I agree. I'm in the 8s. I'm in the 8s on this. Maybe 8.5, 8.75. I'm total agreement. Total agreement. King Yeti said that was awesome. King Yeti absolutely loved it. Really enjoyed it. King Yeti, I really appreciate the support, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Let's Go Devils said a 10 out of 10 show easy. Probably top 3 pay-per-views of the year. So Let's Go Devils, really enjoyed it. 10 out of 10, perfect show for Let's Go Devils. Let's go into the chat and get an idea of scores and see what people are saying about scores. So 9 to 10, 8.5 to 8.75. It's big, isn't it? Cody Rhodes is making his way to the press conference right now. I actually wasn't sticking around for the press conference. But we have... Right, Cody is going to be saying a few words. Have I done this right? I don't know. 9 to 10, 8 to 8.75, 7 to 7.5, 6.75 or below. I think I've done that right. I've not got the ability to even look at that poll and know if I've done it correctly, but I think it's correct. Right, I'm at London now, and it's unbelievable, said DB Mikey. Let Go Devil said 10 out of 10. Kenny said, missed opportunity not giving it to LA Knight, so an 8. Sonny said 8.75. There were some botches, but overall it was awesome. 9.8 in the chat. We've got Retribution with an 8. AR1 said definitely better than WrestleMania. Anthony said 9. Trini said 9 for me. Good show, but not perfect. Edward said 9.9. Randy said, that's the type of premium live event I'll watch again over and over. Keewan says 8. Kitson says 10. Wrestle Kingdom said 9.59. Dakota Totsky says 8 out of 9. 6 LA Knight wins out of 10, said Corey, so not feeling it quite as much. Shaquem said 8.77. Callum says 8.5. DB Mikey said, I'm in London. Notice me. I've noticed you. I've noticed you. Seth versus Finn, 8.88 from Brian. We've got a 9.4 from Corey. We've got Dylan says 10. Jamie Gaming says 10 out of 10. We've got 9.34 from Rehan, the big dog. Just have a jump into the chat. Keep your votes coming in. We've got over 900 people in the chat right now. Over 900 people. Only 200 votes. So make sure you keep getting your votes in. 8.75, some bad botches, some flat matches, but overall a great show. Do you know what? I'm right there with you. Right there with you. I think that like Cody Dom, as we said, you know, the Gunter Riddle wasn't a bad match, but it was just not at his usual level. Some botches, like some in the men's and the women's had some questionable moments, whatever, but it is a little nitpicky. But I mean, look, we are talking about how great was this show? It was really, really good, right? Really good. It's knocking on the door of great. In fact, I would say it's probably gone in for a cup of tea into the great room. I don't know that it's an all-timer, just because I think like an all-timer, you're talking like WrestleMania 17. I don't think this stands up to WrestleMania 17. But I feel pretty good about 8.5, 8.75. That's my gut reaction. I think because I've spoke about the show so much, and because I'm like so into, I mean, John Cena was a great surprise. Roman being pinned was a great surprise. Logan not winning was a great surprise. Shayna turning on Ronda was a great surprise. Like, there's so many great moments. 8.75 definite. And I think if I was to meet up with some of the people that have been to Wrestling Shop Live, and we were to go for a beer in the pub, a pint in the pub, then I could be tempted. To get into like the 9 territory as well. I'm just saying. I could be tempted to get into the 9. One of the best pay-per-views we've seen in years. I'm giving it a 9, says Hype Man. Outlaw said realistically an 8. Tube is insane. 2-hour trip home for me, said DB Mikey. Who's going to the Cardiff show tomorrow, said Jamie. Do you know a lot of people going to the Cardiff show? Rest of the World said, I think everyone's overhyping. 2 very good matches. The rest was okay. I'm going to give it 7.75. Nowhere near as good as everyone is saying, says Wrestle Worlds. That's fair. I think for me, I'm thinking about the fact that we got so many moments. So I do agree that the in-ring was off tonight in the sense of, Gunther against Riddle is fine. I think it's fine, right? It's not a match that really brings my score down, but it's not a match that really adds to my score either. Like, it was there. It was fine. I watched it. There was some all right moments in it, but it's no Gunther Sheamus. I sort of feel the same with like Liv Raquel against Ronda Shayna. It doesn't bring my score down, but it doesn't do a great deal to add to it either. But I got Shayna turning on Ronda. I got a pretty crazy men's Money in the ladder match, and Damian Priest winning, I think, is a really good call. I thought Seth and Finn was building and was quite nice. We've obviously got the tension being teased as well. There's just so many talking points. And then, of course, you get the John Cena moments, him coming down. The crowd tonight deserve a lot of love as well. So I feel like the crowd deserve love. I think Cena being there, being a surprise, that being kept a surprise. I think the winners tonight are great in regards to the 2 Money in the Bank winners. I think they were awesome. I think really what I'm hyped on and really what really pushes the score up is that main event, which was so enjoyable, but Roman being pinned is just so big, just so exciting that, that for me is what really is pushing it up. Really, really pushing it up. But I think 7.75 is fair. I think 7.75 is fair. I think 8 is fair. I think 8.25, 8.5, 8.75. As I said, I could even be convinced to go into the 9 territory. But there are things that I would say are wrong about the show, which stop it from being 10 out of 10 for me. But man, this is a really enjoyable show. This is a really, really. It's another feather in the cap. The premium live events this year have just kept delivering. They've just kept delivering. And it's another one. It's another example. The fans were awesome, but be honest, are you going to watch half the matches on the show again? Probably not, says WrestleWorlds. That's true. But again, I would say that I wouldn't necessarily class them as bad matches either. So I can't say that they're matches that really bring my score down. What I got were big moments, big surprises, history in the sense of Roman being pinned. I got the winners that I was hoping to see. I got Damian Priest, I got Io Sky, I got the Usos. So, you know, I got the winners that I was hoping to see. I got Drew McIntyre returning, Gunther retaining. So I feel like a lot of the winners tonight were the correct picks or the ones I wanted. The matches were either fine or good, or in the case of the main event, great. Not to the point where those matches really are going to affect my score too much. But I mean, what the things that you're talking about, the matches not being ones that we will, you know, necessarily revisit. That's why I'm not at the 10. That's why I'm not at the 10. That's why I'm in the 8s, because I do agree Gunther against Riddle could have been that bit better. And, you know, Seth against Finn could have been that little bit better. The women's Money in the Bank could have been a bit better. I love the finish, though. Got to give him props for Bayley and Becky being handcuffed together. Got to give him props for that. But yeah, I love Io winning. I love Damian Priest winning. I love the setup of the show. I love the crowds. I'm just finding myself going like, yeah, tick, 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 tick. There's a lot of ticks tonight. There's a lot of ticks tonight. You should definitely start the Raw stream early. I think we will, but I love how the fans were singing Cody's song. What's your favorite figure at Wrestling Shop? I love the Finn Balor. I love the Finn Balor figure. I said that in the actual toy hunt and I meant it. Bayley has come out with Io, and seemingly these two are smiling and they're on the same page. I think Bayley knows. She's still wearing the handcuffs. I think she's still got a handcuff. Yeah, they've. I think what they've done is they've cut. I think they've cut her from Becky, and she's still got a handcuff on at the press conference. Lol. Io said we're still damage control, and this is as. So there's no bad feelings from Io. Bailey still with those handcuffs on. WWE press conferences are garbage. Yeah, they haven't really provided anything essential in the past. We need Finn Balor Judgment Day Elites. Not a 10 out of 10 show. If this was your first time seeing the stream, maybe it's 10 out of 10, but not a 10 out of 10, says Kieran. The chat is still going crazy. Chill. No, it's good, man. Listen, this is what it's here for. You know, I've said this before, and I said this during Wrestling Shop Live. All we can do is share our honest opinions. That's all we can do, is share our honest opinions. And I was saying 8.5 to 8.75 is where I was sitting on this show, right? And the reason I would score it down is because I do think that some of those, I don't think there was bad matches. I think there was okay matches, and then a great main event. And some, like, you know, I think the men's Money in the Bank was fine. I think that was really enjoyable as well. Really enjoyed that throughout the whole show. The men's Money in the Bank was my favorite. But I love the winners. I love the Cena surprise. I love that Drew came back. I love that Shayna turned on Ronda. I really love that Roman being pinned moment. You know, I give Raws and SmackDowns a lot of like 7.25s. This is so far ahead of that that has to be represented in the score for me. Hence why I'm at the 8.5, 8.75. And to be honest, I mean, I've been talking about this show for the past 72 hours so much. I know how excited the fans were that went there. I know they're going to have enjoyed it. They certainly turned up and made noise. If I've got to choose between an 8.5 or an 8.75, I'll just go 8.75. So, yeah, you know. But I could understand why people are a little bit lower. I could understand why people are a bit lower, but it doesn't bother me. It doesn't faze me, just like how my score shouldn't really bother or faze anyone else. All we ask is that people just give their honest reaction, and if you can back it up and you can justify it, Oh, good. I'm just, yeah, seems like everyone enjoyed it. I have not seen any like 5s or 4s. So I think we can all agree that it was a great Saturday night. Bailey still has the handcuffs on at the press. Lol. Sometimes there's misunderstandings, says Damien. We're brothers, me and Finn. He wasn't sure if I was there to cash in on him. Damien said, I wanted Seth to feel the pressure. So Damien is making out that he was there to put pressure on Seth. Any plans on who you want to cash in on? They're talking about sharing it, and there's a graphic that's just come up saying that they're going to share it. Money in the Bank winner 2023. So they're making out that they're going to share it. Bailey snatches it. EO snatches it off Bailey though. Liv Morgan and Raquel are coming out next. Bailey wanted it. Yeah, we've just had a graphic, and the graphic was really interesting because a graphic just came up on screen that did announce them both as both being winners. So EO came out and said that they are Damage Control and that they're going to share it, and a graphic did pop up on screen. I mean, that sort of changes things. So the questions just come in. Are there wrestlers that you've got your eye on that you want to... I don't, you know, I think EO's going to cash this in. I mean, them trying to share it is not going to, it's not going to work. Let me tell you something, 9 out of 10 because John Cena returns. We're ready to defend these, says Liv. I want to find that graphic. I want to get an image of that graphic again. Bailey will cash in tomorrow. Do you think Cody will be in Cardiff? I honestly don't know the cards. Sharing Money in the Bank is like Miz and John Morrison sharing the Universal Championship. Dasher's dog, are you watching the rest of UFC? No. It's not a friggin' joint bank account. I want to get that. Oh, there we go. Money, 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 money. So Bailey wanted to walk off with it. I want to look at this graphic again. Oh, I looked at the graphic again. It says 2023 Money in the Bank winner, EO and Bailey. I think they're still classing it as just EO. The graphic is what interested me. Okay, let me explain what's going on because I know that was a bit confusing. So, EO said, look, we're damage control. If I win this, we win this. Like, so she said, look, we're both winners. That's fine. It's just whatever, trying to paper over the cracks, right? Whatever. But WWE then put up a graphic, and the graphic said 2023 Money in the Bank winner, EO Sky and Bailey. And this was just after EO had said, we're going to share it. So I took that as, okay, right, so is this like an official thing? And then WWE put the graphic up. I've just gone back and looked at it, and I think it's one of those that you could probably interpret two different ways. So I think the one way you could interpret it is Money in the Bank winner EO and Bailey, right? Money in the Bank winner EO and Bailey. Or Money in the Bank winner EO and Bailey. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I was really confused by that. But I think the winner is still just EO. That's what I think's happened. Will you stream the Cardiff show? What Cardiff show? Bailey will cash it in tomorrow. Please don't mean that Bailey and EO are joint holders. I'll show you the graphic. The needle mover lost. He did. Does this mean that Finn and Dominic and Priest can share theirs? Bailey is in Judgment Day now, said Austin. That's true. She is in Judgment Day now. I think she'll be a good addition to Judgment Day, actually. I think she fits that group really well. Despite what everyone thinks, WWE and AEW have given us great wrestling this year, says Kim. I look at it as a whole and not WWE versus AEW. It is a great time to be a fan. That's true. I met a guy. There was a guy. He was so cool. He was just so into wrestling. He was just absolutely loved just wrestling, all wrestling. He was so excited for AEW, psyched for WWE. And what was great was I was talking to him about like the fans, being at each other. He just wasn't bothered. He was like, yeah, well, just let them get on with whatever. I'm not really focused on that. Like, I'm just loving it at the moment. And he was just so into it. And I thought that was so refreshing. I mean, I think I said to him, it's such a shame that like they chose, because they did. They chose to make it a war. They didn't have to make it a war. WWE didn't have to make it a war. And we have to say, AEW didn't have to make it a war. AEW have been very anti-WWE from the start. There's been numerous times where Tony Khan has even said it's a war, right? And we've had these ratings battles, and there's been little comments that have been made, and WWE are not innocent in that either, right? So I'm certainly not saying that WWE are innocent, but it has been like fueled, and that has obviously spilled out into the fan bases. And I do think that is a shame, because it has generated a lot of toxicity. So I think it's good if you just enjoy it for what it is, and it's just, AEW and WWE, and you just watch it and you just enjoy it. I think it's more healthy as well. It can't be enjoyable to be getting worked up all the time. It can't be enjoyable to be like fretting or like, I don't know, picking a side and like laying into people on like, that can't be an enjoyable existence. Perhaps there are people that do enjoy that though. Perhaps there are people that get their energy from that. I don't know. But, throwing shades and like, throwing barbs at each other and everything, and over this like phony war, I agree. It can't be healthy. It can't be good. That can't be a good thing. It can't be a positive thing. It's been more of a bore than a war, said Iron Lion. Will you stream the Cardiff show? It's a house show, dude. It's not being shown anyway. EO and Bailey could become a face when Dakota comes and turns on them. Well, this graphic has took forever to load up. I wanted to show you this graphic before we did part ways. Why can't WWE and AEW just get along and both hate on Impact? Do you know what? That would be so healthy. It would be so healthy if that's what they did. I think hating on Impact can bring both of them together. I'm joking. Before anyone jumps at me. AEW barely got 800,000 last week. Here we go. Look, this is that graphic that I wanted to show you. That's caused a lot of confusion for me. 2023 Women's Money in the Bank winner, Io Sky and Bailey. And that was just moments after Io said that they are Damage Control and this is for both of them. And then that graphic popped up. So that's kind of where my confusion came from. I was ready to do a video. Breaking news. WWE announced that Bailey is a co-winner. But I think I just read it, or I think I kind of misinterpreted it wrong. I think it's 2023 Women's Money in the Bank winner, Io Sky. Pause. And Bailey. But there they are at the press conference anyway, with Bailey still with the handcuff on. Nice little touch. Nice little touch. Right, we're going to have a look at this score, and then we are going to look to run away. I want to say a big thank you for everyone that joined us and left likes and everything. We're not just going just yet. Soon. Right, 9 to 10 got 63%. 9 to 10 got 63%. 8 to 875 got 26%. 7 to 775 got 5%. 675 or below got 5%. So only 10% of people that have voted, only 10% think that this show was 7 or below. A whopping 90% think that this was, actually think it was below 8. 90% think it's 8 or above. 90% think this show is an 8 or above. And it's a decent sample size as well. 637 people. Insane. Right. Days, hope this doesn't mean Money in the Bank between Bailey and Io means they could cash it in on tag titles, says Bembo. No, I think I just misinterpreted it, to be honest. I'm holding my hands up. I'm saying I think I just read it wrong, but I wanted to show why I think I got it wrong. But anyway, we are done. An amazing show. A fantastic evening. Just brilliant. And I'm so pleased that you lot seem to enjoy it. You know, really great scores. Really interesting comments throughout the evening as well. This stream's going to clock in at 7 hours, 40, around that kind of ballpark, which is pretty cool. That you know, it's a healthy stream. It's a pretty long stream, but so enjoyable. And just really appreciate it. Just really appreciate all the support. Everyone coming down to Wrestling Shop. All those that couldn't come but tuned into Wrestling Shop. Those that jumped in on the stream. Those that have left likes, the donations, the comments, the support, all of that kind of stuff. It's been a crazy kind of 72 odd hours, whatever. But what a way to kind of round that off. And of course, we haven't got long to wait. And I'll be back with the Raw stream. And we will start early for the Raw stream. We will start early. We will be underway at around about probably an hour earlier than we normally are. We'll probably start at 11. But not only that, I mean, I'll be working on videos all night tonight. I'll be doing stuff tomorrow as well. There won't be any streams, but you know, it's already 10 past midnight right now. And I will be up all night working on different bits and bobs, and so plenty on the way. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. I'm going to read this final comment from Austin. I'll let Austin have the final words. He said, Solo betrays Roman at SummerSlam, helps Jay win, and then Sammy and Jay hug, and the crowd goes crazy. Happy emoji. Something to think about. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.